Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Gangsters and Organized Crime in Buffalo, History, Hits, and Headquarters, by Michael F. Rizzo, narrated by Danny Campbell. Publisher's note: this audiobook refers to visual elements included in the print and ebook editions of the book. Preface. The idea for this book started sometime in the early 2000s. I vaguely recall an old girlfriend telling me that she was somehow related to Stefano Magaddino, the grand old mob boss of Western New York, and that there was a book about him. So I decided to look for it. I checked the library and scoured the internet, but found nothing. Not a single book written about the Buffalo Mafia. So I decided I'd write it. I began gathering newspaper articles from microfilm and looking through scrapbooks in the library. Along the way, I stumbled across information about all these 1920s gangsters, mainly of Polish descent, and copied those too. As life would have it, I wasn't ready to write the Mafia book. Everything went aside, and I worked on another project. Eventually, I made my way back. In 2007, I sold my delivery business and wanted to get involved in something else. My wife and I decided we would start a tour business based on Niagara Falls mob spots, and the Mob Tours was born. Unfortunately, Niagara Falls wasn't quite ready for a bus tour of crime sites, and 2 years later we added walking tours in Buffalo. Along the way, we accumulated over 300 Mafia books, hundreds more articles, thousands of pages of Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI documents, and even the complete court file from the Magaddino's 1968 arrests after traveling to New York City. We searched deed and business records, historical and library files, and more, all to get the most accurate picture of this history and the people involved. At least a dozen people were contacted, including former FBI agents. Many had already passed away, but some were still alive, although I found, even in retirement, that they are not at liberty to discuss past cases. In late 2011, I sent a proposal for this book to the History Press, and they were interested, as it was similar to other books they had done. Now all I had to do was take the thousands of pages of information and put together a book in less than 6 months. I need to thank quite a few people who were very helpful in putting this book together. Thanks go out to Lieutenant Mike Casca of the Buffalo Police Department, who has a great website of Buffalo police and crime history, Sharon Ippolito Manning, Jimmy Manganiello, and Joe DiCarlo's granddaughter for sharing family photos. The countless folks who have provided insight into the lives of some of the people found in this book. Michael Tona for his wealth of knowledge on the Buffalo Mafia. Daniel DeLandro, college archivist and special collections librarian at Buffalo State College. John Black from gangrule.com and the Cheektowaga Historical Society for use of their photos. The amazing website fultonhistory.org, a treasure trove of newspaper articles and a huge help in searching old stories. Ron Fino for his insight and correcting some history. Former Buffalo News reporter Anthony Cardinale for his photo. Harvey Garrett for leading me to some other photos, and Edward J. Domkiewicz for clearing up some family history. Also thanks to one of my oldest friends, Gilbert Neal. He is a fantastic musician and can be found at gilbertneal.com. And, as always, thank you to my wonderful partner Parker and my child, who saw little of me for several months while I put this book to bed. Many of the stories you are about to hear involve violent and deadly criminal activities. Personally, I don't condone them. I am just piecing together history. Every major city in America has had its share of violent criminals, and their stories have been told, which is why I do this. It is history. I apologize if you see or hear about a relative or friend, but once again, most of this was reported in newspapers, on television, and in books and magazines, and a lot is on the internet. Finally, a woman named Meg Henderson Wade contacted me in 2009 to tell me she had dated Stefano Magaddino's grandson, also named Stefano, in Atlanta for over 3 years in the 1980s. When he told her his grandfather was the Don of Buffalo, she said, "Oh, you mean his first name is Donald?" She had never heard of The Godfather and was quite surprised when she did some research at the Atlanta Library and found out the Don was actually Don Stefano. I hope you enjoy listening to the book as much as I did writing it. Prologue. Never call nobody from your house. Listen here. No use of your name on the telephone. We're in hot water. Stefano Magaddino, November 8th, 1962. Gangster. Just hearing the word, you probably have a picture in your head. The typical image of a well-dressed man in a suit and hat is the obvious thought. The definition of a gangster is simply a criminal who is a member of a gang. Some gangs are considered to be part of organized crime, and gangsters are also called mobsters. From the 1920s through the 1930s, the gangster developed into a persona that most people recognize today: John Dillinger, Al Capone, and so on. They all had monikers, either given by the police or the press: Babyface, Pretty Boy, Millionaire Kid. At the same time, Hollywood helped to shape what a typical gangster would look like. The late 1920s saw several gangster films released, and in 1930, one of the biggest, Little Caesar, starring Edward G. Robinson, created a character that people recognize: the fame, respectability, and wealth, the rise in power, and eventual downfall. In 1972, another film changed how the world perceived mobsters and how mobsters saw themselves. The Godfather, with its star-studded cast, made the life of a mobster seem glamorous and dangerous. Mafioso watched it and started to imitate the movie. The kissing of the Godfather's ring was not something that happened in real life prior to the movie, but mobsters and the wannabes around them all fawned over the movie. In Western New York, the pattern of gangsters and mobsters was similar to the national scene. During most of the 1920s and 1930s, criminals certainly fell into the gangster category, and although this is a gangster guide, suffice it to say that many of the people in the book are nothing more than common criminals. Some definitely had mafia ties, since the local boss, Stefano Magaddino, would never have let money slip through his hands without taking a cut. The mafia, as it is discussed in this book, is the crime family headed by Magaddino from 1922 until 1974, when he died. He was aware of, and his family played some part in almost everything crime-related that went on in Western New York during that time. Now, you must realize that no one was actually ever convicted of being a member of the mafia. Some were convicted of gambling, armed robbery, bank robbery, burglary, loan sharking, narcotics dealing, murder, and other nefarious crimes, but the mafia was a clandestine organization. Buffalo's mafia family, as it is called throughout this book, consisted of only about 150 members at its peak. So we can safely assume that everyone written about in this book was not necessarily a member of the mafia. Even Magaddino was called a reputed mob leader for many years, although the preponderance of evidence suggests otherwise. There are multiple different names that the mafia is known by, and in this book they are used interchangeably. La Cosa Nostra is a term that was believed to be fabricated by the FBI after Director J. Edgar Hoover failed to warn the public about the mafia. Through an informant in 1961, it was originally thought to be Cosa Nostra, translated as Our Cause, but FBI translators opted for Cosa Nostra, Our Thing, or This Thing of Ours. Television mobster Tony Soprano often spoke of this thing of ours. At times it was called the Syndicate, Italian secret society, underworld, and organized crime. It was known, but its extent was not. All the names point to the same group, the mafia, primarily Sicilian in nature, but always deadly, powerful, and secretive. There are stories, and there is folklore. Over the years, there have been many people who have been thought to be tied to organized crime, but without any evidence, it is all hearsay. A former Buffalo mayor is one of them. The mayor grew up in the same West Side neighborhood as many mob members, but association by neighborhood does not mean that he was involved. There is nothing pointing to him meeting with mob guys or doing anything illegal or corrupt. Judge Sebastian Palomo of Buffalo often met with members of the Buffalo mob for lunch or dinner and was mentioned often in discussions that were caught on FBI wiretaps, but no wrongdoing was ever uncovered. State Assemblyman Steve Greco actually got caught up in the life. In 1984, he was arrested along with several Buffalo mobsters, including Pasquale Natharelli and his nephew John, trying to defraud New York State out of $250,000 for an AIDS research grant. Former Buffalo Mayor Stephen Pankow had his corruption problems, and there are unconfirmed rumors regarding other activities. There is also a wealth of anecdotal stories from hospital workers, meter readers, relatives of fringe people, and, of course, police officers. The following are some of those stories. A former gas company meter reader who worked Mafia Row in Lewiston, where Magadino and his 3 daughters lived, said he was told when he went to Magadino's house to walk in, read the meter, not look around, and get out. He said the house was full of beautiful art and statues from the old country. In the movie The Godfather, there is a tense scene where Michael Corleone is at the empty hospital where his father is sick in bed. Men are coming to kill him, so Michael rolls the bed into another room and prepares for the showdown. A man is working at Niagara Falls Medical Center in the 1960s when an eerily similar incident took place. Stefano Magadino was in the hospital, and a man arrived and asked what room he was in. The man was seen walking around with his coat slung over his arm, like he was hiding a gun underneath it. The police were called but did not arrive quickly enough, and the man disappeared. So they moved Magadino and swapped his body with a cadaver. Eventually the man was cornered in a stairwell by some of Magadino's men, and when he lifted his coat, there was no gun. It turned out he was there to pay his respects and was simply looking for the aged Don. There are other stories about tunnels hidden under the city of Buffalo and Niagara Falls. A tunnel supposedly led from Magadino's home in Niagara Falls under the street as an escape route. Another escape tunnel led from his Lewiston home to the DeLuca home next door, or to the woods. There was also a supposed tunnel leading from the Magadino funeral home under several buildings right to the Capitol coffee shop on the corner. If that was the case, the FBI would have never seen the men walking back and forth from the funeral home to the coffee shop, as they often did. An employee of the water department confirmed no knowledge of known tunnels. Another story has been gaining steam lately about Al Capone having a stake in Buffalo's booze pipeline to Canada and the former town casino downtown. During the time this would have taken place, Magadino was a very powerful mob boss, equal in standing to Capone, if not more powerful because of his Sicilian lineage. The chance that Capone came to Buffalo and either owned a part of the town casino or ran booze through Buffalo without Magadino's permission would have been impossible. It is possible that he came here to visit a couple times, maybe, as Buffalo was small potatoes compared to Chicago. A man was looking to open a saloon in the 1950s and was having a hard time getting his liquor license. After several months, he decided to pay a visit to Don Stefano. 2 weeks after the visit, he received his license. The only stipulation Magadino made was that the man had to purchase his liquor through Magadino's company, Power City Distributing. One hand washes the other. A family purchased a house a block from Dana Drive in Lewiston in the late 1960s. Shortly after moving in, they noticed a car parked in front of their house several times, but no one got out. It turned out that Magadino had the house watched to see who the new owners were and make sure they were not involved in law enforcement, as he did not want anyone too close to him. As it was, when he had private meetings at his home, the street was blocked off at both ends, and only those invited or who lived on the street were allowed in. The biggest story out of Niagara Falls involved Magadino's cousin and Brooklyn mob boss Joe Bonanno. In 1964, on the eve of testifying before a grand jury in New York, Bonanno disappeared. Word on the street was that he had been kidnapped by Stefano. In Niagara Falls, there are people who say he was kept in an apartment above a barber shop or at the family farm in rural Cambria, New York. You'll have to listen to the chapter on Bonanno to see what probably did happen. Lastly, the family who purchased the LaDuca home said they did their due diligence to see if there was any money left behind, hidden in secret compartments or in the walls. Alas, they found none. The final chapter in the book is really what this whole book is about. That is where all the addresses are, hundreds of them. You can take the book, go for a drive, and see where the people lived or where an accident occurred. There are dozens, if not hundreds, more stories, and the following will show you quite a few of them. The Gangster Era. The Blonde Bandit. Just say anything you want, but before anyone else comes here to talk to me, I wish they'd give me back my lipstick. Sally Joyce Richards after her arrest. She was known as Montgomery Mabel Paller, Sally Joyce Richards. Her age was unknown, believed to be anywhere from 16 to 23. Police called them the Gold Band Gang. Newspapers called her the Blonde Bandit. They were all those things, but in the end, they were just common criminals. Sally, whose real name was Amelia Rondaronich, snuck into the United States from Hamilton, Ontario in 1928 and 13 years of age and joined a circus. She became a mole in Buffalo gangs and is believed to have shared in the spoils of scores of jobs. The first sign of the girl in her gang occurred on Wednesday, November 6, 1929, when the well-dressed and unassuming man and woman entered the Reliable Jewelry and Loan Company on Seneca Street. He wore a gray topcoat and gray cap. She was fairly well-dressed, slender, blonde, and real pretty. They would later be identified as Peter Domkevix and Sally Joyce Richards. Domkevix, 21, well known to Buffalo police, was first arrested in November 1924 on juvenile delinquency charges. The girl asked that she be shown an engagement ring. The man then asked to see a wedding ring. Store owner Max Kantrowitz bent over to render the ring from a tray, and when he looked up, he was gazing into the muzzle of 2 revolvers. The man ordered him to raise his hands, and the girl smiled. They then grabbed a tray of jewelry from the safe and ran from the store to their waiting Nash coupe. Their stolen car was found on Walden Avenue with bullet holes in the windshield and body, and the seat and floor were stained with blood. All was quiet until December 28th, when Domkevix and Edward Samuels spent the night robbing a butcher shop, 3 gasoline stations, a Deco restaurant, and topping off the evening at the meat market of Frank Smajira, where the owner's son Leo pushed a shotgun through a door and blew Samuel's face off. Domkevix escaped without any cash, but with his life. The next major job they participated in was on January 20th, 1930, when Domkevix, Sally and Eddie Izzy Dorchak robbed Morris A. Katzman, owner of the MK Boot Shop, of $75 and women's shoes. A few days later, they robbed Anthony Coulan's furnishing store of $15 and left. The trio hit the jackpot on Monday, January 27th, when they robbed the David L. Glickstein jewelry store on Broadway of $20,000, $252,165 in 2010 dollars in diamonds. Buffalo's blonde bandit queen, the brains and motive power of a gang of jewel thieves, strikes again today and got her biggest haul. The trio escaped in a stolen auto. On February 10, 1930, they were arrested in Montgomery, Alabama. It was the longest automobile chase the Buffalo Police Department has staged. A total of $10,000 in gems was recovered from their baggage. Izzy Dorchak pled guilty to the Glickstein robbery, and Domkevix admitted to participating in 64 burglaries. As the trial was set to start, Domkevics pled guilty in hopes of saving Sally. Domkevics took the stand in her defense and said that he had forced Sally to participate. "I told her if she didn't obey me, I'd shoot her like I had 2 fellows, and I'd have done it, too." During Sally's testimony, love-struck Domkevics sat brooding in the courtroom just feet away from jeweler David Glickstein. When her testimony ended, Domkevics lunged at Glickstein, yelling, "That's how I treat squealers," and slashed the jeweler's throat with a razor he had hidden up his sleeve. The next day, Sally was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Domkevics received life, and Izzy Dorchak, who was 21 years old, received 15 years to life. After hearing her sentence, Sally asked the judge if she could speak. "Is there any way I can marry Petey? I love him. God knows I love him. I've had 2 children by him already, and only lately lost a third. Isn't there some way I can marry him?" The judge responded that she could not. Sally didn't appreciate life in prison, so just about a month later she attempted to escape with another prisoner. They made it as far as the prison yard before the night watchman spotted them, and they were captured before making good their escape. After the attempted escape, Sally's mother made a last-ditch effort to have her released, claiming she was not yet 16 years old. Only part of the story appears to be true. She was not released. In December 1938, after serving nearly 10 years of her sentence, Sally had her sentence commuted by New York Governor Herbert Lehman. Reports say she was 23 at the time, but her actual age is unknown. Peter was paroled and lived in Rochester after his release. His name came up several times over the years. Peter's Domkevics, 55, of Rochester, pleaded innocent to possession of burglars' instruments after being arrested for robbing a Lockport drugstore in July 1964. It is believed he died in 1976. Information about Sally's life after prison is unknown. The Corny Gang. Well, bootlegging is not like holding up or robbing people. John Corny Kwiatkowski. Although Italians seem to dominate the gangster headlines, back in the days of Prohibition, Buffalo's Polish community offered gangsters as bold, dangerous, and trigger-happy as any gangster to ever come out of Buffalo. Possibly the most notorious were the members of the Corny Gang, led by 6-foot-tall, blond-haired John Kwiatkowski, Jr. He gained the nickname Corny and grew up on the streets of Buffalo's east side during World War I. By the time he was old enough, he was following in his father's shoes as a baker, but unlike his father, he had much bigger aspirations. Corny was a bootlegger and a hold-up artist. He ran a small gang of hoods that included Stephen Bali Jolkowski, Zygmunt Ziggy Plokarski, Joe Karnacki, and Victor Hoynitsky. They did the usual robberies and petty crime until Corny met Anthony Kalkiewicz, who was older by almost 10 years. Kalkiewicz was a street tough, but not very smart. Kalkiewicz and his gang, Lawrence Trimpa, Joseph Bartkowiak, and Edward Larkman, did a lot of the same type of jobs, but Kalkiewicz was really into safecracking, pulling off dozens of these robberies. It was about this time that the younger Corny joined him, and they began pulling off jobs together. Victor Hoynitsky tipped off Corny to the art workshop on Buffalo's east side. On Wednesday, August 12, 1925, they drove to the plant. At 5:30 p.m., the plant whistle went off, signaling the end of the first shift, and the 300 employees of the art workshop began lining up for their pay. The bandits entered the office quickly, revolvers drawn. The secretary saw the bandits and tossed the tin box full of money into the corner. Paymaster Ward Pierce reached for his revolver when Smithy, a Chicago recruit, yelled, "He's going for his gun!" Bali turned and fired first, followed by Corny and Smithy, who hit Pierce in the abdomen and right arm. As Pierce fell to the floor, the petrified employees stood by while the 3 bandits ran to the corner and scooped up as many envelopes as they could carry. They then jumped into a stolen Cadillac and sped from the scene. Corney pocketed the $1,966, $23,956 in 2010 heist money, but they had left $8,800, $107,224. Pierce died from his gunshot wound, and the gang was not identified. One witness came forward and implicated Edward Larkman, who was not even present. He was arrested and convicted of murder for Pierce's death. Corney took part in other robberies. In 1926, he robbed the Loose Wiles Biscuit Company and the Royal Linen Supply Company. He slipped up during one job and was caught robbing a store. The robbery conviction sent him to Elmira Prison for 6 months. In 1927, the gang burglarized Browning Brothers Wholesale Groceries on Broadway of 65 tires. The tension between Kalkiewicz and Corney grew until Kalkiewicz left the gang. He did not participate in any jobs for about a year. Their next big job was the Duffy Silk Mill in March 1928. They robbed an armored car of $24,000, $299,029, with $2,000, $24,919 per man, and Corney kept $14,000, $174,433 for himself. Buffalo police were baffled once again. When Kalkiewicz returned to the gang, Corney was the leader. Corney seemed to like firepower and had the mysterious Smithy bring him a machine gun from Chicago, thought to be first used in Buffalo. In October 1928, Corney, Bolly, Kornacki, Ziggy, Smithy, and an unknown friend of his planned to rob a mail car transporting registered mail. They planned the job for a Sunday night, not realizing that on Sundays there was less cash in the mail. It would have been a clean robbery, but a motorcycle patrolman, Vincent J. Connors, happened to stumble across the robbery just as it began. The men all jumped from the Lincoln they were driving in and started showering the taxi in a hail of bullets. Charles Kavanaugh, a New York City Central Railroad policeman riding in the front seat, stepped out and returned fire, but was felled when a bullet struck his knee. Before Patrolman Connors knew what was happening, Corney let loose with the machine gun, striking him at least 6 times. Mail clerk Ward McCartney was killed, and Pullman employee Francis Bieber was wounded. Connors lived, and the gang was not caught. Meanwhile, Corney made amends with Kalkiewicz and rented the barn behind his house on Swede Hill in suburban Lancaster to run a brewery. Victor Hoynitsky contacted Corney and demanded money to leave town or he would spill his guts about the gang. Corney agreed to meet him at Kalkiewicz's house the next day, where he promptly killed him. Kalkiewicz and Bolly buried him in the backyard. On April 25, 1929, the gang robbed the Fedders plant in Black Rock. They drove to the Fedders plant in a stolen car. All wore disguises and altered their appearances. They entered the plant carrying a variety of guns. Assistant Treasurer Alvin J. Degler saw them as they entered and ran into the basement vault with almost $46,000, $580,000 in 2010 dollars. The gang grabbed 2 bags of cash he dropped and ran out of the building. Outside, Bolly had gotten into a scuffle with employee John Perriton. Kalkiewicz jumped into the fray, and a gun went off, killing Perriton. The gangsters jumped into their car and sped off to change cars. Meanwhile, 2 witnesses followed them, and one ran to a nearby police station. A Buffalo police car rushed to the scene just as Bolly and Kalkiewicz were leaving, and a chase resulted. A running gun battle took place. Their car disabled, Bolly transferred the money to a new car, and Kalkiewicz grabbed the machine gun and started shooting the police. He injured one during the melee as Bolly drove away and Kalkiewicz jumped into the car. They thought they had made another clean getaway, but they forgot that the disabled car was registered under one of Kalkiewicz's aliases and at his real address. Corney convinced Kalkiewicz to give himself up, knowing Kalkiewicz was no squealer, and said that they would get bail money for him. He surrendered, but after hours of interrogation he broke down and confessed all their crimes. Bali and Corney were arrested, and all would be tried for murder. Smithy, if he was real, disappeared. Ziggy also disappeared and would not be heard from for 30 years. Corney was found not guilty of John Perrotin's murder, but was later convicted of perjury and received a 20-year sentence. Bali was found guilty and sentenced to death. Kalkevix was found guilty and also sentenced to death. He confessed that Edward Larkman was not responsible for the art workshop murder, and he was released. Corney was released in 1944 and not allowed in Buffalo, so he settled near Syracuse, where he died at 59 years old on December 16, 1964. Kalkevix had his sentence reduced to life in prison, served 35 years, and lived for 14 years after leaving prison, dying in September 1977 at 81 years old. Ziggy Plokarski's wife called Buffalo police in 1964 to say he had died several months earlier and lived a clean life after the Fetters robbery. The police never found the machine gun the Corney gang used to terrorize the city of Buffalo. Maybe Smithy took it, or maybe it is buried in a backyard somewhere in western New York. The Blue Ribbon Gang. As I stand before this funny-looking piece of furniture, I raise my hand and swear to God Almighty that these two men you just executed were innocent. Alex Bogdanov. On January 1, 1928, during the New Year's revelry at the Peacock Inn, 3 armed men entered the establishment looking for former boxer Roger Lavin. They killed the 33-year-old proprietor Michael George and injured 3 others. In July 1929, Ferdinand Fechter drove to the bank to pick up money for his soda grill on East Delavan Avenue, across from the Chevrolet plant, to cash the paychecks for workers at his restaurant. As Fechter pulled up to his house on July 27th with $8,396, $105,859 in 2010 dollars, several men rushed him with loaded revolvers, fired shots at him, and grabbed the money as he stepped out of the car. His family, standing on the porch, gazed on in horror. A final shot to the head clinched the murderous assault, and the 4 bandits fled in their stolen automobile. Fechter died an hour later. The gangsters eluded Buffalo police. A week later, the stolen automobile was recovered with a .45 caliber revolver shell inside, and the pursuit had renewed vigor. The police suspected that Alexander the Terror Bogdanov was responsible and trailed him through 6 states until he returned to Buffalo. He was seen going to Stephen and Edward Shakoviak's home, so the house was put under surveillance for a month. The gang learned that the police knew something, so they moved to a home in neighboring Sloan. The police had a dictaphone in the house to listen to their conversations. Buffalo police decided they needed to move in before another deadly robbery took place. On Sunday morning, September 8th, police gathered outside the Sloan home and at 6:30 a.m. filled the home with tear gas. 2 women and 2 children staggered out, choking back tears. Another round of tear gas filled the home, but the gangsters never emerged. Gas-masked police entered and searched the home and found 3 members of the gang coughing in a bedroom and their leader hiding in the attic. The 4 arrested were Alex Bogdanov, the leader, as well as Stephen Pilarski, Max Gorney, and Stephen Shakoviak. Gorney and Pilarski lived at the address. A 5th member, Stephen's brother Edward, was captured 2 hours later leaving St. Stanislaus Church, and the final bandit, Max the Goose Rybarczyk, was captured on his way to pick up a suit at the cleaners. While searching the house, police found pieces of blue ribbon hanging in the bedrooms, so the men became known as the Blue Ribbon Gang. Bogdanov admitted that the only reason he was back in Buffalo was to kill Ziggy Plokarski of the Corney Gang for reneging on some loot. He admitted to 54 holdups over a 10-year period, receiving over $250,000, almost $3.2 million in 2010 dollars. The men were all found guilty of killing Ferdinand Fechter. 3 of the men were sentenced to death in the electric chair at Sing Sing prison. They appealed their death sentences, but just after 11 p.m. on July 17, 1930, after a 2-week stay, Shakoviak and Rybarczyk were electrocuted. Last was Bogdanov, who said the other 2 were innocent, and then he was killed. What happened to the rest of the gang is unknown. To this day, the executions of Rybarczyk and Shakoviak are cited as examples of wrongful convictions and executions. Buffalo's malls. I heard Buffalo was a fast town, so I came here to have a good time. Stella Matskovska, a.k.a. Vera Lamont. The 1920s will forever go down as a time of change in America. From the passing of the 18th Amendment and onset of Prohibition in 1920 right through the stock market crash of 1929, every ethnic group, men, women, and even children, found crime to be a way to make a living. High-profile female criminals are not a common occurrence, but during the 20s, Buffalo was full of them and their dastardly deeds. What prompted so many women to get involved in crime, sometimes with dangerous or even deadly outcomes? Several factors possibly play into this. First, the legalization of women's right to vote empowered many women across the country. As World War I ended in late 1918, many women felt they had contributed to the effort and were no longer going to sit idly by while men ran everything. They started cutting their hair shorter in what was called a bob. Their hemlines also got shorter. Couple this with Prohibition, and women would never be relegated to the back seat again. According to author Ellen Polson, the phrase gun moll came into being during Prohibition. Moll originally meant a female pickpocket and evolved to mean a woman companion of a professional criminal. There have been some well-known ones, such as Bonnie Parker of Bonnie and Clyde fame, and Al Capone's wife, May. Let's start with one of the biggest ones. Carmela Magadino, wife of Cosa Nostra boss Stefano, was a typical Sicilian housewife. She always wore black, as if she was forever in mourning. A neighbor said that she was a very nice lady, although even by the 1970s she still spoke very little English. As wife of the leading mafia figure in western New York for over 50 years, she could not have been blind, having seen her share of meetings taking place at their Lewiston home, as well as the bombing of her sister-in-law when they lived next door in 1936. Minnie Clark was thought to be Joe DiCarlo Jr.'s wife in the 1920s. As proprietor of the Auto Rest Inn in suburban Williamsville, she led her own life of excitement. On March 16, 1924, 50 hooded Ku Klux Klan members entered her full saloon and demanded she stop selling alcohol or they would close it down. DiCarlo later married Elsie Pieri, sister of Salvatore J. Pieri, who seemed to be incarcerated more than not. Elsie was born into the mafia life and ended it there. The Blue Ribbon Gang's Stephen Shakoviak was married to a girl named Blanche. On Sundays, the two would go to a farm near Marilla, New York, and target practice with other members of the gang. Blanche did her part by chatting with local precinct police, who did not suspect her, as she tried to see what the police knew about the gang. Richard Reese Candy Kid Whitmore's wife, Margaret, was nicknamed the Tiger Girl by the press, after she passed 2 loaded pistols to her male companions and took aim herself at detectives attempting to arrest her husband in 1925. Margaret was identified as a gun-toting hold-up artist as early as 1924. The gang, including Margaret, was arrested in March 1926. Richard offered to confess to a string of crimes if Tiger Girl was released. She was eventually released, and Richard tried. He was acquitted in Buffalo, only to be sent to Baltimore, where he was convicted of murder and hanged. The tale of the bobbed-haired bandit brings 2 gun moles together. First, there was Stella Matskovska, 18 years old. She was part of a trio that robbed the Whaler jewelry store and killed clerk Rufus Eller. The 3 were all arrested and charged with murder, But young Stella testified against her partners and escaped the death penalty. One of the largest robberies to occur in Buffalo took place in 1929. Known as the Carson Robbery, a daring home invasion during a society engagement party netted nearly $250,000, $3.1 million in 2010 dollars, in jewels for the thieves. The gang was eventually identified, and Red Duke and his girlfriend, Bernice Frank, were among those arrested. Another suspect, Billy Siner, claimed to have been at his girlfriend Helen Globlewski's house during the robbery. Her brother William was an alibi witness for Stephen Bally Zolkowski of the Corny Gang. When the Carson robbers were found guilty, Helen screamed, fainted, and swore, "He's innocent, and I know it." Stanley $1 Million Kid Prisbill, the suspected leader, was arrested later. His girlfriend, Ethel Mason, was at his side as they were arrested in a rented Miami apartment. Mason, who was still married but separated, testified on his behalf, but the Kid was sentenced to life in prison. Ethel's outcome is unknown. Anthony Kalkiewicz of the Corny Gang met a woman named Clara Matskowiak, whom he fell for. When Kalkiewicz decided to call a life of crime quits, he moved to suburban Lancaster, New York with Clara and rented a big house with a barn in the rear. Unfortunately, his past caught up with him, and he was dragged into one last robbery with the Corny Gang. No word on Clara was ever heard again. She may have kept in touch with him for a while, but probably moved on, never forgetting her exciting time with the Corny Gang and her love for Tony. Apartment 821. "Are you Pretty Boy Floyd?" FBI agent Melvin Purvis asked. "I'm Charles Arthur Floyd," was Floyd's response. The 1930s were a violent time in America. Prohibition lingered on, the Great Depression began, and criminals got more violent and dangerous. One of the most infamous was Charles Arthur Pretty Boy Floyd. On June 17, 1933, Floyd and Adam Ricchetti became the primary suspects in the Kansas City Massacre, which occurred when 4 law enforcement officers were killed while gangster Frank Nash was being transported. Floyd denied involvement and met up with Juanita and Rose Baird in late September 1933 in Toledo, Ohio. The 4 left Ohio and headed to Buffalo, where they rented apartment 821 at the Amiantis Apartments on Buffalo's predominantly Italian West Side. Rose said they barely got along and did not have any extra money, staying in the apartment practically all the time. The men remained in the apartment except for a few trips. They would leave at night and stay away for days or weeks, but what they did or where they went is unknown. They read the newspaper and listened to the radio. In October 1934, Floyd gave the girls $350 to buy a car, and a few days later they packed up and left Buffalo. Floyd sat in the back seat with a machine gun. On the drive, they crashed into a telephone pole and had the girls tow the car into town for repairs. While there, Floyd and Ricchetti apparently were spotted by police, so the girls left without them. Ricchetti was captured during a gunfight. Floyd escaped and hitched a ride on October 22, 1934. He was spotted by lawmen who tracked him to a farmhouse, where an estimated 50 rounds were fired at him as he tried to escape through the woods. A mere 3 bullets struck him, and he died 15 minutes later. Ricchetti was subsequently tried for the Kansas City Massacre, sentenced to death, and executed on October 7, 1938. The $93,000 question. "Believe me, I'm not going to burn alone for this job." Richard Reese Whitmore. One of the most interesting tales to come from the gangster era involved one of the East Coast's biggest names. But he was the last one to be accused of the crime, and doubts still linger as to whether he was the actual bandit. On June 1, 1925, 5 bandits entered the Levy jewelry store on Main Street in Buffalo. They handcuffed the employees and customers to fixtures in the rear of the store and escaped with $50,000. $616,500 in 2010 dollars worth of jewels. No one was apprehended for the heist. Just 8 days later, on June 9th, a car with the treasure of the Wire Wheel Corporation was trailed from the Manufacturers and Traders Trust Company branch at Main and Swan Streets in Buffalo. At Nottingham Terrace and Elmwood Avenue, the car was forced from the road and robbed of its $6,000 payroll. One of Detroit's most notorious gangsters, Harry Harris, and one of his pals, Louis Stone, were arrested in Detroit on October 7, 1925, and believed to be responsible for multiple robberies in Buffalo and Niagara Falls, as well as other cities. Harris jumped bail on October 21st and escaped. A mere 9 days later, a sensational armed robbery took place in Buffalo, and Harris was immediately the prime suspect. That day, Marion Gould, his suspected wife, also jumped bail. A Federal Reserve Bank armored car pulled up to the Bank of Buffalo branch at Main and North Division Streets at 9:15 a.m. As the guard exited the truck to make a cash delivery, multiple things transpired at once. A bandit was standing by the door, and a car with bandits pulled next to the truck, and all began shooting. The driver of the armored car was struck and killed. The messenger carrying the bank bags was injured, and another guard was also shot, dying later. The bank employees never had a chance. The bandits grabbed the money bags containing $93,000, almost $1.2 million in 2010 dollars, and escaped in their car. Harris was immediately chosen from a rogues gallery of photos, as were Mike Sperazzi, Joe Cobierny, and George Dutch Anderson, other well-known gangsters. It was a sensational robbery that made national headlines. Buffalo police were searching for Harris when Philip Kozak was arrested in Detroit and took credit for the robbery. It was reported that the confession absolves Harry Harris and his gang. After traveling to Detroit to interview Kozak, Buffalo police determined that his confession was fabricated. Finally, on March 20, 1926, Baltimore prison escapee Richard Reese Whitmore, 28, known as the Candy Kid, was picked up in New York City with his wife Margaret and 6 members of his gang. Police say they admitted to 6 robberies, but denied involvement in the Buffalo robbery. Buffalo police maintained that Whitmore and his gang were the Bank of Buffalo crooks. Witnesses picked them out of lineups, and the Erie County District Attorney pressed to let Buffalo try him first. The trial for Whitmore began on April 19, 1926. He was positively identified by prosecution witnesses, while defense witnesses positively stated that he was not one of the bandits. Others said that Whitmore was in Philadelphia and could not have made it to Buffalo in time for the robbery. The case was given to the jury on April 27, 1926. At 10:30 p.m., they were still deliberating, but by 11 p.m., they told the judge that they were unable to reach a decision. The crowd in the courtroom cheered as the judge discharged the jury. Richard Reese Whitmore was sent to Baltimore to stand trial for the 1925 prison escape and guard murder. There he was found guilty and hanged in August 1926. Harry Harris was killed in Jacksonville, Florida during a gunfight with police on August 4, 1926. So who really pulled off the Bank of Buffalo robbery will probably never be known. The Millionaire Kid. Auburn is one of the finest clubs in the country. They'll never keep me there. Stanley Prisbill discussing Auburn Prison. In Buffalo during the late 1920s, a number of Polish gangsters proved to be dangerous, good-looking, and smart. Stanley, the Millionaire Kid Prisbill, was considered, at least by the press, the East Side's flashiest and most colorful criminal. He gained his nickname by his flair for excellent and well-tailored clothes, sporty cars, the bright lights, and gay ladies. On November 14, 1929, wealthy Buffalo businessman John L. Carson held a lavish dinner party for 18 prominent society members in his large suburban Snyder home to announce the engagement of his daughter. When the maids did not return with the desserts, the guests began to wonder what the delay was. Suddenly, 7 armed bandits entered the room. Their faces were covered by handkerchiefs. They wore long coats and hats, and they carried revolvers, automatics, and sawed-off shotguns. Led by Clinton Red Duke, 28, who directed Stanley Prisbill, his brother Edward, Theodore Rogotsky, William Siner, 24, and 2 others, they robbed the guests of money, jewels, and furs, totaling $250,000, $3.15 million in 2010 dollars. The biggest item was a $200,000 pearl necklace. On Thanksgiving Day, November 29th, Duke, Rogotsky, Duke's girlfriend Elizabeth Frank, Edward Prisbill, and Siner were arrested. Stanley Prisbill was also wanted but eluded the police. Duke was captured without incident at the Marquine Hotel. None of the stolen gems were recovered during the arrests. Police traced the gang to a hideout on Best Street, where they discovered a key ring, and 3 artificial pearls in the ashes of a stove. The rest of the jewelry was believed to have been taken to New York City the day after the robbery by Duke and sold. A January 1930 trial found all guilty of participation in the robbery. Duke was given 30 years to life, Rogotsky 25 years to life, Edward Prisbill 20 years to life, and Siner life in prison. Just 2 days later, Stanley Prisbill, 27, was arrested in Miami Beach with his married girlfriend, Ethel Mason, as they were entering their apartment. Prisbill stated, "There must be some mistake, gentlemen." They were returned to Buffalo, where a speedy February trial took place. It took jurors just an hour to find Prisbill guilty. Sentenced the same day as the blonde bandit and her pal, Prisbill received life in prison because of past offenses. His appeal was denied. Most of the jewels were never recovered. Bobbed-haired beauty. Bad booze and bad women. That is the combination that put me in this mess. Frank Minnick. The female gangster was not a common occurrence, especially in Buffalo. But when early 1924 arrived, so did she. Fortunately for the city of Buffalo, her reign was short and her punishment quick. Unlike 1929's blonde bandit, this girl was quiet, not cocky, and the crime was much more severe. According to a drunk 28-year-old Frank Minnick, "George Biddle told me he was going out to grab some easy money. I was so drunk, I agreed to go with him." Estelle Motzkowska, 18, had come to Buffalo from her home in Ohio in January because "I had heard about this city and became curious about it." She met Minnick on Tuesday, May 7th, the same day she moved into a rooming house on South Division Street. He knew her as Vera Lamont. About 9 o'clock on the night of Saturday, May 11th, 1924, the three walked to the August H. Holler jewelry store on Genesee Street. When the jeweler pulled out 2 trays, a shot was fired, Minnick said. The shot struck clerk Rufus Eller, who was killed. When Minnick awoke from his drunken stupor the following morning in Fang's Hotel in suburban Hamburg, Lamont was asleep next to him. He took a taxi back to Buffalo and stopped to get a newspaper. That was when he saw the headlines and vaguely remembered what had transpired the previous night. He was arrested and fingered Biddle as an accomplice. Biddle was also arrested as he entered his house. Lamont was the last arrested, found hiding in the room at the hotel. Minnick's trial came first, commencing on May 19th. It took the jury 23 minutes to find him guilty of murdering Rufus Eller. His sentence was death in the electric chair. His wife, angry and upset, said, "I hope and pray they will send the girl to the chair, too." Biddle's trial was next, and the state planned on using Stella/Vera as a witness against him. His trial commenced on May 24th. No one positively identified him, But Minnick's statement was used against him, and Stella testified against him. The jury deadlocked, and a mistrial was declared. During Stella's trial, she claimed she had been duped into the crime, and the two men took advantage of her. Her jury also deadlocked, so she pled guilty to first-degree manslaughter to avoid a second trial and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Biddle and Motzkowska both spent the better part of a year in jail awaiting new trials. Minnick, 26, who actually pulled the deadly trigger, died in the electric chair at Sing Sing prison on March 12, 1925. After Biddle's second trial, he was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. His wife, Helen, fought for his freedom, and Stella eventually spoke out on his behalf. New York Governor Alfred Smith agreed that he deserved a new trial, sparing him the electric chair. In December 1938, Biddle was pardoned by New York Governor Herbert Lehman and released on parole for life. The whereabouts of Stella and George after prison life are unknown. The Mafia, Part 1. The Barrel Murder. They will get me someday, and when they do, they will do a good job. I know it. When they are sure they can escape, they will fill me full of lead. It'll come, someday. Lieutenant Joseph Petrosino. Benedetto Madonia said he was a stonemason living in Buffalo, but he was a man unused to manual labor. His brother-in-law, Giuseppe di Priamo, was tied into a group of Sicilians in New York City. Madonia, according to his wife Lucy, had done work for these Sicilians, shuttling by rail from Pittsburgh to Chicago and Buffalo, a route the Secret Service had determined was used by counterfeiters, of which Madonia had a previous conviction back in Sicily. Around early March 1903, Di Priamo wrote his sister to say he was in trouble and needed $1,000, which Madonia raised. He sent the money to an acquaintance in New York City with instructions to help Di Priamo. With Madonia hundreds of miles away, he instead kept the money. Madonia sent letters and threats, but they fell on deaf ears. Finally, Madonia decided to travel to New York to secure the return of his money. He arrived in New York City around April 3, 1903, and over the next week he tried to retrieve his money from Giuseppe Clutch Morello, a leader of the Italian secret society. On the night of April 14th, Madonia was eating in a small restaurant on Prince Street when Morello and several of his men entered. Within moments, Madonia was restrained and dragged to a sink, where a 14-inch stiletto dagger was plunged into his throat. His throat was slashed and the blood poured into the sink. There was little mess. The killers wrapped fabric around his neck, and his body was stuffed into a waiting barrel. The barrel was then left on East 11th Street, where it was discovered the following morning. It was a baffling case for New York detectives, until Sergeant Joseph Petrosino, New York's expert on Italian crimes, joined the case. Petrosino was able to ascertain who the probable killers were, and they were arrested. More evidence poured in that finally identified the body as that of Madonia. Petrosino tracked the story to Madonia's brother-in-law, Di Priamo, who was in Sing Sing prison, and questioned him. When Di Priamo saw Madonia's photo, he identified him and said, "Yes, I know that man," and told Petrosino about him, but refused to give any information on Morello. Petrosino then traveled to Buffalo to meet Madonia's widow and explain her husband's fate. Petrosino took the little knowledge he gathered in Buffalo and headed back to New York, where 7 men, including Giuseppe Morello, were charged with Madonia's murder. It was believed that he was killed for demands to the Morello gang. The trial turned into a fiasco, as members of Morello's gang filled the courtroom to intimidate witnesses. Madonia's widow was unable to identify her husband's watch, which was found on the body. Her brother also denied that Morello or any of his men played a part in the murder. The main suspect, Tommaso Petto, was released, and the case remained unsolved. Joseph Petrosino went on to head an Italian squad that investigated murders, bombings, and Black Hand extortions. In 1909, Lieutenant Petrosino set sail to Sicily to conduct an investigation. It was to be a secret visit, but it turned out that many people knew of his visit, including the mafia. On March 13, 1909, Petrosino was murdered in Sicily, and Morello was the main suspect. Joe, the boss Masseria, designated Morello as boss of all bosses until August 15, 1930, when he was gunned down in his office. Early mafia families. You can no longer tell a mobster by his fedora hat. Ron Fino, former local 210 business manager and FBI informant. From the earliest days of the 20th century, several different men emerged as potential or possible mafia leaders. Even as early as the 1920s, Buffalo police believed there was an Italian secret society, but the vow of silence, later known as omerta, was always present. Rarely did witnesses even come forward for fear of reprisal. To the uninitiated, a brief outline of how a mafia family or La Cosa Nostra, LCN, operates is necessary. At the top is the boss, who usually reigns supreme. Generally next in command is the underboss, but the consigliere is often higher than the underboss and is the voice of reason for the boss. Sometimes the consigliere is a lawyer or an elderly mafioso. Under the underboss are the capo regime, or capos, or captains, who run a crew of soldiers. These are the people who are out on the streets doing all the work, making the money. All of these people, in the old days, primarily Sicilian, were made men and official members of La Cosa Nostra. At the very bottom are the associates, people who are not official made members of the mob, but who are out doing the dirty work, sometimes trying to become made members, and other times on the outside just sending a cut of their crimes to the capo in their area. One of the earliest references claims that Angelo Puma, from the same city as later leaders Angelo B. Palmieri and Stefano Magaddino, was a mafia leader. He supposedly was involved in blackmail, extortion, and gambling enterprises. Buffalo's Little Italy, located in what was left of the Erie Canal District on Buffalo's waterfront, was where a suspected criminal organization was operating, controlling the gambling and vice enjoyed by the longshoremen and sailors. On April 26, 1929, a tremendous explosion ripped through the former Frontier Hotel owned by Puma, who had been associated with Philip Mazzara, Philip Manor, and Joseph Di Benedetto. The powerful explosion blew out windows in buildings across the street. Puma was the target, but he was not home that night and survived the murder attempt. There were two men who are generally acknowledged as the first leaders of Buffalo's mafia, Giuseppe Don Pietro, or Joe DeCarlo, and Angelo Buffalo Bill Palmieri. Most historians believe that DeCarlo was the first real boss and Palmieri a top lieutenant. The two men were also related, as Palmieri married a cousin of DeCarlo's wife. Palmieri owned a saloon on Court Street, and DeCarlo owned Buffalo Italian Importing Company just a few blocks down. DeCarlo was called Overlord of Buffalo's Italian colony by the local press and was considered a powerful crime boss. Originally settling in Brooklyn, he moved to Buffalo in 1908. By 1920, he was proprietor of a saloon on Front Avenue. As time went on, he acquired other saloons, including one on Dante Place, which was on Buffalo's Erie Canal and was previously known as Canal Street before the large influx of Italians in the early 20th century. According to news reports, DeCarlo built up powerful connections with other Italians around the country. Fellow countrymen sought him out for help, and he became the big boss of Buffalo. There are claims that DeCarlo controlled the docks, but no proof of that has surfaced. Palmieri hailed from Castellammare del Golfo, Sicily, and was called Buffalo Bill by police because he wore 5-gallon hats and carried a pistol in a holster in full view of any who cared to look. He was an old-school mustache Pete, as they were called, who extorted money from groceries, pushcart vendors, and Italian food vendors, and was possibly involved in Black Hand activities. The Black Hand was a mysterious extortion racket where the victim received a letter demanding money or a threat of violence would result. It was often signed with the picture of a black hand. About 1919, Palmieri moved to Niagara Falls, about 20 miles north of Buffalo, leaving Buffalo to the more powerful DeCarlo. DeCarlo had a son named Joe Jr. who took after his old man. He was a born gangster. When his father died on July 9, 1922, Jr. may have assumed that he would take over the family business, but he was never able to fill Don Pietro's shoes. "He's just a punk," one Buffalo detective declared. It is believed that Palmieri contacted Magaddino in Brooklyn and asked if he was interested in running the rackets in Buffalo. Not long after, Magaddino arrived in Buffalo, worked in a produce market for about a month, and then moved to Niagara Falls, where he would settle. Palmieri then began an advisory role as Magaddino ascended the underworld ladder. In November 1922, Jr. was involved in a cocaine ring after persuading a friend, busy Joe Patitucci, to purchase from him at a higher price. When federal agents raided Patitucci's Stella restaurant, they flipped Patitucci, convincing him to submit information about his associates. In August 1923, DeCarlo was arrested along with Pete the Slash Gillelli. On January 1, 1924, Patitucci was shot outside Frank Lumia's restaurant, but he was not killed. A police officer was able to get the license plate of the escape vehicle owned by Joseph Rufino. DeCarlo, Rufino, Gaetano Capodicaso, and Gillelli were subsequently arrested for the shooting. The case was prosecuted by Colonel William J. Donovan, a Buffalonian and federal attorney. When the jury returned the verdicts, only Capodicaso was acquitted. DeCarlo received 6 years in Atlanta prison and was fined $5,000. DeCarlo and Rufino appealed their convictions and did not begin serving their sentences until April 1925. Just a month later, Angelo Palmieri and Capodicaso were arrested for illegally obtaining pistol permits. The result is not known. DeCarlo was transferred to a reformatory in Ohio after serving a portion of his sentence. His stay there was apparently pretty cushy. A story he never denied said that the warden let DeCarlo borrow his car and leave the prison. He was released in 1929, and with his brother Sam and cohorts John Peanuts Tronalone, Salvatore, and Joseph Pieri, controlled most of the gambling in Buffalo, paying tribute to boss Magaddino. On December 21, 1932, Palmieri died of a heart attack while sitting in his automobile in front of his home. He was only 52. His death was a blow to many who were experiencing the crush of the Great Depression. Palmieri had become a good Samaritan over the years, and many came to rely on him for food or a small gift of cash. DeCarlo's growing gambling business had gained so much attention that the Buffalo Police Department named him its first public enemy number 1. Between 1930 and 1945, he accumulated over 20 arrests and was constantly harassed by the police. His associates Joseph Rufino and Anthony Perna were arrested on charges of passing a counterfeit bill in February 1933. Rufino was convicted in April 1933. On July 27, 1936, DeCarlo and Tronalone were arrested for assaulting a bookmaker at the Cheektowaga Dog Racetrack. Both were acquitted the following March. DeCarlo's bad luck continued in April 1938, when he was sentenced to 1 year for coercion related to a cigarette vending business. A Buffalo police captain was suspended and fired in May 1938 for soliciting business for Joe DeCarlo when he was caught trying to get a DeCarlo vending machine into the Little Harlem restaurant in Buffalo. DeCarlo was again indicted in September 1939 on conspiracy charges related to vending machines after the testimony by former police captain Daniel G. Regan, who retired after his brush with DeCarlo and the law. The charges were part of an investigation into municipal corruption. DeCarlo went into hiding for 9 months. finally appearing in late May 1940. He was charged along with Regan and 2 others with obtaining control of and dominating activities of bookmakers, gamblers, dealers, and users of slot, digger, and vending machines, pin and skee-ball games, and musical instruments. The grand jury charged former Buffalo Police Commissioner James W. Higgins, Democratic State Committeeman Julius Caputo, Frank A. Tony DeFusto, 2 police lieutenants, Erie County Democratic Chairman Frank J. Carr, and 3 others with conspiracy to obstruct enforcement of gambling laws. It was believed that big-time gambler Tony DeFusto built the house in the Adirondacks for the police commissioner in exchange for allowing gambling in Buffalo. Higgins and 6 others were still cleared of the charges, but Caputo, 39, pleaded guilty to 2 charges, one of which involved police protection for gamblers, and received a 2-year prison sentence and a $1,000 fine. Caputo had run a bookmaking operation from a Niagara Street building for at least 5 years and was friendly with Herman Weinstein. In November 1944, a special grand jury indicted DiCarlo and Tronalone on gambling charges. It was believed that the underworld controlled millions in bookmaking, and Buffalo police under his control were transferred and broken on orders from racketeers and gamblers. The grand jury arose from a one-man crusade against alleged gambling and vice started by Edward J. Pospischal, a suburban gas station proprietor. Pospischal complained to then New York Governor Herbert Lehman about corruption in Buffalo and suburban Cheektowaga and Sloan as far back as early 1941. In November 1944, Pospischal accused Buffalo police of covering up for Joe DiCarlo. He found out the hard way the price of crossing the Gangsters in Buffalo. Case after case brought before Buffalo's courts ended with small fines, some as low as $25, and the release of suspected gamblers. On January 28, 1945, the bullet-torn body of Edward Pospischal was found frozen and tossed in a dirty snowbank along an isolated stretch of River Road. An autopsy showed he had been beaten about the head and shot 5 times in the head and neck. One man questioned during Pospischal's murder trial was William E. Willie the Whale Castellani, a dapper gambling figure. Castellani had hurriedly left the Elmwood Avenue apartment of his girlfriend the day Pospischal was killed, leading police to suspect that he was involved in the murder. Pospischal had demanded police investigate an alleged gambling establishment on Michigan Avenue that Castellani had been linked to. Despite all his misdeeds, Castellani decided to reconcile with his wife, and they planned to be remarried. On March 16, 1945, just hours before the ceremony, Castellani was found by his wife with 1 bullet in his head from an apparent suicide. She conveniently removed the gun from his hand. The coroner agreed that it was suicide and did not perform an autopsy. Whether Castellani was killed by a rival, his wife, or his own hand may never be known. Pospischal's murder case eventually went cold, but in 1956, during construction of the New York State Thruway, a .32 caliber pistol was found in the vicinity of where Pospischal's body was found. After testing, it was determined that it was not the murder weapon. After a trial in April 1945, DiCarlo and Tronalone were both found guilty of conspiracy to violate gambling laws. Police Captain Thomas F. O'Neill, 40, whose billy club was found near Pospischal's body, was convicted of willful neglect and omission of duty for failing to suppress gambling. O'Neill received a 6-month sentence, while DiCarlo and Tronalone received 18 months. All were fined $500, and all 3 appealed their sentences. Only O'Neill was granted a new trial. In February 1946, he was exonerated, returned to active duty, and received $2,800 in back pay. After this last prison stint, DiCarlo and his gang relocated to Youngstown, Ohio, realizing that the constant surveillance and police pressure in Buffalo would not allow him to profitably run his operations any longer. DeCarlo found Youngstown politicians and city officials tolerant of his activities until a racket-busting mayor was elected in 1947, making his life miserable. With the heat on, DeCarlo decided to try other cons to get by. In 1948, he bet $16,000 on the World Series, lost, and welched on the bet. During this time, he was desperate for a big killing. He got mixed up in fixing a boxing match between middleweight boxer Jake LaMotta and Tony Gennaro in June 1947. In 1951, the U.S. Senate linked DeCarlo with Chicago and New York City mobsters during the Kefauver crime hearings. On January 19, 1951, he was a witness before the committee and refused to answer pertinent questions. DeCarlo was subsequently charged with contempt, but in 1952 the charges were dropped. After being forced to the Youngstown suburbs, DeCarlo and his gang left town and moved to Miami Beach, Florida. When he threw a lavish $35,000 wedding reception for his daughter in February 1955, supposedly paid for by his pal Michael "Trigger Mike" Coppola of New York City, federal officials decided it was time for Joe to finish paying the remaining $4,000 fine he still owed the government. DeCarlo's Miami interests were not as good as he thought, and he eventually moved back to Buffalo. In August 1961, he was questioned by police after Anthony Palestine, 21, and Vincent Santangelo, 22, were found killed gangland-style in a field in the Buffalo suburb of Lancaster. In January 1966, DeCarlo's wife Elsie died. The funeral arrangements were handled by the Magadino Memorial Chapel. In 1973, an FBI affidavit called him a syndicate lieutenant tied to local gambling and loan sharking activities. He was 73 years old at the time. DeCarlo died on October 10, 1980, at the Hamlin Terrace Nursing Home after a lengthy illness, ending the life of one of Buffalo's original gangsters. John Tronalone never moved back to Buffalo, as his stature in the Cosa Nostra grew over the years. According to one account, he was made in Cleveland in the 1940s. He made Miami his home after he and the DeCarlo gang moved there in the mid-40s. Tronalone became consigliere of the Cleveland family under boss Jack Licavoli and underboss Angelo Leonardo. He would become a figurehead boss in 1983 after Leonardo became a government witness. The Genovese family represented Cleveland on the Mafia Commission, and they had to go through Tronalone any time they wanted to contact Tony Salerno, head of the Genovese family. Tronalone was convicted in 1975 of operating a bookmaking operation that grossed over $1 million per week. He was fined $2,000 and sentenced to 2 years in prison. In 1981, Tronalone and 14 other mobsters were indicted on federal racketeering charges, including 29 counts of conspiracy to murder, labor racketeering, illegal gambling, bid rigging for local food and construction industries, and conspiracy to defraud the Teamsters Union through election fraud. In 1985, after Tronalone's acquittal on racketeering charges and the death of Licavoli, Tronalone became the permanent boss of the Cleveland family. In 1989, Tronalone was an old man, and apparently he let his guard down. He made a deal with an ex-Hells Angel to help fence some stolen diamonds. Instead of sending an underling to do his dirty work, he made the deal himself. The ex-Hells Angel was in actuality an undercover police officer, and Tronalone was arrested and subsequently convicted. On May 29, 1991, at age 80, Tronalone died while awaiting an appeal of his prison sentence. The Magadino family. I don't think it'll hurt him. All we're going to do is hold his hand. FBI agent Neil F. Welch, explaining to Magadino's attorney that he would need to be fingerprinted. The Western New York Mafia was controlled by the Magaddino family, specifically Stefano, the Old Man, Don Stefano, the Undertaker, Big Steve Magaddino, from 1922 until his death in 1974. There were 4 prominent members of his family: Antonino, Nino, his brother; Peter A., Stefano's son; Peter J., Nino's son; and Peter J., Nino and Stefano's cousin. Magaddino was one of the most elusive mafia dons in American mafia history. He never gave an interview, never posed for photos, and was a respected businessman in Niagara Falls. His family was active in civic affairs like Easter seals, but their dark side was always close to the surface. He's a man who liked peace, not war, but if he had to use violence, he would. As someone close to them noted, these people had a hand in everything. They had people in the DA's office. They had people in police departments. They had judges, lawyers. Just about everybody was working for them. Stefano never used the telephone to transmit messages, preferring word of mouth. He had a high-pitched voice and often dominated conversations that were usually in his native Sicilian. When disputes arose, he would have meetings, sometimes in his home, where they would get together and talk it over, and the old man would quiet it down. He didn't gamble, he didn't drink, he didn't smoke, and he didn't cheat on his wife. He was an anomaly in mob circles. For many years, Magaddino commanded by the power of respect, with some fear thrown in. Stefano was born on October 10, 1891, in Castellammare del Golfo, Sicily. He was 5 feet 8 inches tall, 175 pounds, with brown eyes and gray hair by the 1960s. He arrived in the United States on February 7, 1909, aboard the SS San Giorgio. He settled in Brooklyn from 1909 to 1922 and lived on Roebling Street. He married Carmela Corrado on October 19, 1913, in Brooklyn. She was born on February 1, 1894, in Castellammare del Golfo and arrived in the United States on November 15, 1909. Magaddino was involved in a family feud that had killed his brother Pietro in Sicily, as well as members of the Buccellato clan. When he arrived in America, the feud continued. Camillo Caiozzo was the suspected killer of his brother, so when he arrived in America, Magaddino was waiting for him. Magaddino and Gaspar Milazzo, also from Castellammare del Golfo, ran an influential gang in Brooklyn that became known as the Good Killers in the 1910s. They forced Bartolo Fontano to kill his friend Caiozzo, but the murder ate away at Fontano. In 1921, the organization of Bonventure and Magaddino families and their allies made national headlines after the body of Caiozzo was discovered in New Jersey. Fontano confessed to New York City Police Detective Sergeant Michael Fiaschetti, saying his friend's ghost haunted him. Magaddino, thought to be the leader of this criminal syndicate, was lured to Grand Central Station in New York City by Fontano under the guise of needing money to escape. When they met, Magaddino told him to take a train to Buffalo, where the chief would take care of him. Magaddino was then arrested. It was August 16, 1921, and his first recorded American arrest. Angered by the deception, he attacked Fontano in the police station, and during the altercation, Magaddino was struck by a police nightstick. The press went wild with the stories, and nationwide coverage of a string of murders grew. Some cities tried to close cold cases and link them to the Good Killers. Magaddino and 5 others were held on suspicion of murder. When extradition papers were finally filed for the men, only 3 were included, and Magaddino was released after 30 days. Shortly after, Magaddino and Gaspar Milazzo were ambushed and shot at as they walked out of a Brooklyn store. It was believed that the murder attempt was from members of the Buccellato family. Magaddino and Milazzo were suspects in Buccellato retaliation shootings and thought it was an opportune time to leave Brooklyn. Milazzo landed in Detroit, and Magaddino headed to Buffalo. An FBI informant acquainted with Stefano said that from 1916 to 1921, Magaddino used to travel from city to city selling cheap olive oil and scaring people into purchasing oil from him. After arriving in western New York, Magaddino became involved in bootlegging. He said, me and his cousin Joe Bonanno, had about 40 trucks on the road. Buffalo and Niagara Falls, I accumulated about 40 trucks, cars, salesmen, cars, and every obscene thing. This was the only reference found to Bonanno participating in his bootlegging operation, which was before Bonanno became a mafia boss. Magaddino's first known western New York arrest was on April 22, 1924, by Niagara Falls police when he was charged with cruelty to animals. Disposition was never known. Stefano claimed to be a salesman for a wholesale fruit and grocery firm from about 1925 to 1930. He later bragged that at the same time he was making $10,000 a day, about $120,000 in 2010 dollars, through illegal gambling. In 1927, Stefano was interested in the Falls Bottling Works Company with Peter Certo and Mrs. Catherine Certo. On May 31, 1930, Gaspar Milazzo was gunned down in Detroit in what some historians believe was the primary catalyst of the Castellamarese War, which broke out in New York City. The principals behind the war were Salvatore Maranzano, who had taken over the Brooklyn Castellamarese family with Magaddino's blessing, and Joe the Boss Masseria, said to be mafia boss of bosses. Magaddino aligned with his fellow countryman Maranzano. It has been widely stated that Magaddino sent $5,000 a week to Maranzano, but that information comes from mob turncoat Joe Valachi's memory and is unverifiable. The war came to an end on April 15, 1931, when Masseria was killed. Maranzano now wanted to eliminate those who had opposed him during the war. Even Magaddino refused to contribute $10,000 asked of him for Maranzano's private fund. Maranzano was murdered 6 months later on September 10th in his Park Avenue office. What has become known as the Mafia Commission was formed at this time, and by the first meeting, Magaddino was a member of the 7-man committee. The Magaddinos had 4 children, 3 daughters, and a son, Peter A. Big Pete Magaddino, born on February 25, 1917, in Brooklyn, New York. Peter attended Georgetown University for 2 years and also enrolled in law school at University of Buffalo. One source said he received a bachelor's of law degree from Georgetown University. Peter married Frances Montana, niece of John C. Montana, and they had 2 sons. In 1933, Stefano formed Power City Distributing Company, of which he was the president. This legitimate beer distributor opened immediately after Prohibition ended and was located in Niagara Falls. The company carried Utica Club, O'Keefe's, Pfeiffer's, and Budweiser. Magaddino had an office there, but never spent a great deal of time around the office. In 1934, the New York State Liquor Authority had a suspicion that Magaddino was at the time interested in the business of smuggling aliens into the United States. On January 23, 1947, gun permit 2450 was issued to Magaddino by the Niagara County Clerk. It was renewed in 1949 and was still active in 1958. The Magaddino Funeral Home was the next big enterprise the family got involved in. Originally started by Paul Palmieri and Alfred Panepinto, the business operated from 1925 to 1935. Palmieri was Angelo Palmieri's younger brother. In 1935, Palmieri and Peter Spallino began a partnership that lasted until 1939 or 1940, but Palmieri was not listed as an undertaker in any city directories. It is believed that Nino Magaddino became Palmieri's partner around 1940. The business was chartered on July 3, 1940, with $10,000 capital stock. Palmieri decided to leave town and relocated in New Jersey. On February 13, 1942, the Magadinos took over the business, and the name was changed to Magadino Funeral Home, Incorporated. Peter A. was president and became the licensed embalmer in 1948 after graduating from mortuary school, and his sister, Angeline LaDuca, was secretary. Business sales averaged $40,000 annually, and a new building was erected in 1955 on Niagara Street that cost over $100,000. On April 20, 1955, the business was renamed Magadino Memorial Chapel, Incorporated. An FBI informant believed that it held only 40 to 50 funerals a year, not nearly enough to cover the overhead of the new building. Throughout the years, Nino worked nearly every funeral, and by 1957 he was vice president and treasurer. Antonino, Nino, Antonio, Tony Magadino was born on June 18, 1897, in Castellamore del Golfo, Sicily. He was 5 feet 11 inches tall and 185 pounds. INS records report Nino's arrival in New York City aboard the SS Patria on November 1, 1923, after being summoned by his brother Stefano. He was married on February 2, 1922, in Italy, to Vincenza Vincinente Vitale, who was born on May 11, 1895, in Castellamare del Golfo. Their daughter, Josephine Magadino, was born on May 30, 1924, in Italy, and Pietro, Peter Jr., was born on January 12, 1923, in Italy. Both children were admitted to the United States from Canada on September 1, 1950, having lived there since 1948. Peter also worked at the funeral home for many years. Nino was arrested in 1916 in Trapani, Italy, for double murder and received 6 months clandestine expatriation, which was common in Italy prior to 1935. He was acquitted and pardoned in 1930. The same year he was also arrested for clandestine activities, held for 1 month, and homicide, held for nearly a year and then released for insufficient evidence. He was arrested by U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service on February 21, 1935, and charged with illegally entering the country. John C. Montana, president of Van Dyke Taxi, appeared as a character witness at his hearing and said Nino was upright, honest, and sober. Nino was granted citizenship on January 21, 1948, and Niagara Falls attorney Anthony Scalzo was a witness. In 1940, the United States Treasury received word from a representative in Milan, Italy, that the Grand Council of the Sicilian underworld was composed of 9 individuals, including Stefano Magardino, and that these men pass on and direct all of the affairs carried on by this gang throughout the United States and Europe. Of course, they were unable to find such a person in Niagara Falls, since Stefano Magardino was not a listed person in Niagara Falls. In 1951, the book Mafia listed Stefano Magardino as a leader in organized crime in America. Niagara Falls in those days was known as a honky-tonk border city where prostitutes outnumbered salesgirls and bookies blared out race results to passers-by in the streets. It was known for its chemical plants, hydroelectric power, and red light districts. During World War II, the U.S. Army forced Niagara Falls to clean up its act. Nino and Stefano had another brother, Gaspare, who came to America. He initially immigrated to Brooklyn before 1910 and married Pietrina Corrado, who was the sister of Stefano's wife, Carmela. According to his petition for naturalization and Ellis Island record, Gaspare arrived in the United States with his wife at the port of New York aboard the SS Normandy on September 2, 1935. His son Giovanni, John, was born in Brooklyn in 1913. While in Brooklyn, Gaspare worked as a baker in the bakery owned by relatives Vito and Salvatore Bonventure. Immigration records reveal that Gaspare arrived in the United States again in 1935 from Tunisia, Africa, and moved to Niagara Falls with his wife and son John. While in Niagara Falls, Gaspare operated his own bakery and became a well-known resident of the city. Although no criminal records were found for Gaspare in Niagara Falls, speculation has surfaced that he had some power in the Buffalo crime family headed by his brother Stefano. Locals tend to believe that Gaspare was the crime boss until his death, but most historians believe Stefano was always boss. Gaspare died on August 16, 1950. More than 1,000 people attended his funeral, which was held at the Magadino Funeral Home and then St. Joseph's Church. There were 350 automobiles in the funeral procession that stretched 8 blocks and tied up traffic on Pine Avenue for more than an hour. Burial was in St. Joseph's Cemetery. Stefano purchased a home on Lower Mountain Road in Cambria, New York in 1944 and sold it in 1972. The property had 47 acres of land, several acres of grapes, and was used as a summer retreat until about 1958, when the family moved into their new home in suburban Lewiston, New York. In 1946, Nino's FBI file said he was living with Stefano on Whitney Avenue in Niagara Falls, but he later purchased a home across the street. The former superintendent of police in Niagara Falls, Martin T. Considine, said in 1949 that Nino and another man offered to shut down all the gambling joints during a police chief convention. It is not believed that the offer was accepted. Niagara County Undersheriff Arthur Musiner said in 1952 that Stefano and his son Peter had great criminal influence in the Niagara Falls area. After bootlegging, gambling was the main source of income for the Magadino family. By 1957, it is strongly believed that Stefano was the chairman of the Mafia Commission. With several issues going on in the Cosa Nostra, he was asked to call a meeting of the commission, which he planned for November 1957 in Appalachian, New York. FBI agent Joseph Griffin was assigned to the Buffalo office in 1964, joining 3 other agents. He often teamed up with Bill Rosselli during the early years. Griffin said, "During my first 2 years in Buffalo, we conducted an average of 3 raids per week against ARM, slang for Buffalo bookmakers. Combined with the intelligence they were receiving, they felt they were making an impact against the Magadino family." Niagara Falls, known as the honeymoon capital, once ill-famed for prostitution and vice, was considered clean by 1958. On July 25, 1958, revocation proceedings started against Power City Distributing by the New York State Liquor Authority to revoke its license due to 16 infractions. Magadino's son-in-law, Charles Montana, secretary of the corporation, filed a petition for voluntary bankruptcy on July 22, 1958. On August 23, 1958, Power City was found guilty of 18 charges and ordered to surrender its liquor license, with an auction held September 4, 1958, to sell all the assets. For the first time since Prohibition, Magadino was out of the beer business. Magadino was served a subpoena in early November 1958 to testify before the New York State Investigating Commission, but it was postponed. The following week he was sent a warning when a grenade was tossed through his kitchen window. When he saw the grenade, he threw it back out the window, but it turned out to be a dummy. No one was injured, but it has been said that all his windows were replaced with bulletproof glass after that episode. Stefano finally testified before the State Crime Commission on January 14, 1959, and refused 37 times to answer questions. He even refused to say whether or not he could write English. He did say he was a $100 a week salesman for Camellia Linen Supply Company, which was formed by Charles Montana after purchasing the community laundry in Buffalo. Stefano's wife was also a partner after investing $10,000. They had a Niagara Falls distribution site on Market Street, as well as an outlet on Haberley Avenue. The business catered to restaurants and barber shops. They would offer to undercut the current supplier by a few cents and once they were the supplier, raised the prices back to where they were, or higher. Few dared complain. During this time, Nino claimed to be employed as a chef at Andy's restaurant in Buffalo. Employment records show he was employed from April 3, 1954, until December 7, 1957, when he quit. He made $90 per week, plus meal allowance. However, there was no indication that he actually worked there. As Stefano's sibling, Nino enjoyed the prestige of being the boss's brother. He dressed in fine clothes, kept a gumar, girlfriend, and would often spend time in the nightclubs and gambling joints in Buffalo and Niagara Falls. Nino often carried Stefano's messages to his troops. Whatever he said, it was like the old man talking, a local mobster explained in 1974. Stefano appeared to be the buttoned-up opposite of his brother. He dressed conservatively and kept a very low profile. Even in death he has a simple headstone, no mausoleum or large family plot like John Montana has. The differences between Stefano and Nino were obvious in June 1963, when Stefano said that Nino spent all of his money on women, and he and Stefano had to support Nino's family. He said that Nino was a playboy, and he hated that. In October 1963, Stefano again complained about Nino having led a loose life. In February 1964, Stefano said that Nino was boastful, a liar, immoral, and had apparently threatened to be a stool pigeon. Stefano told Nino he would not have lived if he was anyone else, and he was not grateful for the help he was given while Nino was hiding out after Appalachian. The Magadinos watched with interest as mob turncoat Joe Valachi testified on live television in October 1963, naming Magadino as a mafia leader. A Niagara Falls Gazette reporter visited Magadino's home in Lewiston looking for a comment and was greeted by his wife. "He doesn't want to make any comment. He is a very, very sick man. Please do not bother him," she said. When asked if she wanted to make a comment, Mrs. Magadino replied, "What do you want from me? I am a very sick woman. Do you want to kill me?" Magadino was heard on a wiretap saying, "We passed laws that this guy has got to die." He generally deemed Valachi's stories as fairy tales, knowing in fact that much of them were quite accurate. The stress probably did have an impact on his ability to run his crime family as well as his health. During a wiretapped conversation between Vincent Scrow and attorney Al Pacini, Scrow describes his father-in-law's temperament in 1963. "He's been awful nervous lately. He was out to dinner at some restaurant the other night, and some big fat woman was sitting at another table, and she was talking about the Cosa Nostra and Magadino and all that obscenity, and they could hear her. Dad was pretty upset." Pietrina Magadino, Gaspare's wife, died on June 17, 1964. Services were held at the Magadino Memorial Chapel. The FBI hid in a concealed position to photograph attendees to the funeral home on June 19, 1964. Peter A., Peter J., Stefano, Sam Rangatore, and others were seen. Up until 4:10 p.m., Stefano was still present, but later that night he was hospitalized after suffering another heart attack. His first known heart attack was on February 28, 1960. That same month, tax liens against Magadino and other family members had been filed in U.S. tax court. Magadino's paranoia started to really show on November 27, 1964, when he began accusing former friends as being spies and operating against him. He discussed how his cousin, Joseph Bonanno, was talking with others in Montreal who were working against him. On December 9, 1964, he was heard again talking about Bonanno with an unidentified man, accusing Bonanno of being a sick man, a spiro, police spy. He said that during Bonanno's early years in America, he helped him financially, sending him $1,500 or $1,600, probably dollars, and paying his expenses. On January 21, 1965, Magadino met with two unknown subjects and detailed the growth of La Cosa Nostra in the United States, starting when he was 17 years old, around 1910. Stefano was to face another grand jury, this time investigating Bonanno's disappearance on May 5, 1965, but he was suddenly taken to Niagara Falls Memorial Hospital. He was treated by private and court-appointed physicians for a heart ailment and was conveniently released on May 24th, after the grand jury was no longer in session, thus missing his opportunity to testify. On July 12, 1965, the U.S. Department of Justice ordered the FBI to terminate all of our microphones, according to FBI agent Griffin. In August 1968, Magaddino was called as a witness in Joseph Cerrito v. Time, Incorporated. Stefano claimed to be too ill to testify. The court was willing to convene in his home or a hospital room so he could testify, but his lawyer, Joseph P. Ranfola, insisted that doctors be consulted to state that any testimony, even in the comfort of his bed, would be too much. He never did testify. One of Niagara Falls' biggest gamblers was Benjamin Nicoletti Sr., born in Valguanera, Italy on January 28, 1911. He was one of the top bookmakers in Niagara Falls and operated craps games in various local towns. First arrested in 1930 on a robbery charge, in 1939 he began his gambling arrest record. According to Special Agent Griffin of the FBI, an informant told him that Benjamin Nicoletti Sr. was supervising a bookmaking operation for Stefano Magaddino. He deals directly through his son, Benjamin Nicoletti Jr., who employs Patsy Passero, Gino Monaco, Louis Tavano, Sam Pugliese, Augie Rizzo, and Mike Farella as bookmakers. Once a week, normally on Tuesday, Benjamin Nicoletti Jr. meets with his father to balance their books, with the son passing on to the father the percentage of the profits due to the father and the percentage of profits due to Stefano Magaddino. Nicoletti Sr. then settles up with Stefano Magaddino. FBI agents began to notice a pattern by at least April 1968, in which Nicoletti Sr. and Peter A. would meet at a local restaurant, talk business for a short time, and then depart separately. In April and May, they were observed in the Kmart cafeteria on Military Road in Niagara Falls. Some conversations indicated that Peter would assume control as head of the family. FBI agents covertly watched as Peter A. met with Nicoletti Sr. on 4 Tuesdays, starting on October 1, 1968, at Round the Clock Restaurant in Niagara Falls. On October 8, 1968, they met at Your Host Restaurant on Niagara Falls Boulevard in Tonawanda, New York, sitting in the last booth. Peter was overheard by an FBI agent sitting in an adjacent booth talking about himself as taking over when his father stepped down. As he got ready to leave, he was handed a rolled-up piece of paper, possibly the payment. They both then left about 5 minutes apart. For the next couple meetings, October 29th and November 12th, they again met at Your Host. Nicoletti was observed handing something under the table to Magaddino, who also reached under the table and then placed his hand in his left pocket. On Tuesday, November 26, 1968, arrest and search warrants were executed for members of the Magaddino crime family after Peter and Nicoletti had their last fateful meeting at Round the Clock Restaurant. Both were apprehended outside the restaurant. Police officers searched Nicoletti's 1965 Cadillac after arresting him, and found a purchase order for a brand-new black 1969 Cadillac and miscellaneous paperwork, but nothing incriminating. Simultaneously, New York State Police and FBI agents arrested Gino Frank Monaco, Sam Joseph Pugliese, Michael Farella, Augustine Rizzo, Patsy Passero, and Louis Tavano. But Benjamin Nicoletti Jr. was not found. Aware of Stefano's weak heart and avoidance of any testimony in recent years, the FBI decided to take it easy on the old man. At 3:40 p.m., he was pulled over in a car driven by his brother Nino on Ferry Avenue. FBI agent Joseph Griffin walked up to the car as Stefano was munching on a bag of peanuts and handed him a warrant for his arrest, telling him he needed to report to federal court in Buffalo by the next morning. Magaddino proceeded straight home and apparently went to bed and did not appear in court as authorized. He was put under 24-hour watch with 4 federal marshals stationed outside his home. Stefano's home was not searched that day, but the other homes were. A minute bit of evidence was found. At Nicoletti Sr.'s home, they found, among other items, a few decks of cards, a few $100, a pair of dice, a football pool ticket, and an address book. In Nicoletti Jr.'s house, they found correspondence to Canadian addresses, a few $100, and some miscellaneous items. In Patsy Passero's 1965 Dodge, they found $1,565, while in his home they recovered 4 telephones, dice, playing cards, racing forms, and other miscellaneous items. In Sam Pugliesi's home, they found some flash paper, about $150, and some racing forms. At Niagara Sundry, where Michael Farella was working, agents found racing forms, a telephone, 21 pieces of white paper, and some pens and a pencil. So far, this hardly exposed a clandestine organization and vast gambling empire. It looked like either the raids may have been premature, or the Magaddino family was not nearly as powerful as was suspected by the authorities. The search of Agostine Rizzo's home in nearby North Tonawanda turned up a somewhat better cache than they had found in the other homes. Racing forms, playing cards, dice, a Bay State single-barrel sawed-off shotgun, and an H&R .32 caliber revolver. When authorities searched the Magaddino Memorial Chapel, everything began to look brighter. Inside Peter A.'s office, they found $1,235 in the lower left desk drawer, $1,740 in the top drawer of a file cabinet, a brown vinyl briefcase in the third drawer of the file cabinet containing 4 envelopes with 4 bundles of money, $4,371 in a white envelope, $11,000 wrapped in yellow-lined paper, $3,600 in a white envelope, and $8,045 in a small white envelope, totaling $27,016, and finally $8,000 wrapped in aluminum foil in a locked metal box in the bottom drawer of the file cabinet, for a grand total of $37,991, or over $235,000 in 2010 dollars. The search concluded at 6:50 p.m. Peter would later claim this was money that he had not yet deposited from funerals, but the authorities did not buy it. The turning point really came when the FBI searched Peter's personal residence. Unlike the others, it looked like Peter and his father Stefano had been hiding something from the family. At 3:40 p.m., FBI agents found a suitcase, the location of which is still debatable. Some accounts say in the attic, and some say hidden in the bedroom. Regardless of where it was found, inside they discovered $473,134 in cash. That is over $2.9 million in 2010 dollars. Add the 2 findings, and you have over $3.1 million in money that was hidden from the Magaddino crime family by its boss and heir apparent. According to a story in Time magazine, Peter's wife, Frances, unaware of the suitcase and its vast sums of money, was upset by the finding. She swore and said, "He told me we didn't have enough money to go to Florida this year." They also found a loaded semi-automatic pistol and a list of names, addresses, and figures. Included on that list were Gaspar Di Gregorio of the Bonanno family, Joe Falcone of Utica, New York, Anthony Di Stefano of Fulton, New York, Fred and Victor Randaccio, and a few others, most members of the mob. Probably more important than anything found during the searches was the money and these names tying Magaddino to other suspected mafia members. The reason this was such a blow to the family started prior to the finding of the money. Peter Magaddino was preparing to become the next family boss. He went to the capos in 1967 and explained that it was a slow year, so they wouldn't be giving out any Christmas bonuses. Although the capos were unhappy, there was little they could do. When the $473,000 was discovered in Peter's house the following year, the family assumed that Peter and Stefano had been holding out on them for years, and all hell broke out. The fear and intimidation that Stefano had manifested for years slowly started to disintegrate. They knew Peter wasn't as strong as his father, and Stefano was just an old man. The family broke apart into several factions, each vying for control of the family. War was a concern. Peter, of course, stayed loyal to his father, but the arrest changed him. No longer was he all over town. Surveillance found him leaving home in the morning, going to the funeral chapel, and then heading back home in the evening. The Rochester, New York mafia family had been under Magaddino's control for years. After the money was discovered, its members suddenly declared that they were going to break free. Some of Magaddino's closest men were now against him, and his life could have been in danger. Due to Magaddino's position on the Mafia Commission, he was allowed to retain 15% of Rochester's gambling operation until his supposed retirement in June 1972. On November 29, 1968, U.S. Commissioner Edmund F. Maxwell traveled to the Lewiston home of Stefano and arraigned him on international racketeering and conspiracy charges while he lay in his bed wearing lime-colored pajamas. When Magaddino was being arraigned, Neil J. Welch, special agent in charge of the FBI, conducted searches of the homes of Magaddino and his three sons-in-law, Vincent Scrow, James Montana, and James LaDuca, all on Dana Drive in Lewiston, better known as the Magaddino compound. The searches found very little of substance to use in the prosecution of the Magaddino family. At Charles Montana's house, they found a .38 Colt Special and 3 reels of film. At Vincent Scrow's home, they found canceled checks, a couple betting slips, and some lined white paper containing names, addresses, and some figures. Very damning. But at James LaDuca's home, they hit the jackpot. 5 loose decks of B playing cards and 3 boxes of number 92 special B playing cards. At Magaddino's home, they were able to find a Smith & Wesson revolver, some miscellaneous items, and 1 black metal box containing papers. They also found a large empty safe in the basement. A federal grand jury indicted the group on December 4, 1968, charging them with using facilities in interstate commerce to promote gambling and conspiracy to do the same. On December 12, 1968, Federal Judge John O. Henderson, U.S. Attorney Andrew F. Phelan, a court reporter, and Attorney Joseph P. Runfola all met in the bedroom of Stefano Magaddino for his arraignment. Magaddino was once again tucked in his bed. Judge Henderson: "Mr. Magaddino, can you hear me?" Magaddino: "Yes," supposedly spoken weakly. The judge explained the reason for convening in his bedroom. Judge: "Do you understand?" Magaddino: "Yes." A plea of not guilty was entered by his attorney. The judge then asked Magaddino if he had any questions. Attorney Runfola said he had explained it to Magaddino and he understood the charges. Magaddino had no questions, and a mugshot was taken of him. Stefano's daughter Josephine died in March 1969. During the fall of 1969, Nino was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer and given 6 months to live. He had 1 cancerous lung removed in October 1969. By March 1970, he rarely left home, had lost considerable weight, and had difficulty walking. All his activity stopped. Nino's wife died on January 19, 1970, and the funeral was held on January 22nd. According to reports, Stefano did not attend the funeral, which had about 20 cars in the procession. Stefano was admitted to Buffalo General Hospital in March 1970 for 5 days of court-authorized examinations. A total of 9 physicians all concluded that if Magaddino were to testify or even be a defendant in a courtroom, it could be hazardous to life to subject. On May 26, 1970, Judge Henderson questioned Dr. Howard G. Bruin, who was consulted by the Department of Justice on how ill Magaddino really was. The court: if he came into this courtroom and faced trial, what do you think his life expectancy is, improved or lessened? The witness: lessened. The court: you recommend that he not be tried regardless of the merits? The witness: yes, sir. The court: because he might die in this room? The witness: yes, sir. The IRS placed a tax levy against Peter A. on May 20, 1970, in the amount of $1,055,979.72, $5.8 million in 2010 dollars, effectively freezing any assets he owned. Stefano entered Mount St. Mary's Hospital in Lewiston on May 13, 1970. On May 28, his personal physician, Dr. Pellicano, testified before Judge Henderson as to the state of his heart. The court: doctor, is there anything the government could do to create a condition whereby we would bring Mr. Magaddino into the courtroom without subjecting him to death? The witness: I don't believe so. In November 1970, Peter A. was hospitalized for what was thought to be cancer and had chest surgery to remove a non-malignant tumor. Nino died on April 13, 1971, at 73 years old. He had been hospitalized for about a week when cancer finally ravaged his body. His funeral was on April 15th, with burial next to his wife in St. Joseph's Cemetery. A funeral procession of 25 cars was escorted by motorcycle police. FBI agents did not see Stefano at the funeral home during the funeral. Peter A. assumed full control of the funeral home after Nino's death. On an almost daily basis in 1971, Stefano visited the Camellia Linen Supply Company in Buffalo. A motion to sever Stefano Magaddino's case due to his declining health was submitted by his attorney. Judge Henderson said that a very great and persuasive burden of proof was needed for him to do so. Even the U.S. attorney indicated that it would be hazardous to Magaddino to subject him to the emotional rigors of court. After listening to evidence from doctors and the U.S. attorney, Judge Henderson wrote in his decision, "This court has no choice but to order that Stefano Magaddino's trial be severed." The case against him was dropped. Rumor has it that Magaddino was dancing with his grandchildren in the yard that day. So much for the bum heart. On June 28, 1971, hearings were begun to determine if the government had illegally seized evidence by utilizing wiretaps. Deputy Superintendent of Niagara Falls Police, Albert J. Lynch, testified about how they learned some of the names of people they considered organized crime. Judge Henderson asked Lynch, "Was it a matter of how your name ends, in a vowel or otherwise?" Lynch responded, "No, sir, we had different nationalities." Later, Niagara Falls Detective Lieutenant James E. Gray testified about organized crime, and Judge Henderson was somewhat perplexed. "The term has intrigued me, a term I never used in my life in the courtroom as a prosecutor, and the last witness talked about the mafia, a term I never used privately or in the courtroom before the mandate of the Attorney General came down. I don't understand what this term is. Is it a bugaboo? What is it?" A few minutes later, during questioning by Harold J. Boreanaz, attorney for the Nicolettis and related to actor David Boreanaz, the judge again broke in and said that he did not understand what organized crime was. "To the best of my knowledge," Lynch said, "organized crime is a corporation of people, the higher-ups and the workers, and they share in the wealth." Later that day, Judge Henderson said, "You know, gentlemen, I can't help feel, after listening all day to the $25 fines in the city of Niagara Falls, what a thing for the federal court to be sitting here on basically a gambling case, except by gimmick they laid off across state lines, and it is a federal case. These gamblers make tons of money. Think about it. Why should a federal court be concerned with the city of Niagara Falls?" The judge was not happy to be spending time on what he thought was a trivial local matter, in light of more important cases. On July 30th, 1971, Agent Griffin testified for a second day in federal court. Under questioning by attorney Boreanaz, Griffin was asked, "Stefano Magaddino was a principal source of investigative endeavor, wasn't he?" "He was," Griffin responded. "He was reputed to be a leader of some organization, wasn't he?" "He is," Griffin replied. By November 1971, it was clear to the FBI that Peter did not have sufficient influence or backing from other crime elements to rise to his father's position of power, although it was believed that he had some backing in Toronto and Syracuse. He would be passed over. Sam Rangatore was born in Niagara Falls on November 18, 1908, and was thought to be Stefano's chauffeur or bodyguard at times. He operated Rangatore Vending Machine Company and died on December 29, 1971. On May 17, 1973, Judge Henderson ordered the government to supply the defendants with the reports, files, and memoranda compiled from the tapes and logs of illegal electronic surveillance the FBI had conducted. The judge also ordered the disclosure of the identity of a confidential informant used to secure the 22 search and arrest warrants. The government declined to do so, and the indictments were immediately dismissed against the remaining 9 defendants. But the government immediately appealed the decision. It was not argued until January 9, 1974, and decided on May 2, 1974. On appeal, Patsy Passero and Augie Rizzo had the order reversed, since they did not prove their phones were tapped or their conversations interrupted, but the court upheld the decision of Judge Henderson to dismiss the other indictments. On July 19, 1974, Stefano Magaddino was rushed to Mount St. Mary's Hospital at 3 p.m. after suffering another heart attack. At 7:20 p.m., the 82-year-old mafia chieftain was dead. His funeral was a somber private affair. Reporters were told to leave. A cluster of onlookers stood outside St. Joseph's Church to view the funeral, with the crowd estimated to number 200 by the time the funeral mass ended. No other mafia family bosses attended his funeral. Several reasons are possible. Some claim they did not want the FBI photographing them. Another credible reason is that all of Magaddino's contemporaries were dead, leaving those younger and less steeped in the traditions who saw Magaddino as one more person out of their way. After Stefano's death, Joe Salardino of Denver told an informant that if Peter gets out of line, the Pieri faction would kill him. In September 1975, the IRS considered canceling the lien and returning the $500,000 found in the November 1968 raid, which they finally did in 1976. Peter agreed to pay $173,753 plus $77,000 interest payment for back taxes. On November 19, 1975, federal Judge John T. Curtin, who took over the case after Judge Henderson died, signed an order of dismissal that had been filed by U.S. Attorney Richard J. Arcara for Patsy Passero and Augustine Rizzo, stating, "It would be an impossible task to segregate out from the 75,000 pages of wiretap transcript, as well as the unavailability of government witnesses, the case against just these 2 men." This essentially ended the case against the Magaddino family. What started as a racketeering case against the Magaddino family, with much fanfare in press, ended up crushing the spirit of the Magaddinos, allowing others to take control of the Western New York mafia. The case was dismissed, with no charges against those originally charged. In mid-February 1976, Peter A. Magaddino entered Roswell Park Memorial Institute for a serious throat ailment and underwent several weeks of treatment for lung cancer. He was given 3 months to live. He entered Mount St. Mary's Hospital in June 1976 in poor health and subsequently was returned to Roswell Park Memorial Institute, where he died on August 16, 1976, at 59 years old. He was buried on August 19th in St. Joseph's Cemetery next to his father. His mother died in August 1986. This was, in effect, the end of the Magaddino crime family. One could argue about the power of Stefano, his overall influence in the national mafia and the commission, or whether he was the longest-tenured mob boss. But one cannot argue that he was a dominant figure in western New York, Brooklyn, southern Ontario, and other locations for many years. No other children or grandchildren aspired to take his place. In fact, many moved out of the area. Peter was the last vestige of the old crime family, and after his arrest in 1968, he pretty much gave up that dream. Things had been too easy for the Magaddino family, and that really rocked their boat. Peter's death signified the end of an era, and the changing tide in Buffalo and Niagara Falls would go on for years. The Magaddino relatives. Another degenerate, Kumba. Those guys are not people, they're animals, they're degenerates. Vincent Scrow talking to Charles Montana, James DeLuca, and Father Art DeLuca about drug dealers. Stefano Magaddino was the father of two families. In his blood family, he had 3 daughters and 1 son. Arcangela married Vincent Scrow, born July 28, 1924, in Auburn. Angeline, born June 5, 1921, married James V. LaDuca, born October 19, 1912, in Buffalo. Josephine, born January 11, 1919, in Philadelphia, married Charles A. Montana, born November 6, 1912, in Buffalo, and Peter married Frances Montana. One of Stefano's sisters married Gaspar Di Gregorio of Brooklyn, a member of the Bonanno crime family, and another, Arcangela, married Nick Longo, also of Brooklyn, but they settled next door to Magaddino in Niagara Falls. Longo was said to be a top lieutenant for Magaddino and involved in bookmaking operations. It was intimated that a Buffalo/Niagara Falls bookmaking syndicate was pressuring 38-year-old Frank Lotempio of Batavia to pay tribute to Magaddino, to which he apparently fought back. In the early morning hours of May 19, 1936, a bomb was secretly placed outside the door of Longo's home in Niagara Falls. Arcangela 42 heard a noise and went to investigate, only to have the bomb explode, tearing a hole in the wall, killing her and injuring their 3 daughters, Rosa, Lena, and Josephine, who all survived. It is believed that the bomb was intended for Nick, but the killers did not know that he was in New York City at the time. Stefano's home to the left and the home to the right were also damaged by the blast. Just weeks later, on June 27, 1936, Lotempio attended a wedding at Holy Cross Church in Buffalo and was gunned down in the middle of the street. Lotempio's sister was married to Niagara Falls undertaker Alfred Pane Pinto. Pane Pinto and his family moved back to Batavia from Niagara Falls, and he was killed while playing cards at Frank's brother Russell Lotiempo's pool room on Saturday, August 15, 1937. Samuel Izzo, a.k.a. Yates, also of Batavia, was felled by 4 bullets on August 26, 1936, after attending a wake in Buffalo. Police did not believe there was any connection between the killings. None of the killers was ever found. Pallbearers for Arcangela Longo's funeral were all men close to Stefano: John Montana, Salvatore Lagatuta, and Angelo Acquisto of Buffalo, Salvatore Falcone of Utica, and Augustus Scalia and Sam Rangatore Jr. of Niagara Falls. Nick Longo was, according to one source, banished to New York City by Magaddino, and Stefano took in his nieces. Longo died in Brooklyn on May 10, 1959, at 66 years old. In 1946, La Duca moved into the former Longo house after marrying Magaddino's daughter Angeline in June. He worked for Power City Distributing, and his wife worked for the Magaddino Funeral Home. In 1951, La Duca was secretary-treasurer of the funeral business, and his wife was working for Charles Distribution Corporation, owned by brother-in-law Charles Montana. In 1947, Scrow was director of Buffalo Beverage Corporation, as was Peter J. Magaddino. It is unclear which Peter. In 1958, Stefano, his wife, and their 3 daughters and sons-in-law all moved to Dana Drive in suburban Lewiston. Magaddino had 4 ranch-style houses built in a row for his family by La Duca's brothers. The houses have been called sumptuous, and the street became known as Mafia Row. The development was also known as Rumsey Ridge. By the 1960s, the FBI believed that Scrow was the family consigliere as well as accountant. Magaddino's daughter, Josephine, died in March 1969, and the funeral was held on March 18, 1969, at the Magaddino Memorial Chapel. Montana sold his house on Dana Drive and eventually moved out of Niagara Falls, remarried, and settled in Cheektowaga. One of Arcangela and Nick Longo's daughters, Rosemary, died on July 26, 2011. Daughter Josephine married Albert Certo of Niagara Falls, and daughter Arcangela married James D. Gregorio of Brooklyn. Montana and La Duca both found legitimate factory work after the fall of the Magaddino family. La Duca retired after 25 years with Kaufman's Bakery in Buffalo and died on September 25, 1993. His wife Angeline died on February 26, 1993. Nino's son Peter died in 1990 at 67 years old. The Scrows outlived all the family except Peter's wife Frances. The Scrows sold their Dana Drive home in 1980 and were living in Florida and Virginia. Vincent died on July 22, 2009, at 84 years old. It is believed that Francis Magaddino and Arcangela Scrow are still alive at the time of this writing. The Crime Family. They know everybody's name. They know who's boss. They know who is on the commission. They know Amico Nostro, our friend, the password. Stefano Magaddino. Organized crime? Who ever heard about organized crime and its extended families during the 40s and 50s? That's what most people thought before the Appalachian meeting in 1957. Buffalo and Niagara Falls were ripe with crime for years, but no one ever thought there was a national syndicate connecting it all together. Daniel Boots Sansanese Sr. was serving time in prison in the early 1950s. While in prison, a close friendship was made with his cellmate, Joseph Fino. Through the years after their release, these 2 men became known as the arm or muscle for the organization. Buffalo then was known as the Arm. Sansanese was born on May 27, 1908, and had been questioned as a suspect in practically every gangland murder in Buffalo, Niagara Falls area. His only known employment was as a strong-arm man for Fred Randaccio and Stefano. Herman Weinstein was a non-Sicilian family associate. Born on January 1, 1896, in Austria, he ran the Peace Bridge Motel and bowling alleys in Buffalo. Weinstein was described as an old-time hoodlum who was connected with Joe DiCarlo and Julius Caputo in the 1930s. Known as the original Mr. Fix-It, he was involved in black market gas ration coupons during World War II. Arrested numerous times, his first conviction was in 1950 for bribery, which was reversed and dismissed on appeal. The Magaddino family had a penchant for making people disappear. It would be hard to put an exact number on it. One of Stefano's supposed top hitmen was Johnny Keys Simone, who was rumored to have killed at least 10 people during his time in Buffalo. George A. Maranto was arrested with Ben Nicoletti in 1930 for robbery. In 1934, Simone, Sam Grana, Angelo Ciambrone, and Maranto were arrested in Tonawanda while trashing a house with 2 women home. Why they were there was never ascertained. It is believed that Maranto, a known gambler and supposed shakedown artist, slapped a man named Magadino around early December 1943. It was a terrible mistake, the kind for which there was no apology. Maranto was killed on December 19, 1943, and Simone was said to be the shooter. His body was found the next day in the Erie Canal in suburban Amherst, with multiple bullets to the head and neck, taken at close range. In the unusual twist of fate in Niagara Falls, the Magadino Funeral Home made his final arrangements. Dominic D'Agostino was one of Stefano's longtime associates, often heard on wiretaps in the early 1960s. In 1927, D'Agostino owned the Laurel Hotel, which burned to the ground 2 years later, and he ran American Dry Cleaners in 1942. Both businesses were in Niagara Falls. Anthony Lucky Perna ran the Perna Funeral Home in Buffalo with his son, and was associated with Roy the Clam Man Carlisi, Sam Lagatuta, and Stefano. Perna was involved in loan sharking and had a long arrest record, including rape, kidnapping, assault, and counterfeiting. He was arrested in 1931 on an extortion charge along with Joseph Sanfilippo, and in 1933 on suspicion of murder in the Calleja brothers' deaths. The extortion charges were dropped after the complainant changed his story. Another violent Buffalo mobster was Salvatore P. Sam Rizzo, born on August 14, 1913. He was arrested on various charges over the years, including gambling and rape, and was an associate of Salvatore Pieri. One member of the Buffalo Mafia whose stature was uncertain is Steve Flattop Canarozzo, born on May 26, 1921. Canarozzo was listed on a 1963 FBI family chart of the Magadino family. He is best known as the manager of Madison Taxi Company in Buffalo, owned by his father, Victor. James V. Delmont was born in Buffalo in 1916. He was a hot-tempered, small-time hoodlum, arrested on various charges, including robbery, bookmaking, and burglary. But until 1939, he had not served time in prison. After a stint for robbery in Pennsylvania, he was given a small bookie operation in Buffalo. Arrested several more times, he worked odd jobs to supplement his income. His principal occupation, he claimed, was armed robbery, working with Charles Limey Miller, Fred and Frank Aquino, and Richard Battaglia. They would beat their victims and then rob them. A fatal mistake was made when they robbed some mafia members. Miller, the Aquinos, and Battaglia were all killed, but for some reason Delmont was spared and given a job as a driver at Madison Taxi. On June 18, 1959, Delmont had a violent argument with Stephen Canarozzo, went home, returned to the taxi company, and fired a gun some 4 or 5 times at Canarozzo, striking him and dispatcher Rosario Moscato, but neither was killed. Delmont left Buffalo 5 days later, telling his wife he was headed for California. Instead, he traveled to Miami to see former Buffalonian and Cleveland mobster John Tronalone, godfather to one of his children. He asked Tronalone to intercede on his behalf, but Tronalone declined and told him to go to Vancouver, Canada, to wait it out. Delmont went to California and ended up taking refuge in a monastery in Sacramento, where the mafia would not kill him. While there, he confided in one of the men, saying, "The mafia is stronger than the FBI. They're going to kill me at night." By October 1959, his fighting with other members of the monastery had grown to the point where he was asked to leave. He made his way to a Catholic convent in San Francisco and resided there until May 24, 1960, when he was again asked to leave. From there, Delmont took a bus to Los Angeles and called a former prison buddy, who picked him up and let him stay at his house. On June 3, 1960, Law enforcement officials in Buffalo said they noticed a lot of activity at the Magadino Memorial Chapel, with 6 mob leaders arriving at 11 a.m. for a meeting and phone call to Los Angeles. That night, Delmont went out and did not return. The following morning, 50 miles away in Ontario, California, a man's body was found in an open field 75 feet from the road. He had been beaten, and at least 12 blows from a blackjack or a club shattered the top of his skull. It took 4 days to identify him, but the mafia had finally tracked down Delmont. Salvatore George Raft Benito was born on March 30, 1914, in Buffalo. His main dealings were in bookmaking and skylocking, better known as loan sharking. Stefano often referred to him a messenger boy because he dealt with other bookmakers and thieves in Canada. Edward V. Scilia was born in Buffalo on June 23, 1908, and was an associate of Randaccio, Fino, and Natarelli. Scilia was into bookmaking and policy rackets and was often seen traveling with the above men. Dominic B. Mantell, owner of Mantell's Carousel of Flowers in Niagara Falls, was born on January 13, 1918, in Niagara Falls. He was a known gambler and operated horse books and craps games. His florist shop was next door to the Magadino Memorial Chapel, and he was often seen out with Nino. Pine Bowl bowling alleys in Niagara Falls was a popular hangout for the Magadinos during the 1960s. It was managed by Samuel J. Kaufman, a.k.a. Peter Mack, who was close enough to the family that he was heard on the funeral home wiretaps numerous times. On May 2, 1967, a confidential FBI informant told Agent Joe Griffin that there would be a big party at Panero's Lounge in Buffalo. The bar, known as Snowballs, was run by Michael Panero. Another informant said it would be billed as a stag party for Joe Todaro Jr., but in essence it was to honor Todaro's status as a newly made man in La Cosa Nostra. Prior to the party, there would be a dice game to raise money for Todaro. The FBI discussed the party with Captain Kenneth P. Kennedy of the Buffalo Police Gambling Squad. Although they had little else to go on, they contacted the state liquor authority with the intention of raiding the location. They planned to arrest anyone with a criminal record on charges of consorting with criminals. Griffin said, "These charges would probably eventually be thrown out, but it would give us an opportunity to again display to the community evidence that organized crime did in fact exist." The FBI set up surveillance at 7 o'clock on the night of May 8, 1967, and determined that most of the Magadino family members were, in fact, in attendance. At 10:10 p.m., a Buffalo police truck pulled to the rear door, and FBI, state, and Buffalo police conducted a liquor authority inspection. An estimated 300 people were in the restaurant, including several local judges and businessmen, and all said they were there for the stag party. The lawyers in attendance told the attendees not to give their names, so only those men known by sight were arrested. In the basement, they found some mobsters gambling, but the initial search did not find the top mobsters they had seen enter the building. Almost 2 hours later, they saw a padlocked wine cellar and forced Panero to open it. Inside were 7 of Magadino's top men: Dan Sansanese Sr., James LaDuca, Fred Randaccio, Victor Randaccio, Roy Carlisi, Pat Natarelli, and Nick Rizzo. Rizzo was drunk and took a swing at an officer. He had to be subdued and had an additional charge tacked on. Along with those men, also arrested were Joe Scilia, Joe DiCarlo, Sam Frangiamore, John Camilleri, Fred Saya, who had later become a government informant, Joe Todaro, Albert Billeteri, Benny Spano, Joe and Nick Fino, William Scialino, Steve the Well Chino, Salvatore Rizzo, Matt Billeteri, John Sacco, Louis Ciarella, Lawrence Panero, Augustine Tarito, Sam Rangatore, Steve Canarozzo, and Frank Valenti of Rochester. Of all those in attendance, only 36 men were actually arrested. As Griffin suspected, the next morning, Buffalo City Court Judge James B. Kane, Jr. dropped all the charges after lawyers argued that there was no intent to breach the peace. Even Buffalo police admitted that it appeared to be just a social gathering. The event was dubbed Little Appalachian by the police due to the number of LCN members they found in one location. According to insiders, Magaddino was angry at LaDuca and Fred Randaccio for getting arrested and drawing attention to the family. He also blamed Randaccio for the pressure the family was receiving from the FBI and instructed them to use their political connections to have legitimate Italian-American groups file a lawsuit against the Buffalo police for harassment. Joe Todaro did just that and filed a civil lawsuit against 24 police officers, saying he suffered financial losses and was subjected to public scorn, ridicule, and humiliation. The real reason for his arrest, his lawyer argued, was consorting with well-known Italians, which in itself is not illegal. Buffalo police submitted a report to the state liquor authority after the raid. With the negative publicity, legitimate customers stopped visiting Snowballs, and Panero lost his liquor license. William Billy the Kid Scialino got his start working with Buffalo burglar Tom Gascon. Others in the crew included Ronald Carlisle, Gregory Parnes, Frank D'Angelo, Russell De Chico, Dennis Borden, and Stanley Seneca. After Stefano's arrest in 1968 and the splintering of the family into different factions, it is believed that Scialino was talking with the Rochester faction about making a deal. The Frangiamore faction believed that he became an informant after being arrested on a couple felonies. Scialino, 40, was brutally murdered in a daring daylight hit on March 7, 1980, while sitting in a construction trailer on Main Street during construction of Buffalo's rapid transit system. When John Sacco became a government informer, he said that Leonard Falzone told him, "We clipped him because he was a rat for the FBI." The crew would suffer additional losses when Seneca and D'Angelo were also murdered, and Parnes's brother became a government informant. By early 1969, Stefano was vulnerable, and with Fred Randaccio in prison, there was a void in Buffalo. It was at this time that the arm decided to split from Magaddino. Secret meetings were held in Fort Erie, Ontario, Rochester, New York, and several homes in Buffalo. After the series of meetings, the men agreed to stop paying tribute to Magaddino and to attempt to take over the family. Joe Fino was chosen to lead the defecting faction. Dan Sansanese Sr. would be underboss, and Sam the farmer Frangiamore would be the consigliere. Police believed that Salvatore Pieri, 59 at the time, took over as boss for Magaddino until he was arrested in September 1969 by the FBI on a $300,000 stolen jewelry charge. He was indicted, tried, and convicted for trying to bribe several jurors during the trial, ending his chance at boss. Police believed an informant within the Magaddino faction may have tipped them off. After the Magaddino arrests in November 1968, the FBI went after other enterprises. One of the very lucrative illegal sources of income for the mob was loan sharking, and the biggest fish was Albert Mario Babe Billiteri Sr. Billiteri was born on July 17, 1926. He was a made man and considered a capo for many years. Special Agent Griffin put together enough evidence to get a microphone approved for inside Billiteri's home, but there was always someone at home, so he was unable to install it. Finally, on July 4, 1969, a black bag job took place in broad daylight. Billiteri was going to a picnic, so the FBI set up a fake street repair crew in front of his house and slipped inside the house to install the microphone. According to Agent Griffin, the inside of Billitteri's house was furnished like a palace, with expensive paintings, imported furniture, and a walk-in closet with hundreds of suits, shirts, and fancy shoes. One of his regular visitors was Samuel Toto Lagatuta, Jr., born on August 28, 1933. By 1969, he was 5 feet 6 inches tall and 310 pounds. Lagatuta, Pasquale J. Paddy Naples Napoli, and Matthew Steamboat Billiteri were collectors, or strong-arm men, or enforcers for Billiteri. Napoli was born on March 31, 1935, and was 5 feet 8 inches and 220 pounds. Billiteri never suspected anything and spoke freely in his home, identifying victims and giving instructions to beat those who did not pay. On Saturday, November 21, 1969, FBI agents arrested Billiteri's crew, his brother Matthew, Sam Lagatuta, Albino Principe, Napoli, and Billiteri's son, Frank T., on loan sharking charges. The FBI believed this was the largest and most vicious loan shark ring in Buffalo. Billiteri turned himself in on November 28, 1969. Napoli and Billiteri were indicted by a federal grand jury on December 9, 1970. The case was eventually turned over to local authorities when no witnesses would testify that they had been injured or threatened with injuries. Billiteri and Napoli decided that the evidence was overwhelming, and both pled guilty in July 1972. They were fined $10,000, and Billiteri was sentenced to 5 years, while Napoli received 3 years. Acting Buffalo La Cosa Nostra LCN boss Joe Fino proclaimed an edict that no one can be beaten to collect a loan shark debt without his personal permission. Roy Carlisi took over Billiteri's business. One of his lieutenants collected and sent a percentage to Billiteri's wife while he was imprisoned. Albert Billiteri died on May 16, 1998, at 71 years old. Sam Frangiamore was made boss, with Joseph Todaro Sr. his underboss, and Joseph Pieri Sr. consigliere. By March 1974, it was believed that Capo Ray Carlisi was probably the most powerful mafia figure in the Buffalo area, and although he was not the official family boss, he wielded plenty of power. Born on January 10, 1909, in Chicago, his brother Sam went on to be boss of the Chicago family. Carlisi was thought to be one of the wealthiest mobsters in Buffalo, said to have close to $1 million. He was high in the hierarchy of the Magadino family. He was associated with Joseph Chicago Joe Chiales, Charles Casero, and Andy Chandra of Andy's Cafe. Daniel Sansanese Sr. died while in prison. Daniel J. Sansanese Jr. died on June 16, 2003, and 68 years old. Ben Nicoletti Sr. died on May 2, 1982, in Lewiston. Appalachian, November 14, 1957. They dashed into the woods, throwing away guns and wads of money. Albert S. Kurek, the troopers are coming. The story of Thursday, November 14, 1957, has been told in countless books, so we won't rehash the entire tale here. At the time of the meeting, Stefano was one of the leaders of the Mafia Commission and was believed to have approved the meeting and location of Appalachian, New York. The host of the meeting was Joseph Barbara Sr., a native of Magadino's home in Sicily, and believed to be Magadino's man in the Endicott, New York area. According to testimony from New York State Trooper Edgar Croswell, he stumbled across the entire meeting by accident. Joseph Barbara Jr. booked 3 rooms at a Vestal, New York motel for a convention of Canada Dry men. His father owned the local distributor. Croswell found out and visited Barbara's house that evening, where he saw a car registered to James V. LaDuca of Niagara Falls. The next day, Croswell and several others decided to see if Barbara Sr. was having another meeting and pulled into the driveway. As we came in here, Croswell testified, a lot of men ran from around the barbecue pit, some ran for the house, and some came out of the house and ran the other way. The police then parked out on the town road, the only way out, and set up a roadblock. As they were setting up, they saw 10 or 12 men running from the direction of Barbara's house into the pine woods. There was no place that these people could go, so eventually they were all rounded up, 60 of them. We were picking them up as they came out of the woods, one or two at a time. Those in attendance from the Magadino family were Carlisi, D'Agostino, Laduca, Lagatuta, Nino, John Montana, and Costenze and Frank Valenti. When they questioned Laduca, they found matches from the Parkway Motel in his pocket and a hotel bill in the wastebasket at the motel in his name. That Sunday, Laduca's car was spotted in the barn at Barbara's house, and police officers claimed that Stefano's clothes were in the trunk, even though he was never seen. In early 1961, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover finally relented and started the Top Hoodlum program. He directed field offices in 10 cities to set up squads of agents to specifically tackle organized crime, but Buffalo and Niagara Falls were not on the list. Agents were instructed to locate the meeting places of these organized crime leaders. Hidden microphones were installed across the country, informants were developed, and physical surveillance became the norm. The earliest known microphone installed in western New York was in the Magadino Memorial Chapel in 1959. In Albany, New York, a watchdog committee of the state legislature subpoenaed witnesses to explain the purpose of the meeting, and a federal grand jury investigated the western New York ties to the meeting. On Saturday, December 14, 1957, witnesses from Buffalo testified in Albany. Nino feigned that he had no knowledge of the English language, demanded an interpreter, and pleaded the Fifth Amendment 24 times. D'Agostino took the Fifth 17 times. Laduca refused to answer every question, including his age or telephone number, and Carlisi refused 40 questions. In December 1957, Samuel Lagatuta and James Laduca went into hiding. In February 1958, a federal grand jury investigating the event brought more witnesses into a Buffalo courtroom. Peter A. was before the grand jury just 2 minutes, as he failed to bring the records he was subpoenaed for and had to return on April 2nd and 10th. Laduca's brothers, Joseph and Albert, were questioned regarding the homes on Dana Drive in Lewiston they built for suspected mafia homeowners. Tioga County also held a grand jury and subpoenaed all the attendees to testify. Dominic D'Agostino was offered immunity for his testimony, but instead refused to talk and was arrested on contempt charges. Carlisi and Lagatuta joined D'Agostino with contempt charges. The U.S. Senate Select Committee on Improper Activities in the Labor or Management Field held hearings June 30th through July 3rd, 1958. James Laduca and John Montana were two of the witnesses called to testify. Laduca stated his name and address and then refused to answer any other questions, invoking the Fifth Amendment 77 times. Because of the Appalachian meeting, New York Governor Averell Harriman established a 50-man criminal intelligence unit within the state police to investigate organized crime on October 28, 1958. The fallout from the Appalachian meeting was considerable. Laduca was accused of accepting $10,000 from the Richford Hotel in Buffalo while acting as Secretary-Treasurer of Local 66, the Hotel and Restaurant Employees Union representing its employees, and lost that position. Montana's complete dominance of Buffalo taxi service was broken. The Magadino brothers were exposed to all of western New York. Stefano avoided being caught at the meeting, angering many, including Chicago mob boss Sam Giancana, who told Magadino to have the meeting in Chicago, where he controlled everything. "It never would have happened in your place," Magadino was overheard saying during a telephone conversation with Giancana. D'Agostino was stripped of his citizenship in 1964 and died on August 18, 1970. He was 79 years old. Lagatuta died on September 11, 1964, after suffering a heart attack. He was 67 years old. Kidnapping cousins. Buffalo is a small town compared with Chicago and New York, and yet Stefano had a seat on the commission. Joe Bonanno. The Magadino family was allied with the Bonanno clan in their homeland of Sicily, and Stefano Magaddino was first cousins with Joseph Joe Bananas Bonanno, born on January 18, 1905, who would go on to run the Brooklyn mafia family that bears his name. According to Bonanno, the Bonanno house was preeminent in Sicily. A feud between the Buccellatos and Bonannos resulted in many deaths, including that of Stefano's brother Pietro in 1920. When Bonanno's father went to America, the elder Magaddino took over the clan, which resulted in the Buccellatos casting their grudge against the Magaddinos. Another cousin, Peter J. Magaddino, was close friends with Bonanno in Sicily. When Bonanno was 19, he came to the United States with his cousin Peter. Neither had a visa to enter the country legally, so they made their way to Havana, Cuba, and then to Florida, eventually catching a train to Jacksonville. While in Jacksonville, Bonanno and Peter were arrested by immigration officials. Upon hearing of his cousin's plight, Magaddino sent 2 of his men, including Willie Moretti, down to Florida to get them released. Bonanno said that Stefano was one of the most powerful Castellamarese in America at the time. Peter settled in Niagara Falls and became a member of the Magaddino family. Born on October 26, 1906 in Castellammare del Golfo, he was the brother of Gaspare of Brooklyn, a reputed killer. When Bonanno was married in November 1931, his best man was Stefano's brother-in-law, Gaspar di Gregorio. Over the ensuing year, the cousins were aligned with the conservative faction of the Mafia Commission, generally opposing the narcotics trade and prostitution, but their relationship would continue to deteriorate. In 1956, Bonanno's son Salvatore, Bill, was married with a reception for 3,000 guests in the Grand Ballroom of the Astor Hotel in New York City. Stefano was given an honored table in front of the dais, and according to one source, said to a man at his table, "Look at this crowd. Who the hell's going to be able to talk to my cousin now? This will go to his head." And maybe it did. Joe elevated Bill to the number 3 position in the family, bypassing Di Gregorio, which also upset Stefano. For a number of years, Peter J. served as vice president of Power City Distributing, and Stefano claimed he was robbing the business blind. "Tell me something," Stefano asked him. "Tell me how you have been stealing the money, you degenerate." He went on to say that Peter drained the bank account of $30,000 and stole $80,000, and like a miserable miser, I was getting $57 a week. Peter would play with the business's money, doing things like buying $300 steaks. When the company folded in 1958, Peter lost his job and operated a malt and hop shop in Niagara Falls. In 1962, there was strife in New York City. Stefano, with his position on the Mafia Commission, was aligned with Carlo Gambino and Tommy Lucchese, and became more estranged from his cousin Joe. Bill was later implicated in a plan with his father to eliminate Gambino, Lucchese, and Magaddino. He said it was a false and damaging rumor. The Bonanno family had ties to Montreal for many years, and Stefano had ties to Toronto and southern Ontario, Canada. In April 1964, Bonanno traveled to Montreal and was invited to invest in a cheese company. While in Canada, he applied for citizenship, but was jailed on unrelated charges. During a vote in New York for the consigliere position in the Bonanno family, Di Gregorio lost to Bill Bonanno, and, angered by the outcome, complained to Stefano, creating a wider rift between the cousins. It is believed that during Bonanno's absence while in the Canadian jail, Stefano convinced Di Gregorio to take over the Bonanno family. Bonanno was released from jail in August 1964 and returned to the United States. Magaddino tried to have him brought before the Mafia Commission to discuss his actions, but Bonanno declared that he no longer recognized the commission since it never formally agreed to extend the 5-year term beyond 1961. Magaddino sent word to Bill that he wanted to see his father. "Everybody wants your father," Magaddino said, "but I want him worse than anybody else." He said that Bill made excuses for his father. Bonanno went into exile, spending time in his Arizona home while planning to set up Bill as boss of the Los Angeles family and continuing to defy the commission. Stefano was heard saying that Bonanno was out of line for working without commission approval. "Not even the Holy Ghost could come into my territory without authorization," Stefano declared. In September 1964, Bonanno called a family meeting, but Di Gregorio refused to attend. Stefano then declared Di Gregorio boss of the family and sent his cousin Peter J. to assist Di Gregorio. It was during this time that Peter was either ousted from the Magaddino family or decided it was time to leave Niagara Falls. He never returned to the Magaddino family, instead becoming Joe Bonanno's bodyguard. On September 18, 1964, Bonanno was called before the Mafia Commission but skipped the meeting. In October 1964, Bonanno was subpoenaed to appear before a federal grand jury in New York. On October 14th, Stefano met with two of his men. Part of the conversation was caught on a wiretap, probably in the Magaddino Memorial Chapel. "New York, the lawyer, we got the car," was all the FBI heard. On October 20th, the night before his testimony, Bonanno met with his lawyer for dinner and then headed to the lawyer's home to spend the night before testifying. This is where the truth will never be known, as multiple versions of the story exist. According to Bonanno, a little after midnight they arrived at the lawyer's apartment. As Bonanno exited the taxi, two men stepped up and forced Bonanno into a car at gunpoint. A warning shot was fired at the lawyer. Bonanno said, "They shoved me down on the floor of the car. We drove for hours. We were in the country somewhere, a farm." That same day, FBI agents observed men at the Magaddino funeral home and heard them drink several toasts for some unspecified reason, and a spirit of festivity prevailed. Were they toasting Bonanno's disappearance? Bonanno said he was brought inside and sat waiting, with someone guarding him. Many hours later, in walked my cousin Steve Magaddino. He said Peter and Nino were responsible for his kidnapping. Some accounts say he was taken to the Catskills, while others say he was taken to Niagara Falls and held in an apartment above a barber shop, and then later moved to the Magaddino farmhouse in Cambria, New York. But the FBI said there was no way Stefano or Peter could have been involved in the kidnapping, as they were under constant surveillance. The farmhouse was also checked by state police, and no signs of life were present. According to one source, on the night that Bonanno was supposedly kidnapped, the source was bowling with Nino in Niagara Falls. According to Bill Bonanno, his father was not held captive and was free to leave at any time, but chose to stay as a respite. Supposedly the cousins talked for 6 weeks. Stefano told Joe, "You take up too much space in the air. You've always been like this, even with Salvatore Maranzano. Why do you try to be such a big shot?" Most historians seem to agree that Bonanno staged the whole kidnapping to avoid testifying before the grand jury and appearing before the Mafia Commission, and blamed his cousin. Bonanno said that Stefano wanted him to retire to Arizona, so he agreed and was released in December 1964, only to emerge 2 years later. In the end, Bonanno did retire, but he outlived his cousin by many years. Joe Bonanno died on May 11, 2002, at 97 years old. He had outlived almost everyone from the old days. Bill Bonanno died at age 75 in January 2008. Peter J. Magaddino's brother Gaspare, 62, was killed on April 21, 1970 in New York City. He had been sought by authorities in connection with murders and bombings in the United States and Sicily. Peter died on January 14, 1998, in Tucson, Arizona. He was 92. The Montana Affair. That is one thing I would never do. I would as soon die than take the Fifth Amendment, because I have not done anything in my life that I am ashamed of. John C. Montana. John C. Montana went to his grave protesting his involvement in La Cosa Nostra. He was a politician and businessman and was well liked in Buffalo. After being caught at the Big Barbecue in Appalachian, New York, his stature in Buffalo declined, and many questions were left unanswered. He always insisted that he was innocent, and he did not have so much as a parking ticket on his record. But was he as innocent as he alleged? Montana was born in Monte d'Oro, Italy, on June 30th, 1893. His family line appears to intersect with other men from the city of Monte d'Oro, some of whom would go on to become American mafioso. Andrea, or Andy Chandra, and his family came from the same town as Montana and also settled in Buffalo. Montana arrived in the United States in 1907 at 13 years old. His early career included being a messenger and operating a popcorn cart. In 1922, he formed the Buffalo Taxi Service and Sightseeing Company, Incorporated. His biggest competitor at the time was Van Dyke Black and White Taxi Corporation, which was started in 1917 by Frederick Van Dyke. In 1930, Montana was vice president of Van Dyke, and not long after, he took full control. His rise in power included 2 stints as Niagara District Councilman in Buffalo in 1927 and 1929. During his tenure, the Buffalo Airport, New York Central Passenger Train Terminal, and Buffalo City Hall all began construction. With his influence, he was able to secure exclusive rights for his taxis at the airport and train terminal, as well as the Statler Hotel in downtown Buffalo. One source claims that Montana even used his influence to stop a trolley connecting downtown with the train station from being constructed so he would have complete control. Many small taxi operators were angered by these deals, but Montana was a powerful businessman, and few opposed him. In May 1931, the first Mafia National Conference was scheduled for Chicago. The train from New York City included many of the top American mobsters, including Joe Bonanno, Charlie Luciano, Mayor Lansky, and Salvatore Maranzano. When it arrived in Buffalo, Maranzano disembarked to make a telephone call, which took longer than expected. The train was ready to depart. The Buffalo contingent, Stefano, his cousin Peter J., and Montana were on board when Montana found out that Maranzano would be left behind. He was able to use his influence to hold the train until Maranzano returned. Stefano beamed with pride and said, "See what kind of men I have under me? John can stop trains." Bonanno declared many years later that John Montana was Magadino's number 3 man during this time, behind Stefano's brother Nino, who was generally thought to have little power. In 1933, Montana was a director of Empire State Brewing Corporation, a beer distributor based in Olean, New York. During this time, he first met Joseph Barbara Sr. Power City Distributing was also a distributor of the beer. The company was shut down in 1940. Around the same time, Montana became involved in Buffalo Beverage Corporation, which was a Budweiser distributor, with James LaDuca, Charles Montana, and Peter J. Magadino. According to Montana, they went out of business about 1947. In 1939, Montana's nephew, Charles A., married Stefano's daughter, Josephine, with a grand reception held at Buffalo's Statler Hotel. It was attended by thugs from all over the country. Montana continued in various civic roles in the city, but his mafia connections were kept well hidden. In 1956, he received the Man of the Year award from the Erie Club of Buffalo, a police organization. Accounts vary as to when Montana became involved in mafia affairs, but he is believed to have been Magadino's underboss from 1922 to 1953 or 1957. If 1953 is accurate, then Angelo Acquisto took over from him until he was caught siphoning profits. Instead of killing Acquisto, Magadino ostracized him and cut him off from the mafia. The disgrace finally forced Acquisto to kill himself in his home in 1956. In February 1957, Montana took over as director of Frontier Liquor Corporation of Buffalo. On the morning of November 14, 1957, Montana left Buffalo with Nino Magadino driving his new Cadillac, supposedly on his way to Pittston, Pennsylvania, and then to a meeting in New York City the following morning. Shortly after leaving Buffalo, he said he experienced a problem with his windshield wiper. About 10 miles this side of, you people call it Appalachian, I call it Endicott, he had brake failure. This was during a rainstorm, and he claimed he did not know how to fix wet brakes, so he drove to Joe Barbara's home to see if he would get a mechanic and take care of the car. Unbeknownst to Montana, Barbara was hosting a party when he arrived. He parked in the driveway and left Nino in the car to wait. Montana sat down for a cup of tea with Mrs. Barbara. Then Joe said there was a roadblock, Montana said. When I saw the commotion, I wanted no part of it. So he got Nino and started to walk away from it through the woods. Most other accounts dispute Montana's description of the events. State police claim he was caught running through the woods with Nino and was only apprehended because his cashmere coat got snagged on a fence. He swore he was not running. After their capture, Montana and Nino were placed in a car, and Montana spoke to Edgar Croswell, the officer in charge. Croswell said that Montana offered to help him if he was let go, which Montana later vehemently denied. After being held a short time, Montana took a train back to Buffalo and sent mechanics to pick up his car a few days later. The picnic at Barbara's house was organized by Stefano Magaddino, so it would have been nearly impossible for Montana to be driving with Nino and not know about the picnic. Even Barbara's maid had a conflicting story. She said she heard Montana apologize for being late, saying that his car had broken down. All those who were captured at the Barbara estate were subpoenaed to testify before a grand jury in February 1958. Montana met the grand jury for a total of 8 minutes with his attorney, Frank Rakel. When he testified before a Senate committee in 1958, Senator Irving Ives of New York said, "The story doesn't make too much sense, Mr. Montana. I am sorry to tell you." Montana was the only person to testify who did not invoke the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Montana and others from Appalachian were arrested in late May 1959 by federal authorities for obstructing justice. He posted $40,000 bail and was released. The charges were later dropped, but the continued public scrutiny took its toll on his taxi business, once the second largest in the state. He lost prime spots at local hotels and the airport. The fallout from Appalachian went far and wide. The New York State Liquor Authority, SLA, began investigating Frontier Liquor Corporation and Power City Distributing. Just when it appeared that everything was over, Montana's name again surfaced during the testimony of mob informant Joseph Valachi in 1963. Valachi revealed that Montana was a lieutenant in the Magaddino family, and after Appalachian, he asked Stefano to be demoted, an unheard-of practice. He felt, Valachi said, he did not want the boys to contact him anymore. He didn't want to be mixing with them because he was arrested at Appalachian. He then went on to say that Magaddino told Montana not to worry. From now on, you will be a plain soldier. Montana, once the darling of the Buffalo Italian community, died on March 18, 1964, after suffering a heart attack. Funeral arrangements were handled by the Magaddino Memorial Chapel. He left an estate valued at $839,581, $5.8 million in 2010 dollars. Bookies and gamblers. The major players. An Italian secret society of ruthless gangsters that depends for income on rackets ranging from bookmaking to shakedowns and kidnappings. Buffalo Police Detective Chief John J. Whalen. To properly understand how the mafia in western New York ran and made their enormous profits, we have to study gambling throughout the area. According to former undercover FBI agent Joe Pistone, better known as Donnie Brasco, gambling is probably the most important source of income for the mafia. Every mafia member was involved in gambling and used profits from it to sustain his other activities. It is the blood that pumps through the veins of the system 365 days a year. Long before off-track betting, state-run lotteries, or legalized casinos, the mafia supplied most of the gambling to those who needed a fix. From full-blown casinos and high-stakes dice and card games to sports betting, the mob survived by the funds made from gambling. One of the earliest forms of mob-controlled gambling was the Italian lottery, also known as the numbers or policy rackets. Gambling was by far the most lucrative business they were involved in, and a significant part of organized crime activity in western New York. That easy money was what brought the powerful Magaddino family to its knees in 1968. Niagara Falls was regarded by many as a wide-open town in the Prohibition and Depression eras. Bookmaking emporiums were equipped with tote boards, loudspeaker systems, and direct wires connecting them with the racetracks. It is believed that Stefano took over running the wire services in Buffalo and Niagara Falls. Police were in constant search of vice, especially during Prohibition. In February 1932, Niagara Falls police raided 2 locations a week apart. The first, on Main Street, was said to be one of the ritziest places of its kind in western New York. The next week, the Rovers Social and Athletic Club was raided, and 17 men were arrested. Leonard Welch operated the club where the men were playing blackjack and other card games. By 1943, an anti-gambling drive had been ordered by Niagara Falls Police Superintendent Martin T. Considine. During a raid, Robert G. Dunn was arrested and pled guilty to maintaining a place for gambling on Main Street in Niagara Falls. Boards to list horse race results and alleged horse race betting sheets, several tables and decrepit wooden chairs were confiscated, dealing what authorities thought was a blow to the powerful gambling syndicate. A year later, another new gambling squad was empowered and began visiting 14 suspected gambling and bookmaking establishments and other vice-related properties. 2 raids were made, with a grand total of 2 arrests. During World War II, business was very good, with thousands of military servicemen and factory workers in the area pumping money into the gambling coffers. But in Niagara Falls, the armed services demanded in 1945 that the city clean up the then-famous 11th Street area, which from Buffalo Avenue to East Fall Street was the prostitution center. Over the ensuing years, raid after raid would be conducted. Sometimes no evidence of gambling would be found, and other times dozens of people would be arrested, but it never stopped the flow of gambling money. One of the top gamblers in Niagara Falls was Norman Nemo Joseph, first arrested in 1937. In March 1946, North Tonawanda police battered down the doors of his establishment and arrested 48 men and seized $8,000 during a late afternoon raid. They found craps tables, horse racing sheets, and telephones and loudspeaker systems used to broadcast the race results. In June 1946, 40 men, including Joseph, were arrested in 5 Niagara Falls raids. In 1954, Niagara Falls police were tipped off about a home located in Colonial Village. They tapped the telephone lines and found they were receiving and laying off bets. In March, Joseph was arrested for operating a betting center whose operations extended to many cities in this country and Canada. The Alexander Motel near Hamilton, Ontario, was raided around 1959, and Joseph was arrested. Police said they were doing an average daily volume of $22,900 in bets. Just when they thought they had cleaned up vice, the IRS conducted raids in multiple cities in May 1959, and Joseph was arrested at his Lewiston home with $8,150 in cash on him. He was still running a long-distance operation out of the Bridge Coffee Shop and Zacharia's Barber Shop in Niagara Falls. Even after the arrest, Director of Public Safety Charles Gorman stated, "The person arrested we do not consider to be any Mr. Big or anything like it." Buffalo police claimed that Niagara Falls bookmakers were doing $30,000 a day in bet-making business in the late 1940s. The Four Corners Club in North Tonawanda was a popular gambling joint and was raided in March 1949, but not so much as a morning newspaper was found in the place, indicating that they had been tipped off to the upcoming raid. That same day, Niagara Falls police raided 2 locations, arrested 28 men, and seized $6 in cash. The club was raided again on June 10, 1950, when police smashed their way in and surprised the 40 members in attendance at the Plush Club. Police carted off 8 busloads of men and $40,000 worth of gambling equipment. The club was run by Anthony Marinelli and Jack Sullivan, who pled guilty to keeping a room for gambling, but Salvatore Pieri of Buffalo and 5 other big shots shared the profits. Daniel Sensenese Sr. was also arrested, but by sentencing, he was serving time in Attica prison on unrelated charges. Most of the others arrested pled guilty to common gambling. On April 10, 1951, Manuel Morinello left a suicide note in his truck stating that he had lost considerable money gambling at an establishment in Niagara Falls. As a result, Albert F. One-Arm Blackie Privite was arrested on charges that he was maintaining a room for gambling. At his trial in June, poor memory of witnesses led to considerable comment at the time. 44-year-old Previte disappeared in May 1953. In 1956, an anonymous tip said that he was buried in the basement of a Linwood Avenue home in North Tonawanda. The police and a contractor examined the site and determined it was not possible. Jack H. Sharkey Ehrenreich, a suspected Buffalo bookmaker, was caught running his own betting window at Buffalo Raceway in 1954 and banished from the track. He was called Buffalo's betting commissioner. In 1959, Ehrenreich told the State Crime Commission that his weekly gross averaged $14,000 per week, but it was cut in half after the raids. I never paid anybody, and I never got any okay. In March 1958, the Niagara Falls Gazette ran a series of articles on crime and vice in the city. In one article, it claimed that local gamblers no longer used batteries of telephones. One bookie said all the big money goes to Buffalo or Cleveland, or sometimes Erie. Police believe they have rid the city of nearly all dice and card games. In early 1958, an investigation into bookmaking during work hours at the Bell Aircraft Plant in Niagara Falls took place. 20 people were identified as being involved, including Angelo Benito, a.k.a. Charlie High. Benito was born on December 18, 1905, and was close to Fred Aquino, meeting him at the Allentown Grill nightly during this time. At 9 p.m. on February 8, 1959, Niagara Falls police used a wrecking bar to enter the room of Pastime Pool Room, where they found men gambling around a pool table. 46 men were arrested, including Jerry Critelli, who was charged with maintaining an establishment for gambling purposes. Through their attorney, James Labrise, 44 of the men pled guilty and were fined a measly $50 each. Labrise himself would be brutally murdered in 1969. Less than 2 months later, raiders led by Niagara Falls Assistant District Attorney William Hunt, Jr., confiscated cards, dice, pornographic literature, a slot machine, and an estimated $10,000 in cash at Nick Rizzo's Cataract Barbershop on April 4, 1959. In Rizzo's upstairs apartment, police found 17 men, and 2 eluded police for 90 minutes by hiding in a closet. Money was found in half a dozen places, including a garbage can. Telephone calls from potential bettors were taken during the raid by police. Rizzo received one of the stiffest fines in the history of city court at the time, $1,250, and was charged with maintaining a gambling establishment. The Oh Boys Social and Athletic Club was raided in late June 1959, and 25 men were arrested, including Gino Monaco, Anthony Volpe, James Romano, and Frank Fantuzzo. The location had previously been raided when it was known as the Algonquin Club. The Oliver Street Social Club was raided on October 16, 1964, netting 41 arrests, including Nicoletti Sr. and Jr., James Vona, the reputed owner, Frank Fantuzzo, and Anthony Volpe. Police also found $12,740 in cash. In April 1971, Nicoletti pleaded guilty to the charges. Jr. served 3 months in Niagara County Jail for the charge, and the others received probation for their part. On Saturday, August 22, 1959, Niagara Falls police raided 14 suspected gambling establishments across the city in what they called Operation Bookie. A total of 16 were arrested during the raids, and at least one of the locations had been on the police's watch list for months. Raids were continued by New York State Police in October 1959. Most local police agencies were not even told of the raids until 10 minutes beforehand to avoid communication leaks. 27 different locations were raided in Buffalo and 1 in Niagara Falls. The raids prompted New York to conduct a series of crime hearings, with many suspected bookies and gamblers subpoenaed to testify. Buffalo bookmaker Nicholas Sonny Morrow claimed that he had ceased his operations on June 8, 1960, and said he operated from many different locations, from rented apartments, railroad and bus terminals, and other convenient locations. He claimed to net about $7,000 in 1959, with 30 agents working for him. FBI agent Joe Griffin said they considered Morrow the principal sports bookmaker in western New York, and therefore their primary target. Informants said Morrow worked for Sansenese Sr. and was laying off bets, for example, using other bookmakers to try to cover for heavy bets against one team or horse. On September 15, 1964, the FBI raided Morrow's heavily barricaded bookmaking office in Buffalo. He was convicted in 1966 and sentenced to 1 year in Erie County Jail. After his release from prison in early 1967, he went right back to work. But at that time he was making interstate phone calls, which was in violation of federal statutes. The FBI began surveillance at his location on Cherry Street in Buffalo and raided it in February 1967. They found a secret staircase leading from the second floor to the basement, as well as another secret compartment on the second floor, where they found Morrow and 2 associates hiding. The raid uncovered a $100,000 a day operation. After making bond, Morrow was back on the street and back to his usual habits. FBI agent Griffin said he personally raided and arrested Morrow 5 times. A rookie Buffalo police officer was able to gain undercover entry to what he believed was a high-stakes dice game at the Fall Mark Sportsman's Club in Buffalo in November 1968. Morrow and 5 others were later arrested at the club. 2 years later, they were all acquitted. Police smashed their way in and found a bookmaking center run by Morrow on Elmwood Avenue in Buffalo in December 1969. After the arrests, the local press corps was called by the police, and Morrow and others were held until the photographers arrived at the apartment. Morrow's attorney, Harold P. Farringer, later claimed that the $75,000 a week operation was a figment of the police's imagination. Morrow was called Buffalo's #1 suspected gambler. It was revealed during the state crime hearings that Buffalo and Niagara Falls' crime ties were bigger than was previously known. About 50 bookmaking operations were thought to be operating in Buffalo at the time, and a Buffalo police lieutenant abruptly resigned during the probe after being questioned about his role in Buffalo bookmaking. Commission agent Daniel Monahan stated, "Buffalo bookies grossed $100 million in 1959 and netted $10 million. Nicoletti Jr. followed in his father's footsteps and became involved in Niagara Falls gambling operations. During a 1966 federal grand jury investigation, Jr. and Louis Tavano were both offered immunity if they testified. When asked about his father's relation to Stefano, Jr. claimed ignorance. The authorities continued harassing and raiding locations in Erie and Niagara counties. A major bust came in May 1961, when U.S. Treasury agents arrested 6 men as part of a $5,000-a-day horse race and baseball betting establishment in Buffalo. A tip led them to place surveillance on the location on Allen Street, said to be one of the largest in the city. The operation was run from an upstairs apartment and included 4 telephones and at least 38 runners. The raid was set up by IRS agents, who did not notify Buffalo police until shortly before the raid. 2 members of the anti-gambling squad accompanied the agents, who smashed a rear door to gain entrance to the apartment. The location was said to be controlled by mobster Joe Fino, who was often seen there. 4 men were arrested as they took bets by phone. One was Fino's brother, Anthony. The owner of the building, Louis Viale, 50, was arrested at his men's shop on the first floor. One of the phone lines was connected to a phone in Viale's basement down the street. The phones were so busy that 2 IRS agents started taking calls and recorded over 100 calls in 30 minutes. One caller did not place a bet but simply said, "Close up." It was obvious that word had gotten out that a raid was inevitable. 3 men were arrested in October 1963 for running a bookie setup that handled more than $450,000 a year in the Elmwood, Utica area of Buffalo. One of those arrested was Salvatore Bonito, who had been named a Cosa Nostra section leader the previous week by a Senate subcommittee. Also arrested were Thomas Calea and Michael Cellio. Buffalo Police Assistant Detective Chief Kenneth P. Kennedy said the 3 had been under surveillance for 2 months. On November 18, 1964, Peter A. Magadino met with an unknown subject who proceeded to count out $14,169 as the proceeds from the skin game known as Ziganette. Ziganette is the biggest money card game in Italy, according to John Scarney, author of Scarney's Encyclopedia of Card Games, played with a 40-card deck. The object is to bet that the dealer's or another player's card will be matched before your card. The skin game is played with a 52-card deck. An FBI informant told authorities that Fred Randaccio, Pat Natarelli, and Benedetto Benny Spano ran the Blue Banner Social Club in Buffalo. The FBI developed evidence against the club several times, but apparently Buffalo police would not raid the location. In late September 1966, they were able to obtain a shakeup in Buffalo Police Department Anti-Gambling and Vice Squad and obtain officers who were reliable and cooperative with the FBI. The club was finally raided by Buffalo police and supervised by the FBI on October 7, 1966. They felt the raid was the first successful local disruption of Cosa Nostra gambling operations in Buffalo. The club was located in a rear building fronting as a garage and consisted of plush paneled rooms with bar and dining facilities. Full security measures used by gamblers consisting of 3 entrance doors, all wired with red lights and buzzers in the back gaming rooms. 18 men were on the first floor playing cards, 9 were playing dice on the second floor, and 1 escaped to the roof but was captured when he reached the ground. 27 men were arrested, and police seized a great quantity of gambling equipment, the like of which have not been seen in years. The FBI estimated the club handled $25,000 daily, and $5,500 in cash was seized from the tables. Those arrested included Sansanese Sr., Albert Bilateri, Natarelli, Spano, and Nick Fino. But Nicholas Rizzo, known as the banker in Buffalo, was conspicuously missing. As officers were leaving, one of the FBI agents noticed that the second-floor room was slightly smaller than the first floor and proceeded to investigate. The paneling protruded from the wall, and agents found a hidden door in the bathroom. They called for Buffalo police to bring axes in and started to smash the walls. It did not take long for Rizzo to start screaming that he was in the wall, and out he came with an additional $3,000 in house money and additional gambling equipment. Although he was not caught at the club during the raid, Fred Randaccio was seen in the vicinity about 30 minutes later. Several weeks later, the club was once again operating. The Turner Social and Athletic Association was the scene of a large raid in December 1967. 2 officers scaled ladders to observe gamblers from the roof for a half hour before the raid commenced. Using axes and sledgehammers, state police, FBI agents, and Buffalo police battered down 3 doors and found 45 men in the upstairs social club, which was once a firehouse. Over $11,000 was found, and several present were identified with the organized criminal element. 3 had recently been arrested at the Oliver Street Social Club. Among those arrested were Anthony Volpe, Nicoletti Jr., Nick Fino, Salvatore Benito, Sansanese Sr., John Camilleri, and Frank Fantuzzo. The biggest gambling raid in western New York would come in November 1968, when mob boss Stefano, the Nicolettis, and others were arrested. After the Magadino arrests, police increased their attempts to rid the area of gambling. In August 1969, a major law enforcement operation was unleashed. 23 persons were arrested, and homes and businesses were searched across the area. The major players arrested included Nicoletti Jr., Samuel Pugliese, Augustine Rizzo, and Anthony Volpe, all charged with racketeering and promoting and carrying on gambling between the United States and Canada. The Del Mar Grill, Coffee Joe's, a music store, and a cigar shop, all in Niagara Falls, were searched. Nicoletti tried to evade the long arm of the law by climbing onto the second-story roof of the house he was in. Unfortunately, he could not get down, and a fire truck was required to get him off the roof. One of the first cases FBI agent Joe Griffin was able to use court-authorized wiretaps in was against Joseph Lombardo and Frank Stasio in the fall of 1970. Both were alleged bookmakers and operated from a rented apartment in suburban Cheektowaga. The bookmaking office was wiretapped, and on December 12, 1970, the FBI raided a total of 5 locations, including a Las Vegas location from where they were receiving their betting lines. A total of $25,000 in cash was found, and a safe deposit box at a bank in the Riverside section of Buffalo yielded another $96,700. Stasio and Lombardo were both arrested in a phone booth outside the Twin Fair department store in Tonawanda. They were indicted, but there was a mistrial due to a hung jury, and they walked away after not receiving a speedy trial. Another popular location was Neri's Social Club in Buffalo, which was believed to have been started by John Camilleri, Charles Casaro, Joe Fino, and Joe Moses in the spring of 1974. Informant Joseph Galliato and undercover FBI agent Richard A. Genova infiltrated the club. Genova went undercover after Camilleri's murder in May 1974 and operated until they decided to break his cover for safety reasons. The main game played at the club was Ziginette, and bets averaged in excess of $20 a card and went as high as $800 per card. According to FBI reports, after each hand was over, a 5% house cut was taken from the pot. It was believed they made at least $1,000 per day. Gaetano Micheli, Mike Bona, and Frank Fantuzzo were the supervisors of the game. Law enforcement also believed the majority of the money being bet was from burglaries, robberies, and assorted thefts and frauds in the Buffalo area. Nick Ronaldo supposedly received permission from San Frangiamore and Joe DiCarlo to start a competing Ziginette game. His game ran at Connecticut Hall on the second floor. This operation had William Scialino, known for his debt-collecting skills, as a special operator. During the investigation, Frank Pucci Camento, a known loan shark, relayed a story told to him by Daniel Sansanese Sr., who said to never beat up a loan shark victim, kill him instead. By January 1975, informant Gallianto had reported that Joe Fino mentioned there was talk to merge the two clubs and force Mike Bona out. In late January, Buffalo police entered the clubs for voluntary inspections, which led to appearance tickets for inadequate building permits. FBI search warrants led to the seizure of approximately $7,800 in cash, numerous gambling records, and a large number of handguns on February 7th. In April 1975, a Buffalo City court judge dropped the inadequate building permits charges against Neri Social Club and its sergeant-at-arms, Joseph A. Moses, but new charges were drawn up. After revelations came to light that Salvatore Pieri was involved with the clubs, Pieri, who was out on parole for a 1970 jury tampering charge, was sent back to prison to complete his sentence. He was released on June 11, 1976. The police continued raids on suspected gambling and bookmaking operations through the 1970s. In March 1977, FBI agents busted Connecticut Hall and Neri's Social Club after another undercover agent infiltrated the clubs. Those arrested included some of the usual suspects: Salvatore Pieri, William Scialino, Ronaldo, and Joe Fino. All were charged with conspiracy and operating a gambling business. Casaro, Gaetano, Tommy, Cooch, Michelli, and Moses were also sought. It was not until March 24, 1977, that the gambling case against Pieri, Joe Fino, Nick Ronaldo, Bill Scialino, Michael Bona, Gaetano Michelli, Joseph Moses, and Charles Casaro finally came to fruition. During the February 1978 gambling trial for the social clubs, Pieri's attorney Harold Boreanaz argued that the FBI did not have incriminating evidence against Pieri simply because he was not involved. A federal jury eventually found Pieri innocent, but convicted Scialino and Ronaldo. Both clubs were shut down, and gambling activities simply moved to new locations. Amherst State Police and Erie County Sheriffs raided 2 upstairs apartments at the Little White House restaurant in suburban Williamsville, New York, in April 1977. The restaurant's owner and manager, Robert G. Haney, was arrested, along with 36 others. None of the usual suspects was in attendance, but relatives of several were. It was the typical haul, with playing cards, dice, and a measly $1,050 seized. The next day, another series of raids was completed across the area, nabbing Nicoletti Jr., Morrow, Angelo Benito, and 9 others. It was believed they were all part of a sophisticated telephone network for relaying coded betting information, handling about $100,000 weekly. The late 1970s saw major raids on suspected gambling operations, but as one story noted, people like Morrow had been arrested at least 30 times by then, but only served a total of 4 days in jail. It would be impossible to cover every arrest, every raid, and every search, so some of the patterns have been highlighted, as well as some of the perennial gamblers and bookies, to give you an idea of the enormity of the business, and why the mob always wanted a piece of that gambling pie. The Whirlpool Club. May I preface my remarks by saying that I feel Buffalo is one of the least crime-ridden cities in the country. Lieutenant Michael A. Amico, Buffalo Police Department. One of Niagara Falls' big-time gambling establishments was the Whirlpool Club on 24th Street. The club was chartered in 1924 to gather persons interested in the development and perfection of radio and wireless telephony. The so-called social club was under constant surveillance by local police, since club meetings usually involved gambling and not telephony. It was said to be a plush club with a variety of gambling choices, and it was usually quite busy. In January 1955, Niagara Falls police were making checks at several local clubs every 30 minutes to find evidence of gambling, but were not able to find any. It was a daunting task trying to outsmart the gangsters. At 1 a.m. on April 16, 1955, the Whirlpool Club was the target of a police raid as a flying squad of police descended on the club. A Niagara Falls Gazette reporter had been called to witness the raid by District Attorney Bill Earle. When the raiding team, led by Police Chief Charles G. Gorman, knocked on the door and did not receive a response, crowbars were used to pry open the wood door. Inside, 28 men were gathered around a pool table, and another 58 men were in an upstairs apartment. During the interrogation, the guests of the club said they were there because a 1 a.m. club meeting had been called. Of those in attendance, 59 were from Buffalo and 19 were from Niagara Falls. Only 10 men were actually arrested, including Nicoletti Sr., his son-in-law Dominic Mantell, and Nick Rizzo. Some gambling paraphernalia was confiscated. In September 1955, a judge issued an order vacating and annulling the charter of the club after no one appeared on its behalf. This did not stop the club from operating, though, because effective October 27, 1954, the charter for the Oh Boys Social and Athletic Club had been reinstated, its charter dating to 1919. The members of this club used the Whirlpool Club building as their new headquarters. The club would continue to operate on and off until July 1962, when another major raid took place. After breaking through 2 doors, police found men scattering in every direction. 29 men were arrested, including Nicoletti Sr. and Matthew Whitey Shera, who was found hiding on the roof. A snooker table and $12,730 were found in various places throughout the 2 floors, the largest haul since the 1955 Whirlpool raid. The club was operating on Monday and Friday nights and Sunday afternoons. The gamblers met at the Imperial Hotel, where they were screened and probably checked for weapons and cash. They were then driven to the club. About 12:30 a.m., they would be driven back to the hotel before the taverns closed so they would blend in with the crowds. No further raids were known to have taken place at the club, which probably shut down sometime after this last raid. The Mafia, Part 2. The Business of Funerals. Don't forget my house in Deal if you are down on the shore. You are invited. Willie Moretti testifying at 1951 crime hearing. Paul Palmieri appeared to be a simple undertaker in Niagara Falls. Sam DiCarlo was the younger brother of Joe DiCarlo Jr. and son of Buffalo's former crime boss.
Let and Apos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
Willie Moretti was known as Willie Moore during his time in Niagara Falls. As this story unfolds, they were all leading secret lives. Palmieri was the younger brother of Angelo Palmieri. He had a clean record and ran the Panepinto and Palmieri Funeral Home in Niagara Falls. His choice of friends, though, was questionable. In 1931, Niagara Falls police received word of a secret meeting in a hotel room of an alleged group of Capone gangsters. Police investigated the claim, but the group was gone by the time they arrived. Rumors also persisted that Capone was behind gangland murders in Niagara Falls. In November 1931, Palmieri was visiting Chicago for unknown reasons when he was arrested as part of a kidnapping ring suspected of 100 kidnappings during 1930 alone. Rumors that the ring was centered in Niagara Falls and the kidnappings were planned and carried out from there were not confirmed, but they were also never completely cleared. The charges were eventually dropped, but Palmieri had more legal trouble the very next year. In August 1932, Palmieri, Sam DiCarlo, and 12 other men were arrested and charged with the killing of John Bonanno, a Pittsburgh restaurant owner. All 14 men were cleared of the murder charges. Palmieri was arrested again in 1934 after he and Salvatore Constantino attacked a patrolman who was investigating an incident in Niagara Falls. Acting Police Justice Angelo F. Scalzo arraigned the pair, and 2 years later posed for a photo with Palmieri and others at a testimonial dinner. Guarino Moretti, better known as Willie, grew up in East Harlem, New York, and was friends with Frank Costello, a well-known New York gangster. In the early 1920s, he moved to Niagara Falls, where he was known as Willie Moore, and ran a restaurant. By 1927, Moretti had left Niagara Falls and headed back to New York, where his connections propelled him in the underworld. After the Castellamarese War ended, he relocated to New Jersey, where he became a major gambler and bookmaker. A young Frank Sinatra lived nearby, and the two became acquainted. Moretti developed syphilis and began to speak out of turn, a no-no in mob circles. In December 1950, Moretti freely testified before a Senate committee investigating organized crime and acknowledged that he was a gambler, but said he did not own any establishments. Willie Moretti's days were numbered. On October 4, 1951, he arranged to have lunch with Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, but he had to stop for a business meeting in Cliffside, New Jersey first. He and 4 others met for a short while, and then, in what has been called a mercy killing, they put 2 bullets in Moretti's head and walked out. On October 18, 1951, Paul Palmieri and Ralph Belvedere were taken into custody as material witnesses in the Moretti murder. They were eventually freed, and no one was ever charged with Moretti's murder. Palmieri's son Frank married Moretti's daughter. Frank and his brother Ernest were both involved in organized crime in the New Jersey area. Ernest was caught in some shady union dealings, and Frank was involved in an early 1970s detergent and labor fiasco. Paul Palmieri died on May 7, 1955, after a short illness, and is buried in New Jersey. Lupo the Wolf. It's nice that you came together because it shows harmony. That's all we need is harmony, peace, harmony, respect. Stefano Magaddino. Federico Garibaldi, Fred Lupo, the Wolf Randaccio, was born in Palermo, Sicily, on July 1, 1907. He said he earned his nickname because as a young man he had quite a reputation as a wolf with the girls. He had a low, mumbling voice and often was inaudible on FBI wiretaps. He spoke both English and Sicilian. When Joe Velacchi testified in 1963, he said Randaccio was Stefano's underboss. He controlled the Buffalo Arm for Magaddino and was classified as a lieutenant and strong-arm man by the FBI. His earliest arrest was in 1922 as a juvenile, but by 1924 he had been arrested for playing dice, for which he received a $5 fine, an amount that was common, yet not much of a deterrent. In 1930, he was sentenced to 10 years at Elmira Reformatory for robbery. He served a short sentence and was released, but returned to complete the sentence after violating his parole. In the early 1940s, Randaccio was living above the Senate Grill on Rhode Island Street in Buffalo. When anti-saloon crusader Eddie Pospischal was murdered in January 1945, Randaccio was questioned by Buffalo police. He said he had been at a party at the Senate and drove in a car owned by Willie Castellani, who killed himself just 2 months later in March 1945. With his close friend Fred S. Mogavero, he ran Delaware Vending Company, a cigarette vending machine business, and attempted to monopolize Buffalo's predominantly Italian West Side, sometimes legitimately and sometimes by their intimidating presence. When Mogavero died, the funeral was held at Perna Funeral Home in Buffalo, but the Magadinos ran the funeral, as the hearse bore the Magadino emblem. By 1955, Rondaccio and his brother Victor were a powerful tandem. The mob had been running Labor's Local 210 for years, and Magadino approved Victor taking over as secretary-treasurer. Fred could often be found meeting with Stefano at the Magadino Memorial Chapel in Niagara Falls, where he frequently called him Uncle Steve. According to mob rat Paddy Calabrese, Rondaccio would hold court in the Senate Grill, where everyone who owed him or needed a favor paid a visit to plead their case. His closest associate was Pasquale Paddy Natharelli, known for using an ice pick in someone's ear to remind him that he owed him money. Natharelli was said to be behind the policy and numbers rackets in Buffalo and Niagara Falls in the 1960s, and worked with Rochester, Syracuse, and other areas to set up their rackets. Natharelli and Rondaccio were feared men and as dangerous a pair as there was in Buffalo. Rondaccio was also involved in narcotics with Salvatore Rizzo, Roy Carlisi, and Charles Casaro, among others. Rondaccio was involved in a multitude of legitimate businesses over the years, but was rarely seen actually working. One of those businesses, Vinsco Amusement Company, operated lucrative bingo games until it was outlawed in 1958. Another operation he had with Natharelli and John Camilleri was Frontier Latherers Incorporated, a barricade sign rental company. When the Magadinos took an interest in Pandoro Exterminators, Rondaccio, Ernest Panabianco, and Jerry Dorobila also took an interest. Vito Buck Jones Domiano was a cousin of Fred Mogaveros and said to be head of the numbers racket in Buffalo, but he still reported to Rondaccio. Domiano operated a shoe store on Chippewa Street. According to one informant, he was a reasonable and just man, whereas Rondaccio used strong-arm techniques and was feared but did not earn the same respect. Domiano had been personally appointed by Magadino, along with Samuel Friedman, who was a principal financial backer behind all numbers operations in the Buffalo area prior to Damiano's death. Friedman was also the president of Kaufman's Bakery and co-owner of North Park Furniture in Buffalo. When Domiano died in April 1958, the funeral was handled by Joseph Spano and Sons Funeral Home, Incorporated, but the Magadino Memorial Chapel actually ran it. After Domiano's death, Rondaccio took over all his business. Rondaccio's brother-in-law, Agostine J. Willie Tarito, owned Augustine's restaurant on Washington Street in downtown Buffalo. He also owned the Char Pit, a popular West Side barbecue restaurant. One of Rondaccio's amusing habits was faithfully visiting a friend every Thursday so they could watch the Untouchables television show. The FBI also caught him watching the televised hearings with Joe Valaki in the early 1960s at his girlfriend's house. In 1959, a numbers operation that Rondaccio was involved in operated out of two legitimate businesses in Buffalo, Keith's Theater and Bonnie Lou Candy Corporation. Rondaccio was observed at both and other locations on a regular basis. While Rondaccio lived on Richmond Avenue, just east of Buffalo's west side, he had a girlfriend who lived just a few blocks away. The FBI placed a wiretap in Darlene Grand's apartment in the early 1960s and listened in on their nightly conversations, which Rondaccio assumed were private. He would often be heard telling Grand not to discuss anything over the phone in case it was bugged. With additional physical surveillance of the location, they knew almost all of Rondaccio's moves during the time the tap was in place. Gran was employed by Buffalo attorney Sultan Rodenberg and then attorney Nathan D. Seberg. Rondaccio did not like Seberg, and on May 21, 1962, he told Gran that in 5 years Seberg would be nothing but a bum on the streets. Both attorneys represented many of Buffalo's criminals. Rondaccio was listed in the 1963 Buffalo City Directory as a construction worker with Rondaccio Builders. He readily admitted to FBI agents in 1963 that he was friends with many of Buffalo's bookmakers and gamblers, but said that he felt that it was a much better business than robbing people and burglarizing houses. But he most likely made sure to take his cut from any of those who did choose those other professions. After all, he believed in the old-school La Cosa Nostra values and was against prostitution and dope. Paddy Calabrese was one of Randaccio's associates who robbed the treasurer's office at Buffalo City Hall on December 29, 1964. Calabrese knew he had to kick a percentage or tax for every job he did to Randaccio just to stay in his good grace. Vito Aguechi, whose brother Albert was killed in 1961, said Randaccio had initiated him into the Magaddino family. According to an informant, Randaccio lost respect from Stefano because of how he handled himself after the Panero's raid. Magaddino was angry at him for the way he treated FBI agents. In July 1967, Randaccio made a move to smooth things over with the FBI and stopped an agent to talk with him. When he was asked about La Cosa Nostra, he laughed and stated that all he knew about LCN he read in the newspaper. Randaccio was arrested and convicted in 1967 after Calabrese testified against him. Randaccio, 60 at the time of his sentencing, had lost his opportunity to become boss of the Magaddino family. In November 1968, Magaddino and others were arrested. Randaccio was already serving time, and the vacuum left would eventually lead to family infighting for control. On appeal, Randaccio was able to get his sentence reduced to 16 years and was released in July 1979 after serving 11 years of his sentence. By the time he was released, Magaddino was dead, and Randaccio no longer commanded the same respect. Fred Randaccio spent the last years of his life in a Buffalo nursing facility and died on October 4, 2004, at 97 years of age. Pat Nadarelli was 83 when he died in 1993. Hidden in plain sight. Freddie, take half. It's the least I can do under the circumstances. Paddy Calabrese talking to Fred Randaccio. Perhaps two of the most important events related to organized crime activity in western New York occurred in the 1960s, the formation of the Witness Protection Program and the Strike Force. It all started rather innocently, in theory at least. Pasquale Paddy Calabrese was a brash young hood from Buffalo's Italian West Side. He had an inside scoop that a bag containing close to $300,000 would be in the treasurer's office at Buffalo City Hall, waiting for him. So on December 29, 1964, he calmly walked in and hopped the fence. As he went to grab the bag, he was surprised to see two. He grabbed the wrong one, as there was only $16,000 in the bag, not the $300,000 he had hoped for. Calabrese escaped unscathed, and a few days later was called to meet Fred Randaccio at the Senate Grill. Randaccio and Pat Nadarelli were meeting people in the closed bar to discuss business. Calabrese did not like being summoned there, and was worried about how Randaccio would handle the heist. When Paddy was called to the back room to meet the two mobsters, it was not to scold. Instead, Randaccio wanted half the score, not his usual 10%. Paddy gladly gave him this. In return, he offered Paddy a chance at a big score in Los Angeles, California, where several former Buffalonians were now working. The men were Stephen the Whale Chino, Charles Bobby Milano Cacci, a singer, and Louis Sorgi, who worked at the hotel they were going to rob. They had all relocated to California in the 1950s. Cacci's brother Sam was later Local 210 president, and his brother Vincent Jimmy would join him in the late 1970s and be named a leader in the Los Angeles mob. Paddy, Nadarelli, and Randaccio also planned another robbery of the Marine Trust Company branch on Fillmore Avenue in Buffalo, and one at the Weirton, West Virginia Savings and Loan Company. Nadarelli and Randaccio gave Paddy plane fare. and off he went to meet his fellow Buffalonians in California. What happened after that changed everything related to the Buffalo Mafia. Paddy was finally identified for the City Hall robbery, and Rondaccio ordered him back to Buffalo to take the fall. After his arrest, he expected that Rondaccio would provide bail money, a lawyer, or something, but the Magaddino family backed away, leaving Paddy's girlfriend and her kids hungry and scared, and Paddy stuck in jail. Magaddino was a cheap old man, one agent later recalled. Paddy was convicted of 3 counts of robbery, and the only one who seemed to care about him and his girlfriend was Buffalo Police Detective Sergeant Sam Jambroni. He felt he could get Paddy to turn on Rondaccio, but Paddy held on to the belief that the mob would eventually help him. In June 1967, Calabrese was named as co-conspirator in the Marine Trust robbery along with Salvatore Pieri and Daniel J. Domino, and co-conspirator along with Alfred Mardrini in the West Virginia plot. Rondaccio, Notarelli, and Nicholas Rizzo were named defendants. The last indictment named Calabrese as a co-conspirator with Chino, Vincent, and Charles Gacci, Sorgi, Rondaccio, and Notarelli as defendants. Other events were transpiring in western New York. The FBI had wiretaps in the Magaddino Memorial Chapel in Niagara Falls, Camellia Linen Supply in Buffalo, Fred Magavero's Texaco station in Buffalo, and other locations. But President Lyndon Johnson ordered that these wiretaps be shut down. So, Strike Force was created by lawyers and a combination of government agencies, but not the FBI, as Director J. Edgar Hoover wanted no part. Buffalo was chosen as the first location because there had only been 2 mobsters prosecuted in the previous decade, so anything we did was bound to be an improvement, and it was a small enough target to be manageable, said Thomas Kennelly, the second-in-command attorney. Jambrone finally convinced Calabrese to flip and brought him to the strike force. Paddy knew if he testified against Rondaccio, there would be a contract on his head, so he wanted protection for him, his girlfriend Rochelle, and her kids. They agreed. This was before the witness protection program was ever thought of. Calabrese opened up about everything he knew, including the L.A. robbery, which was what they would hang Rondaccio and Notarelli on. After they were arrested, there was a rumor that Magaddino was offering $100,000 to anyone who found Calabrese. His testimony would be the first major blow that Magaddino ever had, and he wanted to prevent it. According to Donald Campbell, one of the strike force attorneys, several of us began getting threatening phone calls. We were shocked, he would state, since the mob usually had an unwritten rule about going after police or federal agents. According to one source, Sam Jambrone and a Bureau of Narcotics agent drove to Lewiston to pay Magaddino a visit. When he came to the door, Jambrone shoved his revolver in Magaddino's mouth and told him the threats had better stop, or we are going to come back and blow your fucking head off. The harassment stopped. Calabrese and Rochelle had been hiding at a military base in another state. He finally got his day in court in late 1967. It tore holes in Stefano Magaddino's chain of command, Detective Jambrone would later say. Some of Buffalo's top defense attorneys worked the case. On November 21, 1967, after 8 hours of deliberating, the jury foreman announced, "We find all 5 defendants guilty on both counts." Notarelli and Rondaccio were convicted, and each received 20-year sentences, later dropped to 16 years. Chino also received 20, but had his dropped. Cacci and Gorgi each received 10 years. For his part, Calabrese, who had married his girlfriend Rochelle, and their kids were all given new identities and moved to a new state. The problem was that 2 of the children were from another marriage, and the father wanted to see his kids. This set off a whole other episode. Thomas Leonard had been married to Rochelle before Calabrese. After they went into hiding, Leonard lost contact with his kids and spent 8 years fighting the government to see them. He won custody and even sued the U.S. government. His lawyer, Sal Martoche, pushed a congressman to pass a bill to disclose Leonard's kids' whereabouts or pay $1 million in restitution. Meanwhile, Calabrese and family were in Michigan and later Reno, Nevada, where he became a government witness in other cases. Rochelle divorced Patty after years of abuse, and Leonard finally got to see his kids. It was bittersweet, as he found out they had visited Buffalo 3 or 4 times over the years, but had not been allowed to see him. Patty moved to Seattle and operated an investigation firm. He died in 2005 at 66 years old. As singer Bobby Milano, Charles Gacci had one minor song hit in the 1950s and later married singer Keely Smith. His brother Jimmy was said to be a top mobster in Los Angeles after moving there in the 1970s. The brothers both served additional prison sentences on various charges over the years. Jimmy died on August 16, 2011, at 86, and Charles died in January 2006 at 69. Their other brother Sam died in 2002 at 72. Bobby and Jimmy are buried together in a Cheektowaga cemetery. A gangster, a hit, and a Rembrandt. Nobody did it. John Sacco, bleeding with 2 bullet wounds. In 1971, 3 small 10-inch by 11-inch Rembrandt paintings were stolen from Musée Bonanno in Bayonne, France. Robert Lebec, a young French art student, had been admiring a series of paintings on multiple visits and realized that about a dozen paintings were simply hanging by nails. On March 3, 1971, he came dressed in a large, loose, long beige raincoat and pocketed 3 paintings. Lebec was no master criminal, so he met a friend who ran drugs in Amsterdam, which led him to a German who ran in the same low-level circles. These were not the people needed to offload a Rembrandt. Due to a few missteps by the bungling thieves, 2 of the paintings were recovered without a fight, but Lebec kept the last painting. The painting went through some harrowing ordeals, including being buried, hidden in a false bottom crate, and eventually transported to Canada through Lebec's drug dealer friend. This is where Johnny Rio Gandolfo came into the story. Rio was a New York gangster hiding in Canada, and he wanted a piece of the drug dealer's trade. The dealer was loose-lipped, and Rio found out about the painting. Some months later, the dealer left Canada for a drug buy, and Rio was able to find the painting through some threats of violence. In early 1976, Buffalo cat burglar and safecracker Charles S. Chucky Carlo was convicted of possessing burglary tools. When he was offered probation in exchange for becoming an FBI informant, he reluctantly accepted. The FBI was looking to do a sting operation in Buffalo and set up Operation Teepee, named after a Native American store Chucky once ran. The Allentown section of Buffalo was filled with antique stores in 1976, which is exactly why the FBI opened its own store on Elmwood Avenue called the House of Tasha. The big difference was that this store was manned by Chucky, an FBI informant. It had hidden microphones and video that was fed to a rented apartment 3 doors down. With Chucky's underworld contacts, it was his job to attract every burglar, fence, and loan shark from Buffalo to Syracuse. Acting as a fence for the FBI, he quickly started bringing in stolen goods left and right. One of his frequent customers was Generino Jerry Fasolino. In January 1977, Fasolino and Chucky were hanging at his house when Fasolino said he could get his hands on a stolen Rembrandt if Chucky was interested. He was, and they agreed on a $200,000 price, half of which would go to Fasolino for his part as middleman. Chucky immediately called his FBI handler, and they agreed to the purchase. Apparently, Rio had met a Buffalo girl whose father had some mob connections in Buffalo. Fasolino was that connection. It took 3 months for Rio to make it to Buffalo, and on April 3, 1977, Chucky, Rio, his girlfriend, and Fasolino met at Fasolino's house. Rio grilled Chucky about his criminal pedigree and underworld connections for a half hour. Afterward, Rizzo agreed to sell the painting on April 11th. The FBI sting operation had grown well beyond what they had anticipated, and they were in slightly over their heads at this point. Enter FBI undercover agent Thomas McShane of the New York office. McShane was an art expert and would pose as the buyer of the painting, making the charade all the more real. Rizzo dropped off the painting for Chucky's art expert to inspect as scheduled and was given $10,000 as collateral. That same day, McShane flew into Buffalo from New York, and everything seemed to be falling into place to pull off one of the biggest sting operations in Buffalo history. When McShane was picked up at the airport, the Buffalo agents were surprised at who they met. McShane did not look like a typical FBI agent. He had long hair, sideburns, and flashy clothes. When he asked the Buffalo agents questions about the operation, they seemed to talk around him, never giving the details he might need. This made the buy even more dangerous, since Rizzo was known to carry a gun. It got to the point where the Buffalo agents started calling McShane Inspector Clouseau, as they felt they were dealing with a bumbling idiot. He was driven to the apartment 2 streets away from Chucky's shop from where the operation was run. He was given an additional $13,000 to pay Rizzo, for a total of $23,000, not the $200,000 as was expected. After a short briefing, he was sent on his way, not even being told the name of Chucky's shop or the address, but simply that it was in the Antiques District. McShane walked 2 blocks, turned right onto Elmwood Avenue as they had told him, and realized that there were many antique shops and he had no idea which one Chucky was in. Luckily, Chucky spotted him as he passed and called him into the shop. After a quick introduction, McShane got down to work inspecting the painting. He took photos, looked at it under a magnifying glass and under ultraviolet light, took measurements, and closely studied the age of the paint and brush strokes. He finally declared, "I'm 95% sure it was a Rembrandt." The buy was a go, and the operation was set in motion. Chucky made calls and went to meet Rizzo at Fasolino's house. When they returned, only Rizzo was with Chucky. After introductions, McShane dove right in and explained to Rizzo that he was not paying Rizzo's price for the painting. He went into details about the painting, explaining that this was only a study for a larger painting, which Rizzo could not have verified. After subtracting Chucky's cut as the fence and the cost of restoration, after a while they were down to the amount McShane was authorized to spend. Rizzo was flabbergasted. He admitted he had gently dabbed the surface with a damp cloth to spruce it up. While the rest of the agents watched on the video feed 3 doors down, Rizzo said he couldn't take that low of a price for something he had babied for 5 years. "It's been a part of me. It's influenced a lot of things I've done." McShane, unmoved by his tale of woe, offered his final price of $23,000. Rizzo finally relented, saying, "I never want to see that face again." He took the $13,000 from McShane and started on his way out. He then turned around and said he could get his hands on a Picasso. "Would you be interested in that?" McShane paused, as he had been searching for that stolen painting prior to this operation, but declined. The two shook hands, and Rizzo left. The agents were thrilled that McShane had pulled it off, and that night they went out to celebrate over some beers. When they asked McShane what he thought of Buffalo, he said that the gangsters he had met that day were the nicest people he had talked to all day. The FBI shadowed Rizzo after he left the house of Tasha for 2 days, until he slipped away and disappeared. It took 2 years to track him down, and he was finally arrested in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, on a drug conviction. He was later extradited and charged with the Rembrandt sale. He made a deal and spent a short time in prison, only to disappear into the wind once again. You may be wondering exactly what painting it was that made it to the little antique shop in Buffalo. It was created in 1665 entitled Le Rabbin, or The Rabbi. It is now worth well over the $1 million that Johnny Rizzo was hoping to cash in on in 1977. Operation Teepee did not end with the Rembrandt recovery, though. On Monday, June 25, 1977, the FBI finally shut down the operation, Chucky went into hiding, and the FBI began the arrests. It turned out to be a tremendous sting for the Bureau. Among those arrested were John Sacco, accused of possessing 1,672 records and cassettes stolen from Cavage's, a former Buffalo record store chain; Thomas G. Gascon, for $100,000 in stolen jewelry. He would later become a government witness; Stanley Seneca and Ronald Carlyle, charged with third-degree burglary from a $3,000 dental office burglary; and Alfred T. Big Al Monaco, charged with a $19,000 antique store robbery on Allen Street. Seneca and Monaco would both turn up dead from apparent mob hits. Fasolino received a mere $3,000 for his part as middleman in setting up the Rembrandt sale. John Santori, whose daughter was dating Rio, was arrested for his part in the art heist. Both were charged with sale and transport of stolen property. Fasolino was later found guilty and sentenced to prison. Joseph Sanfratello was charged with multiple counts, including his part in a cigarette burglary and $45,000 robbery. He would be killed gangland style in 1985 in an apparent warning to others after it was determined that he was dealing drugs. All these were impressive arrests, but the biggest were yet to come. A total of 26 people were arrested, and $500,000 in stolen property was recovered. In addition, Erie County legislator James V. Arcardi, lawyer Thomas Amadeo, and Assistant District Attorney Richard M. Mancuso, Arcardi's cousin, were charged with bribe receiving. Arcardi was dumbfounded by the charges. "I'm as shocked and surprised as you are," he told reporters. The FBI had wired everything they could think of, including Chucky, who sometimes wore a wire when meeting people. There was a recorder in his car, and Sacco's phone was tapped. On June 17, 1976, Frosty Navino, 24, was lured to the former Connecticut Hall under the guise of picking up some burglary tools from Louis Pisa. It was evening when they entered the building, which was dark. Novino noticed a shadow and saw a heavy-set man emerge from the shadows. He said he thought the man was going to hit him, so he pulled his .45 caliber handgun out. "I felt like I was boxed in," he said, and started shooting at the heavy-set man, who turned out to be John C. Sacco. He hit Sacco once. He saw two more men crouched on the floor. One was Frank Billiteri, the brother of the man he had killed in 1974 in a botched drug deal. He fired again, hitting Sacco a second time. He saw three other men who had been identified as made men in high-ranking positions in the Buffalo mafia. Chaos ensued, and Novino was able to run to the rear of the building and escape through a back door. Sacco, bleeding from wounds to the upper chest and left hip, was dragged outside by the others and left. One of the men called the police from a payphone and ran. Sacco yelled that he had been shot, but when a neighbor ran to his aid, he told her she didn't see anything or hear anything. When asked by the police who shot him, Sacco said, "Nobody shot me." Officers asked if the assailants were still in the building, and Sacco said, "There's nothing to go in the building for." Police searched it anyway and found multiple shotguns, hunting knives, ammunition, 6 ski masks, clothesline, and pairs of gloves. Homicide Chief Leo J. Donovan said the weapons were generally used in holdups or contract killings. It turned out that Sacco and the others had lured Novino there to kill him in retaliation for the Billiteri murder. They were going to torture him with the clothesline and knives before finishing him off. Sacco refused to say who had shot him or what happened. He did eventually recover, but was convicted of having illegal guns in the building. On March 22, 1977, in the midst of Operation Teepee, Sacco was heard discussing how to kill Novino with his brother Richard, a Buffalo police officer. On the wiretap, John admitted asking for the contract to hit Novino. "Let me handle it. I'll let my son drive and I'll shoot him." Richard said, "You look around, you go to a bar, he walks out, you walk out, boom, that is it, all over, one solid day, no big thing. If you are going to do a job, do it right. Blow his head right off from here to Delaware." It wasn't until the sting operation ended in June that FBI officials revealed the taped conversations. Richard Sacco immediately resigned from the police force, ending a long career. He later confirmed the conversations during grand jury testimony. In 1978, John Sacco was tried for the Navino shooting, but Navino could not be located, and it ended in a mistrial. In August 1978, John Sacco was given immunity to testify before a federal grand jury, but refused and was sentenced to 14 months in prison. In late January 1979, he began plea negotiations on multiple charges. He pleaded guilty to first-degree assault on the Novino shooting and to multiple stolen property charges from Operation TP. He served time for all those charges. In July 1989, Sacco was again arrested, and FBI agents convinced him to become an informant. In exchange for several $1,000s per month, he would wear a wire and try to get local mob members to discuss unsolved killings. Because the feds did not completely trust Sacco, he was also secretly recorded. An associate of Sacco's, Buffalo drug dealer Michael Ress, was apparently becoming a headache, according to Buffalo loan shark Leonard Falzone. During one conversation, Sacco was heard telling Ress to, "Get my money, get it, or I'm going to hurt you bad." Ress disappeared on August 9, 1989, and his burned-out automobile was found on Chandler Street. In February 1990, Sacco was exposed as an informant and went into hiding. The events that unfolded became a disaster. Dennis Vacco, the U.S. attorney in Buffalo, said that Sacco would not get out of prison, even though the FBI had made him a deal. Parole officials claimed he had violated his parole by consorting with known criminals. Sacco was testy, and the FBI never knew if he was providing them with false information. Then, in June 1990, Sacco was arrested on a drug charge from prior to his stint as an FBI informant, and his life as an informant was over. While in custody in a Lockport jail, John Sacco suffered a heart attack and died. While in jail, he had been married, and a battle over his estate between his 2 adult children and wife ensued. His estate was said to include $300,000 in cash and jewelry, 3 houses, and 31 wedding rings. Frosty Novano, having survived Sacco's murder attempt in 1976, was allegedly shot at outside a Forest Avenue bar a few years later, but again escaped unharmed. The Buffalo Mafia apparently gave up trying to kill him, and he moved to Arizona, returning in the 1980s. In 1991, Novano was charged with drug trafficking. During this time, multiple informants started ratting each other out, and Novano was caught in the middle, finally pleading guilty to the 1974 Billiteri murder. He testified against another gangster for his own 1976 ambush. Novino was sent to prison for 8 1/3 to 25 years and may have died in 2001. Valaki and his sweetheart. They know everything under the sun. They know who's back of it. They know Amici. They know Capodecina. They know there is a commission. We gotta watch right now, this thing, where it goes, and stay as quiet as possible. Stefano Magaddino. In the early 1950s, Fred Rondaccio met Johnny Pops Papaglia of nearby Hamilton, Ontario, and became more mentor than friend. In 1955, Papaglia was told by Stefano that he was taking over Ontario, and Stefano asked Papaglia if he wanted to be his lieutenant, which he accepted. From then on, he kept a flow of tribute money going to Buffalo. Papaglia became involved in a number of illicit enterprises with Albert Agueci, a native of Sicily who arrived in Canada in 1950. Agueci also wanted to get into narcotics, specifically heroin, where the profits were tremendous. Papaglia wanted a piece of the action. A meeting in Palermo, Sicily, at the Grand Hotel des Palmes supposedly took place from October 12 to 16, 1957, to discuss the growing drug trade and how the mafia planned to handle it. Joe Bonanno mentions a trip to Sicily during that time, but not the meeting in his book. And one journalist, Claire Sterling, claims it took place, but there is little corroborating evidence to validate such a meeting. The very next month, the Appalachian Summit took place in Appalachian, New York, and it has long been thought that the drug trade was discussed at the pre-summit meeting. By October 1958, Aguechi was using his Sicilian contacts and a crooked travel agent to have heroin shipped in the luggage of unsuspecting immigrants traveling to Toronto and New York City. It would then be split, with most going to New York. The ring had 32 people in 3 countries, and Papaglia was the money man. All the parties needed to get permission from their godfathers, including Vito Genovese and Joe Bonanno in New York, and Magaddino to participate. Aguechi and Papaglia visited Magaddino and paid him $4,000 as tribute, and Magaddino in turn assured them of his support and expected 50% of the profit. Both Magaddino and Bonanno outwardly opposed the drug trade, but both were involved and accepted its windfall. Police on both sides of the border had been slowly putting together the pieces of the ring. It was during this time that Genovese soldier Joe Vallacchi became part of the puzzle. He had been sentenced to 5 years for a heroin charge in 1956, but was released on appeal. An associate of his involved in the dope ring, Ralph Wagner, was arrested in 1959 and ratted out Vallacchi to reduce his sentence. While out on bail, Vallacchi decided to leave the country and met Albert Aguechi. Vallacchi made his way to Buffalo, where he stayed at the Statler Hilton for 4 days and met Randaccio. With Albert's help, he was then able to make it into Canada. Eventually, too many mistakes were made in the drug ring, and 2 men were arrested in New York. The men made a deal to give up everyone involved in return for reduced sentences. In late May 1961, the arrests began. The U.S. District Attorney announced that a $150 million heroin smuggling ring, dubbed the French Connection, had been broken up. Vallacchi, Papaglia, the Aguechis, and many others were arrested. Albert Aguechi thought that Stefano would provide bail or a lawyer, but Magaddino never kept his end of the deal. This would prove to be a turning point for the Buffalo family and the mafia nationally. When Albert Aguechi demanded that Magaddino spring for his $20,000 bail, it fell on deaf ears. Aguechi told Vallacchi that he was going to declare himself in form if Stephen Magaddino didn't get his brother out. Aguechi's wife sold their home and gathered enough money to bail him out of the New York City jail, and Aguechi jumped bail. On October 31, 1961, a confidential FBI informant said that Fred Mogavero had contacted Pat Natarelli to tell him Al was at his service station in Buffalo after taking a taxi from New York City. On Thanksgiving Day, November 23, 1961, a body was found in the Rochester suburb of Penfield by 2 hunters. The body was badly burned. The arms were tied behind the back. Clothesline was around the neck. The jaw was broken and 8 teeth knocked out, and roughly 40 pounds of flesh had been sliced off the body while he was still alive. The body was so badly burned that officials had to remove the fingers to get fingerprints. 2 days later, the FBI identified the body as that of Albert Aguechi. On November 27th, an informant told the FBI that Randaccio and Sansanese had been discussing someone but never mentioned Aguechi by name. Randaccio said that they were supposed to burn the fingers even if they had to get a blowtorch. They had dug a hole, but some hunters came by and jokingly asked if they were going to bury someone. Then they poured 5 gallons of gasoline over his head and burned him. Vito Aguechi blamed Magaddino and Randaccio, but police believed it was actually done by the Rochester mob family as a favor to Magaddino. While in jail, Vallacchi claimed that Genovese, with some prodding from Vito Aguechi, thought he was an informant. Vallacchi, in his paranoia, killed an innocent man in prison, and now had a murder charge added to the others. He thought there was a price on his head and felt he had only one option: become an informant. Valaki was put in seclusion and testified before the Senate Rackets Committee, where he named people, places, and events dating back to the earliest days in crime. His memory was amazing, but even he could not have known all those people. It was believed that the FBI helped him fill in some blanks. His testimony, along with that of Buffalo Police Commissioner William H. Snyder, Lieutenant Michael A. Amico, and Detective Sergeant Samuel Jambrone, helped to put Buffalo and the Magaddino family on the map. Those named were Magaddino, John Montana, Randaccio, Carlisi, Lagatuta, Nino, Pascal Politano, and others. Nothing substantial ever came from his Buffalo testimony, other than more awareness by the public and law enforcement. After it was all over, Valaki was sent to La Tuna Military Prison in Texas, where he was held prisoner, more for his own safety than anything. While he was there, he cultivated a love affair with a Niagara Falls woman, Marie K. Jackson. She was divorced, and he was still married, but apparently their love was real. She said they had met at a mutual friend's house in Niagara Falls in the 1950s. Their affair was unknown to the outside world, but, according to Jackson, Joe was always good to me. She said, "He gave me gifts and money, and we took a lot of trips before he went to prison. Afterward, I wrote to him every day." During his time in prison, Valaki wrote his memoirs, which he thought could be sold. Instead, he and Jackson claim they were stolen by a U.S. senator and never returned. Joe Valaki died on April 3, 1971, at 66 years of age. His body went unclaimed for 3 days. Neither his wife nor his son wanted him. That was when Marie Jackson went public. She claimed his body and had it shipped to Niagara Falls. After a private ceremony at Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, he was secretly buried right in Stefano's backyard at Gate of Heaven Cemetery in Lewiston. Jackson was named Valaki's executor and beneficiary, and his will stipulated that his burial site be secret, as he did not want his former comrades desecrating his remains. She tried to get his manuscript back from the government, but was constantly stonewalled. She earned royalties from the Valaki Papers, a book about his life, and possibly the movie, which starred Charles Bronson. Valaki was the perfect scapegoat for the government to use to open up the public's eyes to organized crime. He paid with his freedom, but the love of his life would never be forgotten. He wrote to her, "I am thinking of you day and night. I love you, darling. Joe." 2 years after Valaki died, Jackson had a small stone placed on his gravesite and the one next to it, where she would be buried in 1999. Deadly Nights. The Union, the Murder, and the Informant. I abhorred the mob. Ron Fino. Laborers Local 210 was chartered in 1913 from the International Hod Carriers and Building Laborers Union to provide the construction industry with laborers. Over time, Local 210 became synonymous with the Buffalo Mafia, and although it was difficult to see where one ended and the other began, it was generally considered to be run by the mob, even though evidence of such was scarce. According to testimony given during Senate hearings in 1963, Lieutenant Michael Amico of the Buffalo Police said that in the early 1950s, in order to work in the union, it was necessary to partake of some of their gambling activities, and if you did so while on the job, you would remain on the job for longer periods of time. Joe Fino rose through the mob ranks from a soldier to capo under Stefano. He was a bookmaker and had his brothers Nick and Anthony operating horse books for him. After Stefano's arrest in 1968, Fino aligned himself with John Camilleri and Sansanese Sr. as part of a faction attempting to wrest control of the crime family from Magaddino. Fino's son Ron graduated from high school in 1964 and began working as a laborer for Local 210 while attending classes at University at Buffalo. During this time, he also did undercover work for the government. According to Ron, starting in 1964, I provided the Department of Justice and the FBI with information relating to the control of the Union and its organized crime ties. In 1971, Time magazine exposed the corrupt Union in an article about the much-delayed federal building construction. The article blamed Local 210 for the problems, saying, "Fully 90% of Buffalo Mafia members belong to Local 210. Samuel Lagatuta served as union official and time card keeper. Workers generally showed up well after starting time, but time cards showed that they were on time. When the contractors complained, there were walk-offs and sick calls, and even a fire broke out. As a last resort, the Dallas contractor J.W. Bates & Company hired Camilleri as a job coordinator. He was born on October 17, 1912, and was a typical mafioso. He wore expensive clothes and shoes and a pinky ring, gambled, and had girlfriends. His legitimate employment was vice president of Vin James Builders Incorporated, but he also had a stake in Neri's Social Club on West Ferry Street, which was coveted by Sansanese Sr. His affiliation with Local 210 dates back to about 1939, but no one can remember him ever lifting a shovel. He implemented new job standards, telling workers that they could not take toilet breaks out of order, could not have surgery since "we hired you as you are," and could not die without 2 weeks' notice and first training a replacement. The workers kicked into high gear and the building was completed, albeit a year late. In 1970, at age 23, Ron Fino became a business agent for Local 210 as Victor Randaccio's way to get closer to Joe Fino, who was heading a defecting faction of the Magadino family. It was during this time that Ron realized how corrupt the Union was, and in 1973 he decided to run for business manager on a reform ticket. Without thinking, he was going against the mob itself, and this put his life in danger. Joe was worried, but a deal was brokered to let Fino run, since they figured he couldn't win. Even law enforcement officials said that Fino would not have been able to attempt this if Magadino had not been arrested in November 1968 and Fred Randaccio imprisoned. "Do you really think there'd be this election if there was an organization?" a local policeman commented. Fino recruited Salvatore Sammy Cacci, brother of Charles and Vincent, to run as president, and said the Union was fighting for its life to represent all the members, not just a handful. Cacci brought along Camilleri, whom Joe wanted involved, and also recruited Sansanese Sr., so Ron had to promise Sansanese's son Dan Jr. and Ralph Valacchi jobs if he won the election. Ron Fino believes that the Union's American Indian and Irish members of South Buffalo brought in the votes. Over 2,700 of the 3,000 members showed up, and Ron won the election by a 2-to-1 vote. Secretly, Ron had been meeting with government agents while traveling and working for the Union. Not long after the election, Camilleri went to Ron and asked him for a job inside the Union. Ron declined, and Camilleri was not happy. One day, Ron received a call to have a sit-down at the Turf Club, owned by Roy Carlisi. Carlisi congratulated Fino and then told him he had no power, that he would be told who to give no-show jobs to and whose pensions to pad. In essence, he was to be the Union's figurehead leader because the Mafia still controlled it. Ron gave Carlisi some lip and was berated. In 1972, Joe Fino was acting as if he were boss and was summoned to appear before the Mafia Commission to explain why, since Magadino was still the boss. Sansanese, Frangiamorte, and Carlisi accompanied him, and they all agreed to stick together with their decision. When told that Magadino was still boss, Fino told the Mafia Commission their decision, but the others said they would abide by the Commission's ruling, leaving Fino with little choice but to eat crow and backpedal on his decision. He now realized that they had never planned on backing him for the long term, and he had to reconsider who he could trust. Sam Frangiamore was chosen as boss by the Commission. In April 1974, Joe decided to make a move to try to take over the family. His crew, Camilleri and some of the Rochester faction, agreed that they would not recognize Frangiamore as boss and would attempt to wrest control from him. Before Fino and Camilleri could make their move, Frangiamore found out, and Charles Casaro, Albert Bilatteri Sr., Angelo Massaro, and Sam Cardinale turned on Camilleri. Meanwhile, Camilleri had been demanding a meeting with the mob's union leaders, and they agreed to meet him on May 8, 1974, his 63rd birthday. It is not believed that the meeting went well, as Camilleri said they refused him a job. That night he met some friends for dinner and drinks at Roseland Restaurant, a popular West Side Italian eatery, to celebrate his birthday. After dinner he excused himself, saying he had to attend the wake of Sam Pieri's brother-in-law, but he told his friends to wait as he would return. Camilleri attended the wake along with numerous underworld figures. As is common among Italians, the men greeted one another with kisses on the cheek. Camilleri would soon find out that one of the kisses he received was Il bacio della morte, the kiss of death. He left the wake and drove back to Roseland about 9:30 p.m. He parked his car in the lot across the street and headed back to his birthday celebration. As he crossed the street, a car sped up, and a man or men jumped from the car and shot Camilleri, hitting him in the head. He fell onto the sidewalk in front of the restaurant and died. The killers sped away down Chenango Street and were not identified. Years later, Camilleri's nephew and former county legislator Michael J. Alessi was arrested and pinned the murder on Vincent S. Jimmy Sicurella. That same night, Joe Fino was scheduled to die, but another mob member convinced Frangiamore that only Camilleri needed to go. Joe, who had little power by then, was spared. Joe died in 1984 at 69 years old. Sansanese Sr. probably took over Camilleri's stake in Neri's social club, as well as part of his crew, including Billy Scialino, who had been under Joe, Ronaldo, and Sam Cardinale. Casaro took over the rest of Camilleri's crew, including Angelo Massaro and Albert Bilatteri. Ron left the union in 1988 to start an environmental waste firm, which he said the mob muscled in on. Others say Fino lived an extravagant life and drove the business into the ground. In 1988, Dennis Vacco became U.S. Attorney in Buffalo with support from the local mob leadership. Not long after, Fino had a close friend, Dan Domino, see if the mob knew anything about his undercover work. That same night, he found out they knew he was an informant and decided to leave town. Once his cover was blown, it all came out. Most people could not believe that he was an informant. Others, like attorney Paul Cambria, who had represented Fino in the past, said he wanted to be a much bigger player in the union, and they didn't want it. Fino disagrees. I just did not like what they were doing to it, and limiting who was taken care of just to their family members and cronies. Ron testified in other cities and put several suspected mob members in jail, but in his hometown of Buffalo, it was proving much more difficult. He said he had many fights with Vacco, who did not want to prosecute anyone in Local 210, and told Fino he would never have him testify in Buffalo. By June 1996, things had finally come to a head at Labor's International Union of North America, LIUNA. They said 28 members of Local 210 were either mobsters or mob associates and had to be removed from the union. Those named included Leonard F. Falzone, Joseph Todaro Jr., and Frank Butchie Bifocals Bifulco, among others. Ron had been working closely with LIUNA, and as he got closer to the top, he realized they weren't really interested in cleaning up Local 210 or any locals. Someone gave his unlisted telephone number to national reporter Michael Isikoff, as well as leaked information, some of which Ron says was false, to try to discredit him. In April 1996, LIUNA put a trustee in charge of Local 210 as part of an effort to clean out organized crime. LIUNA only agreed to this after the Justice Department threatened action. LIUNA conducted a disciplinary hearing in Buffalo on the mob allegations, and Fred Saya, a former union member and FBI informant, testified that he was given a construction job without any experience, simply because he visited a mafia leader at a restaurant. He also worked on Stefano's home while he was a paid contractor for a state thruway project. His testimony helped force 6 of the accused to resign. In March 1998, Liuna cleared 6 men and found credible charges against 17, including the 6 who resigned. The remaining 5 had their charges dismissed. Liuna, however, felt that organized crime figures or their associates wanted back in control, so Liuna proposed tighter controls. Members of the Old Guard protested in front of the longtime Union Hall on Franklin Street, garnering publicity, claiming that it was a witch hunt against Italians. In January 2000, John J. Jack McDonnell, a former FBI special agent, took over as the Union's court-appointed liaison officer. The first time he walked into the Union Hall on Franklin, he took a look around and said, "Hey, I've never seen this place in the daytime," joking about times the FBI had planted bugs in the office. It broke the ice, and he was able to work with the new leadership. On January 26, 2006, McDonnell ended his job, saying the union was finally clean. He said that only a handful of corrupt people had been running 210. When Ron Fino first ran for business manager of the union in 1973, there were 2,300 members paying $500,000 a year in union dues. When the government control ended in 2006, there were just 750 members, and according to McDonnell, "I think they are savvy enough to keep mob influences out." Mysterious murders. If any police officer still doubts the existence and power of the mafia, the Cosa Nostra, or whatever you want to call it, just let him read this case. Sergeant Peter N. Bagoye, Los Angeles Police Department. Crime in Buffalo during the 1920s was as frequent and reckless as in any bustling city in America. Prohibition was in full swing, and criminals were busy doing everything they could to quell the thirst of the average citizens. Many deaths would be attributed to bootleg wars and the vast sums of money they made. What are believed to be the wars between rival gangs for the lucrative bootleg profits also waged across the Canadian border for most of Prohibition. John Chabore of Hamilton, Ontario, was found dead with 5 bullets in his body on a Buffalo street in 1923. His wife said he left home looking for work 6 days earlier, but as was often the case, no one claimed to have seen anything. In April 1925, the residents of Meadow Place in suburban Cheektowaga lived in fear as an unknown assailant shot and killed Giuseppe Scioscia of Buffalo on their street. It may have been a case of mistaken identity, as days before, shotgun blasts had been targeted at Frank Morelli's home on the street. Just a few months later, John Gambino felt the wrath of a suspected feud among gangsters and was shot 8 times by 2 men just outside Buffalo's Little Italy. Gambino had been held for questioning in 2 previous murders in Buffalo, and his number was up. Police believed that a bootleggers' war was in full swing in 1926, when 4 gang-related murders took place starting on July 2nd. Joseph Cicatello was shot 5 times while sitting in front of his store. On July 15th, Peter Rizzo, 49, was shot 10 times, and on July 20th, Anthony Vasallo was shot 5 times. Frank Polizzi was the 4th victim of the suspected war and was part owner of a drinkery in Buffalo. He was shot dead while working on Carolina Street at 1:30 a.m. on August 14th. Filippo Philip Mazzara was a popular and wealthy chieftain and had been bondsman for Joe DiCarlo. His brother-in-law, Giuseppe Joseph Di Benedetto, was his heir apparent. They were thought to be Stefano's chief lieutenants in Buffalo, all from the same Sicilian town. With Angelo Palmieri, they led the Buffalo arm of the Magadino family. Mazzara was well known in the Italian community. He was believed to be involved in bootlegging, was a chief proprietor, and had an office at the Elk Market in Buffalo. On December 22, 1927, Joseph Rufino lent his automobile to Mazzara. Police later said that he was riding in a car owned by Joseph Di Benedetto, his trusted lieutenant and confidant. While driving on Maryland Street, near Cottage Street in Buffalo, 2 cars with 6 or 8 men forced Mazzara's car to the curb and ambushed him. With shotgun blasts to the head and revolver shots from the rear, the men made sure Mazzara was dead and then fled. Di Benedetto took over until February 27, 1929, when he was gunned down in a store in Buffalo's Little Italy. More than 1,000 curious onlookers gathered outside the store, and police were forced to stand guard to keep them at bay. Mazzara's younger brother Antonio and Di Benedetto's brother Antonio had both been killed on November 11, 1917, in Brooklyn as part of an ongoing Sicilian feud tied to the Good Killers after Stefano was arrested in 1921. In May 1928, Luigi Lozzi was shot down by murderers near his home in Buffalo. The following day, his cousin, Santo Falzone, was walking from his cousin's wake when he was struck by a volley of bullets from two men and killed. Police were able to trace one of the autos used in the shooting to Pasquale Patsy Corda of Erie, Pennsylvania, who was living in Buffalo at the time of the murder. On January 27, 1928, Philip Manor, another restaurateur of Erie, Pennsylvania, was shot to death by a lone gunman. Police believed it was a Black Hand extortion-related murder. Manor had been a partner of Mazzara's in a cafe. Patsy Corda was arrested by police in Buffalo, charged with Manor's murder and also believed to be linked to Mazzara's killing. All these deaths were believed to be tied to the liquor racket, or bootleg war, going on in Buffalo and the surrounding area. The bootleg war took many lives, and these men paid with theirs. In April 1919, Anthony Babyface Palmisano, Corda, Salvatore Marino, and two others robbed the State Bank of Randolph, New York, of $3,000. During the robbery, a shootout took place, but the gang escaped, only to be caught later that same day. Palmisano eluded police until December 1919, when he was arrested in Brooklyn and sentenced to 7 years in Auburn prison. In 1929, he was arrested on a narcotics charge involving morphine and sentenced to 2 years in Atlanta prison. Although he had no lawyer, someone with influence convinced a congressman and a prominent Buffalo attorney to make pleas to the court, but it was for naught. Palmisano was listed at number 6 on Buffalo's public enemy list and was said to be close to Angelo Palmieri and engaged in various activities with him. When Palmieri died in 1932, Joe DiCarlo Jr. and Palmisano may have been at odds with each other over control of some underworld activities. Sometime on the cold night of February 20, 1934, Palmisano was taken for a ride on River Road, 2 miles north of the city line, near the new abutments of the Grand Island Bridge in Tonawanda. A patrol car found Palmisano literally 10 to 15 minutes after he was gunned down inside his own auto. He was sitting in the passenger seat, and 12 bullets had been pumped into his head, probably from behind and the driver's seat. Robbery was not a motive, and police believed that 2 men hailing from Niagara Falls were behind his murder. The following day, 2 former drivers for Palmisano were questioned, but the police stated, "If the mafia, as we suspect, was behind Palmisano's death, we'll probably never get to the bottom of it." Early October 1930 found Niagara County Sheriff searching for a killer when Salvatore Sam Frangipani's bullet-ridden and beaten body was found in a wheat field near Lewiston, New York. Frangipani was from Rome, New York, where he had a long arrest record. He had come to Niagara Falls 6 weeks prior and was planning to open a soft drinkery on Pine Avenue. Police believed it was a vendetta killing, as both of his ears had been slit, indicating that when he had been told something he did not heed. When authorities could find no clues to Frangipani's murder, another body turned up, this time in Walmore, near Sanborn, New York. Francis Falcone, 39, was the proprietor of a cabaret and soft drink store who was taken for a ride. Not long before, men had demanded money from him. Police believe he met his slayers in a large sedan bearing Ohio license plates at about 11 p.m. on Sunday, October 23, 1930. He was not seen again until his body was found in the ditch early Monday morning, along Old Church Road in Walmore, with 2 bullets in the back of his head. Police were never able to solve the murder, but less than a year later, Falcone's brother Anthony, also a cabaret owner, was paid a visit by 4 men from Buffalo who said Angelo Palmieri had sent them and attempted to shake him down. Falcone turned them down, and when they returned, they were arrested. Another Niagara Falls resident, 35-year-old Marcello Monk the Gambler Ventrigo, a professional gambler, was found with 2 bullets in his head on September 4, 1931. Residents heard the shots, but no one saw anything. Ventrigo had run a gambling joint on Ontario Avenue a few years prior, was heard to brag that he was owed more than $10,000, and had several gambling arrests. Robbery was a possible motive, as was the theory that local gangsters offed him. It was never solved. 2 brothers who may have come from Ohio made their way to Buffalo around 1921. Salvatore Sam and Vincenzo Big Jim Calea opened a fish store in Buffalo's Little Italy on Dante Place when they first arrived. 6 years later, they opened a drinkery also on Dante Place that operated until 1932, when they supposedly retired. While living in Little Italy, they were known as the Valentones. In January 1933, a gun duel took place in front of the former Dante Place restaurant the Caleas owned. In that duel, Angelo Perello, son of one of the dead Perello brothers of Cleveland, was killed by a Buffalo politician who claimed self-defense after a quarrel over a game of pool. Around June 1933, the Calea brothers moved to Buffalo's west side and opened a new drinkery on Connecticut Street. It is believed that the Calea brothers were involved in bootlegging, and their storefronts may have been a cover, or else they retired with their bootlegging profits. Newspapers reported that one of their distilleries had been knocked off by federal agents. In turn, they made a deal with a Cleveland gang, but when the Cleveland distillery was raided, the Caleas refused to provide any additional funds. On Friday, August 25, 1933, Sam, 37, and Big Jim, 32, both received telephone messages asking them to meet at their saloon. Several theories as to what prompted the meeting were never fully explored, but what followed was as cold-blooded as it got in Buffalo during those days. Although witness accounts vary, it is believed that the brothers parked their cars on Connecticut Street and headed toward their saloon, where they met a man outside. One witness, Norman Mitchell, said he saw a fat man, Big Jim, running east on the north side of Connecticut Street, holding his stomach and yelling. Big Jim ran across the street and fell in front of the shoe repair store. The man walked up and put another bullet in him while he lay dying on the sidewalk. Meanwhile, Sam had jumped into a parked coupe in front of the saloon. Sam covered his face as the man approached and began shooting him, pinned inside the car. At least 2 bullets lodged in his head. It was a sloppy job, as 2 bystanders were hit by stray bullets, though neither was fatal. After that, I saw all 5 men get back into the car again. The car drove about 5 feet before it stalled. Unable to start it, the men left the car and ran down 14th Street. Big Jim was dead at the scene, but Sam was rushed to Columbus Hospital, where he died a short time later. It was a bloody double murder, and police had few clues. Robbery was not the motive, as Sam had a bank book on him showing $5,000, and Big Jim wore a $1,500 ring. Several men were arrested within hours, but yielded no additional clues. Several days later, 2 men were arrested in Jamestown, New York, for questioning, including John Perello, a relative of the Perello gang. No connection to the Caleas could be made, though it was believed that the Cleveland gang may have been muscling its way into western New York, and the Caleas were caught in the middle of the battle. 3 men, Gerio DeSalvo, 33, Joseph Mangus, 36, and Anthony Perna, 29, were arrested on September 11, 1933, and held for 2 days, but were released after police could not link them to the murders. Perna was listed as public enemy number 9 in Buffalo. The dead bodies would continue to pile up, even before Buffalo police had a chance to finish their investigation. Just days later, the body of James M. DiStefano, 51, was found in a shed in suburban Cheektowaga. He had been hit over the head with an iron bar, and his throat slit from ear to ear. Di Stefano lived near the Callejas, and police thought there might be a connection, but again, there were few leads. The trail grew cold until Wednesday, September 27, 1933, when an explosion ripped through a garage owned by Vincent Marinello, smashing windows nearby and destroying several cars in the garage. Marinello, who owned the Jamestown Grill on Allen Street, was moments from stepping into the garage when it exploded. Police began searching for 4 men for whom Di Stefano had posted bonds, 3 of whom police had wanted to question regarding the Calleja killings. As is usually the case, no killer was ever caught for Di Stefano, and no specific tie to the Callejas was ever found. On Sunday, April 29, 1934, Mark Antonio, Mike the Undertaker Palomara, 44, was at Caruso's restaurant on Chippewa Street, long known as a gangster's paradise. Mike was playing cards with a few friends in the second-story restaurant when several of the men got up and left. A few minutes later, 2 strangers entered and shook hands with the men at the table, but they only spoke to Palomara. One man calmly walked behind him and put a bullet in his head. The other man opened fire, shooting 6 times, hitting Palomara with 3 shots and killing him. Palomara had been Anthony Palmisano's chauffeur, and police attributed both their deaths to the same group. Palomara's brother, Anthony, rose an underworld statue due to his brother's death, but feared for his life from the day his brother was gunned down. On August 17, 1935, Anthony, 32, left his home about 7 o'clock, told his wife goodbye, and never returned. He was shot 7 times at close range while sitting in his automobile in Tonawanda. 6 of the bullets passed through his head. 2 revolvers were found in the car. The keys were still in the ignition, and other keys were lying on the running board of the car. His fear of death was not unwarranted. Other murders occurred over the years, and rarely were they solved. In early 1938, John J. Barbara, 38, was Buffalo's public enemy number 3, and at one time Joe DiCarlo's first lieutenant. Known as John the Barber and John the Greek, Barbara was involved in bookmaking and had a falling out with DiCarlo around 1937. The theory that he was trying to take over control of Buffalo's racket land while DiCarlo was in prison may have played into his murder. As Barbara sat at the front table of a tavern on Carolina and Niagara Streets, 2 dark-clad men entered the tavern. They walked directly to Barbara, who had his back to them, pulled out revolvers, and unloaded them into Barbara. 6 bullets entered his head and back. The front window of the tavern was shattered by a bullet. The men then jumped over the body and left in a waiting car in front. None of the witnesses could identify the shooters. Questioned in the murder were Anthony Perna, Joseph Santaciro, Joseph Ruffino, Joseph Alejo, Joseph Albanese, and Joseph Di Pasquale. None was charged. This list is by far not complete, as many more have died as the result of liquor wars, gang wars, extortion, cheating, and a litany of other reasons that the underworld may have had for ending the life of a man. These are just some of the long list that made the headlines. A lesson from the mob. Anything, any scheme to make money, you gotta come to us. Stefano Magaddino. Stefano ruled Western New York with a quiet iron fist. According to one report, his power was so great that his underlings and even some law enforcement officials believed his grip could not be weakened. He was a powerful force, and few ever crossed him. Frank C. Butita, 25, a racketeer in gasoline and alcohol black markets, was suspected of operating a still on Buffalo's west side. On Wednesday, June 7, 1944, he was trailed by members of the U.S. Alcohol Tax Unit, but the agents lost him. About 12:30 a.m., he was shot while sitting in his auto in Buffalo. He had been arrested in a counterfeit gasoline coupon racket and said he would name the higher-ups if given a break, but he suddenly changed his mind. Pasquale Qualiano, known as Patsy Calino, was said to be Niagara Falls Mayor William Lupton's right-hand man. Qualiano was also a known bookmaker and apparently challenged Magadino's monopoly on gambling in Niagara Falls. He disappeared in April 1949 and was never seen again. An anonymous tipster said he was clubbed and killed on Easter Sunday, and his body was dumped in a sewer, but after a thorough search, they found no body. Angelo the Baron Chambrone was reported as missing on August 2, 1953. An anonymous tip to Niagara Falls Police Superintendent Charles J. Gorman's unlisted number said that Chambrone was dead. Brothers Fred the Fox and Frank Aquino were small-time burglars who hung around Allen Street and were known to frequent the Allentown Grill, run by made man Pascal Lucky Pat Pantaloons Politano in Buffalo. The brothers were involved in a burglary ring that included James Delmont, Charles Miller, and Richard Battaglia. It is believed that Fred Aquino tipped off Eugene Francis Newman to the Brinks Garage on College Street in Buffalo, just around the corner from the Allentown Grill. On August 4, 1955, Newman, Anthony Pedinato of Baltimore, and Sylvester Mazzella of the Bronx staged a daring robbery at the garage. At about 7 p.m., an armored truck carrying almost $500,000 in U.S. and Canadian currency, just over $4 million in 2010 dollars, had just arrived from Fort Erie Racetrack in Ontario, Canada. As the truck was backing into the garage, the three men, all with silk stockings over their heads, showed up out of nowhere. The bandits ordered the four guards out, and Newman opened fire with a German machine gun for no apparent reason, striking one guard in the arm and chest. A melee broke out, during which the thieves tossed 2 boxes of money out a window while the injured guard activated the alarm. With time ticking away, the thieves attempted to make their escape, only to find their car blocked in by other guards. The bandits grabbed their loot, raced into the street, and stole a car, with the Buffalo police in hot pursuit. A gun battle ensued until the bandits jumped from the car and ran into private homes on Buffalo's west side. Police tear-gassed the homes, and 2 of the 3 bandits were captured, but Newman, who was thought to be James Salamario at the time, managed to elude the police and went into hiding. The FBI took over the case and was able to identify Newman as the 3rd bandit within hours. By 1956, Newman's name was added to the FBI's 10 most wanted list. On June 11, 1965, he was removed from the list and the charges were dropped, most likely because they believed he was dead. Early in the morning on March 14, 1957, witnesses say they heard an argument on the street and then shots. The body of Dominic Malfricci, 38, of Cleveland, was found on Whitney Avenue in Buffalo. There was money all over the place, one witness recalled. Malfricci was suspected in a $15,000 robbery in Amherst with the Aquinos. Not long after the killing, Fred Aquino purchased a new Cadillac, which led police to believe he was at least involved in, if not responsible for, the murder. Fred Randaccio said, "Everyone on the west side of Buffalo knew that Aquino did it." The Aquino brothers were also known to run a lucrative bookmaking racket in local factories, and Frank was often seen in Lackawanna, home to several large factories at the time. In October 1952, Frank and another man were pistol-whipped by 2 men, possibly as a warning to the reckless brothers. They were not made men in the Magadino family, but word of their profitable operation found its way to Magadino, who, it is believed, sent Randaccio to pay them a visit. Randaccio told the brothers they had to either give up the business or start kicking a percentage to Magadino. They ignored the warning. On Thursday, September 11, 1958, Fred went out drinking with some companions who drove him home. He disappeared on either Friday the 12th or Saturday the 13th. On Saturday, his brother Frank was last seen at 3 a.m. after receiving a late-night telephone call. About 11 a.m. on Saturday, September 13, 1958, 2 boys found Frank's body stuffed in the front seat of his mother's Lincoln Continental in a parking lot in Lackawanna. He had been beaten, choked, and then shot through the heart. He had been dead for several hours. He was just 28 years old. Authorities began looking in vain for Fred, who they feared may have also been in danger, but there was no sign of him. On Wednesday, September 17, 1958, Frank's funeral was held. At 6:30 p.m., two boys found Fred's body dumped in a field off 2 Mile Creek Road in Tonawanda. The younger Fred, 25, had wire or heavy cord looped around his neck and through his mouth. He had been tortured to death, and then acid was poured over his head to disfigure the man once called the Fox. He was partially nude and decomposing, and had been left where he would be found. It was a terrific killing that police believe was a warning to other gangsters. Police later surmised that Fred was killed first and Frank was an insurance killing to keep him from talking. At the time, Magadino was still not a household name, and the syndicate or Black Hand were mentioned as possible connections. The brothers' mother, Belle Conley, offered a $10,000 reward for information to find her son's killers. She believed they were killed over a woman, but also said a man from Boston had checked into her hotel on Main Street the night before and then disappeared. Fred had received several calls from Boston the week before he was killed. Police were never able to tie any of these clues together, and they didn't have much more time before another body turned up. Arthur DeLuca, 23, an unemployed bricklayer, disappeared on October 8th and was found stuffed in the trunk of his 1957 Cadillac on October 14th, 1958. He was killed in the same fashion as Fred Aquino, with a wire or cord wrapped around his neck and through his mouth. He was most likely killed the night he went missing, since it was determined that his car had been in the same lot for 6 days before it was noticed. He had been killed from behind, as his shoes were not even scuffed, and his coat was pulled down over his shoulders in a way to hold his arms still. Despite countless hours of detective work in Buffalo, Niagara Falls, and Tonawanda, all 3 murders grew cold. Multiple people were questioned, including Guido D'Antuono, Leo J. Bartolome, and a friend of the Aquinos, Pascal Politano. D'Antuono, 29, and Bartolome, 23, themselves both disappeared on March 3, 1959, without a trace. D'Antuono had been stabbed during a fight outside a bar that catered to hoodlums on Allen Street in Buffalo the previous year, and 2 Niagara Falls men were held, but no charges were ever filed. On November 29, 1958, Angelo J. Rico Cicatello, 32, also believed to be acquainted with DeLuca and the Aquinos, disappeared. Police, as well as his ex-wife, were sure he was dead. One of his cars was found a short distance from his home in Buffalo. On May 23, 1959, the body of Richard R. Battaglia, 29, the last of the Aquino burglary gang, was found shot through the head in a car on Buffalo Street. On July 23, 1961, Nicholas C. Tirone was killed at close range while walking on Buffalo's west side. He had spent the previous night with Vincent Santangelo, 22, who, along with Anthony Palestine, 21, was found murdered on August 12, 1961. The men had been held down and beaten. Their hands were tied behind their backs and their legs trussed behind them with the knees bent back. A length of rope was then tied to their ankles and looped around their necks. As their legs tired and straightened, the noose tightened around their necks, strangling them in what is known as a West Side necktie. They were then dragged and dumped in a field in suburban Lancaster. One of those questioned by the police was former public enemy number 1 in Buffalo, Joe DiCarlo, who had returned to Buffalo from his Miami home. He denied any knowledge of the killings. Pat Politano was also questioned after the killings. Politano himself would end up on the wrong side of a gun on July 23, 1962. While walking home from his bar at 4 o'clock in the morning, the 42-year-old was ambushed by Pasquale Santangelo, who believed Politano responsible for his brother Vincent's murder in 1961. Politano was shot 6 times in front of his home from a moving vehicle. He knew Santangelo was his assailant, and thinking he was dying, named him. When he miraculously recovered from his wounds, He refused to again name Santangelo, who had surrendered after the shooting and was charged with the crime. Santangelo was convicted in 1963. Politano was charged with perjury as a result of the shooting and tried 3 times, the first 2 ending in a hung jury, but he was convicted of 1 count of perjury at the 3rd trial. Politano was known as an arsonist, safecracker, and possibly murderer. He was arrested numerous times on various charges, but always acquitted. He was also named during the Valaki hearings as one of Buffalo's top mobsters. He would eventually be arrested as the result of a narcotics bust, and he died in 2001. On September 21, 1965, town of Tonawanda realtor Charles S. Garris, 36, left his home to show someone a house and never returned home. His body was found in the trunk of his Cadillac the following day in the parking lot of Sheridan Plaza in Tonawanda. His uncle, Cosmo Battaglia, found the body tied with clothesline and shot through the head and chest. His suit was dirty, his face had been bashed, and lacerations on his chest indicated he had been dragged a considerable distance. Garris and Richard Battaglia were cousins. In a bizarre conclusion, Cosmo Battaglia, 53, was found stabbed to death in his ransacked home on November 12, 1973. His murder is also unsolved. On June 11, 1970, the bullet-riddled body of Gino Albini, 35, was found in a parked car in Buffalo. He had been shot 18 times. In 1977, Frank J. Trippi was charged with his murder. Richard J. Felice, 23, was found dead and strangled at the rear of a vacant gas station on Buffalo's west side on November 11, 1970. 2 years later, his girlfriend was dropped off at Lafayette General Hospital with a gunshot wound to the head, from which she died. In February 1972, Frank J. D'Angelo and another man robbed Sid Burzon Jewelers on Pearl Street in Buffalo. They escaped with more than $300,000 worth of jewelry, a haul that attracted the likes of the Buffalo mob. D'Angelo was supposedly contacted and told to hand over a cut to the mob for operating in their territory, but it was believed he disliked the mob and refused. 2 years after the jewelry heist, D'Angelo's luck finally ran out. On October 5, 1974, the 31-year-old was partying at Mulligan's nightclub and left around 2:30 a.m. with his girlfriend. 3 ski-masked gunmen emerged from the bushes, and seeing them, he ran down the sidewalk. Shots were fired from .38 caliber pistols and a 12-gauge shotgun. They hit parked cars, buildings, store windows, and D'Angelo 4 times. He died from his gunshot wounds. Buffalo police had several suspects, and 12 hours after the killing, guns and ski masks were recovered in the Erie Canal in Tonawanda. It wasn't until the 1990 trial of Philip LaRosa under witness protection that he admitted to helping arrange the murder, but no one was ever convicted, and it is still an unsolved crime. On February 17, 1976, convicted burglar William Butch Esposito, 30, was found dumped in a muddy field behind an apartment complex in suburban West Seneca. Esposito was an associate of Frank D'Angelo and Stanley Seneca, both also murdered. It was believed to be revenge for a dispute Esposito had with a mob associate. In October 1994, Ronald Carlyle was charged with his murder. He said that he lured Esposito to his death, but others committed the murder. Robert H. Reingold was convicted of conspiracy charges for his part in the killing of a man set to testify against him in 1972. He was involved in narcotics and also dated a girl who was dating an organized crime figure. After he took a few shots at the man's house, a contract was put out on Reingold. On May 29, 1976, 42-year-old Reingold's bullet-riddled body was found stuffed in the trunk of his Pinto in the Black Rock section of Buffalo. Reingold and Esposito were killed in a West Side necktie. Reingold had also been shot twice in the head. On April 19, 1979, one of Buffalo's budding entrepreneurs was killed in a building on Elmwood Avenue. Peter Piccolo, 32, had been a well-known Buffalo hairstylist since the late 1960s. He was no stranger to the law, having been arrested at least once in 1964 after breaking into a home in Niagara Falls. With his business partner Louis Fumarelli, a cousin of Ron Fino, Piccolo opened the Sculpture Room in Buffalo. In 1975, they opened the Peter Piccolo School of Hair Design in the Wilson Building on Main Street, and in 1979, he opened a new salon in Allentown. While his employees were busy with customers on the morning of April 19, 1979, in the second-floor Allentown salon, his body lay in the hallway on the first floor. He had been shot at least 4 times in what police termed an execution. There were several theories, including the possibility that Piccolo was overextended and owed people money, but Fumarelli said that was not the cause. Police believed Piccolo was killed over a botched cocaine deal. Fumarelli continued operating the school at least until 1990, when he was convicted of tax evasion after selling a miracle hair growth product in the early 1980s. On March 7, 1980, 2 men had their lives taken. William Scialino was killed in a construction trailer on Main Street. That same day, Carl J. Rizzo, 64, a dental consultant who was selling dental contracts to Local 210 as part of a bigger scheme, did not return home. His body was not found until April 1980, when a car was being towed from an apartment parking lot in Buffalo. His decomposing body was found stuffed into the trunk. He had been killed in similar fashion as Esposito and Reingold. Police believe he was actually killed before Scialino. The dental clinic he worked for was tied to a dentist who later became a government witness against New Jersey mob members. A longtime professional burglar, Alfred Monaco, 41, was found on a secluded road in Evans in 1981. He left his mother's home on March 30th, and his bullet-riddled body was found April 2nd. He was a member of Local 210 and a heavy gambler, known to carry $5,000 to $10,000 on him. At 6'3" and 290 pounds, he was not an easy prey. In June 1977, dozens were arrested as part of the FBI sting operation Teepee. Joseph Sanfratello was a local criminal arrested numerous times over the years, including for trying to sell $2 million in stolen bonds, for the theft of 4,000 cartons of cigarettes, and for bank robbery. He was also arrested as part of the FBI sting. He served time for several of the crimes. He was at a club on Allen Street on February 2, 1985, and at 3:30 a.m., 45-year-old Sanfratello and a barmaid left the club and headed for his car, parked a few houses down on North Pearl Street. As he approached his car, a lone gunman appeared and put 2 bullets in his head and 2 in his back, killing him on the spot. The barmaid only gave a vague description. Initially, police were unsure of the motive, but 2 days later they recovered $100,000 in cocaine in an apartment Sanfratello had rented in suburban West Seneca under an assumed name. Police speculated that he had been dealing cocaine from that apartment since July 1984 and may have been cheating the mob out of their cut, so the murder was a message to others. Alan the Tuxedo Kid Levine was a high-rolling drug dealer in Buffalo during the 1980s. He had been arrested numerous times for drug sales, stolen property, and other charges, but was always able to pay high-priced lawyers to keep him out of jail. On September 18, 1986, 33-year-old Levine was lured to a garage on Lafayette Avenue to complete a $75,000 drug deal. While there, he was shot twice in the head. His body was then wrapped in a heavy moving blanket and dumped in a field on the east side. The murder remained unsolved until 1991, when several local dealers flipped against one another. Levine was supposedly killed because he kept pushing another dealer to repay an $87,000 debt owed him. The testimony of these dealers solved several unsolved murders, and one man pled guilty to Levine's killing. From 1984 through 1986, there were 5 mob-related murders in Buffalo, and most would be linked to one local mobster who spent time in prison for several of them. In 2004, the Buffalo FBI decided to look into 6 unsolved mob-related murders in the Buffalo area. They figured that with new technologies like DNA, they might be able to solve some of the crimes. They contacted local police agencies to see what evidence was available. The FBI wrote to Buffalo police and found that several key pieces of evidence were missing, and the FBI had never received them. A few days later, Buffalo Police Commissioner H. McCarthy Gibson ordered the evidence unit to search for it, and it was found in the basement of police headquarters. The guns from the Sciolino killing were sent for DNA analysis, but there was still no answer to this crime. Frank D'Angelo's evidence was also thought missing, but the murder weapon was found, although it has not yet yielded the killer. Unless specifically mentioned, none of these murders has been solved. Where to find everything. Like an iceberg, the part of Magaddino's income which shows on the surface is but a fraction of the whole. Criminal Intelligence Digest. This chapter is really what this book is all about. If you are in western New York, you can jump in your car and drive around town, looking at where these guys and a few girls lived, worked, hung out, and for the unfortunate ones, died. You can also just type the addresses into Google Maps and take a look around. A number of the addresses still have homes or businesses at the site. Imagine the streets bustling with activity and men coming and going, new cars at the curb, gambling joints, arrests being made, payrolls robbed, escapes, scheming, police listening in on wiretaps, and more. Almost every address has been verified, but some of the locations are the best guess based on searches through multiple sources. Some of the older addresses no longer exist, and urban renewal did its fair share of demolishing many properties. As a reminder, these properties are privately owned, so please don't traipse across the property or do any damage. Also, use common sense when driving through neighborhoods, as they all have their own distinctive look and feel. Lastly, if you are interested in learning more, you can take walking tours in Buffalo that highlight some of the stories in this book. Visit nakedbuffalo.com for more information. The Gangster Era. The Blonde Bandit. Herman Chieffetz, 68 Brunswick Boulevard, Buffalo. Loan Shop of Herman Chieffetz, 154 Seneca Street, Buffalo. David L. Glickstein Jewelry Store, 1159 Broadway, Buffalo. Peter Domkiewicz, 954 Sycamore Street, Buffalo. Eddie Isidorchak, 197 Titus Street, Buffalo. Morris A. Katzman, 388 William Street, Buffalo. Anthony Kuland, 882 Fillmore Avenue, Buffalo. Reliable Jewelry and Loan Company, 158 Seneca Street, Buffalo. Sally Joyce Richards, 954 Sycamore Street, Buffalo. Edward Samuels, 333 Benzinger Street, Buffalo. Frank Smigera, 1925 Clinton Street, Buffalo. The Corny Gang. Art Workshop, 828 East Ferry Street, Buffalo. Joseph Bartkowiak, 130 Coit Street, Buffalo. Francis Bieber, 710 Walden Avenue, Buffalo. Bingham and Taylor Corporation, 575 Howard Street, Buffalo. Bali Tavern, 1204 Sycamore Street, Buffalo. Browning and Brothers, 1203 Broadway Street, Buffalo. Buffalo Police 5th Precinct, 291 West Delavan Avenue, Buffalo. Buffalo Police Headquarters, 74 Franklin Street, Buffalo. Buffalo Police 17th Precinct, 98 Colvin Avenue, Buffalo. Victor Hoynitsky, 114 Beck Street, 28 Waltz Avenue, Buffalo. Vincent J. Connors, 165 Como Avenue, Buffalo. Alvin J. Degler, 330 Woodlawn Avenue, Buffalo. Duffy Silk Mill, 207 Guilford Street, Buffalo. Fetters Manufacturing Company, 57 Tonawanda Street, Buffalo. Garage for Stolen Auto, 350 Potomac Avenue, Buffalo. William Groblewski, 49 Harmonia Street, Buffalo. Anthony Kalkiewicz, 40 and 50 Lopere Street, 428 Sweet Avenue, Houghton Street, Buffalo, 37 Wendell Avenue, Depew. Joe Kornacki, 183 Miller Street, Buffalo. Corny Bottling Plant, 487 Panora Street, Depew. Corny Fake Address, 71 Ellicott Road, Walden Avenue, Lancaster. Corny Saloon, 49 Main Street, Depew. Corny Still, 29 Neoga Street, Depew. Leon Kosek, 1134 Sycamore Street, Buffalo. John Kwiatkowski, 968 Sycamore Street, 42 Littlefield Street, Buffalo. Lang's Brewery, 400 Best Street at Jefferson Avenue, Buffalo. Edward Larkman, 689 Eagle Street, Buffalo. Loose Wiles Biscuit Company, 1380 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Ward McCartney, killed at Chicago and Elk Streets, Buffalo. Peacock Inn, 554 Washington Street, Buffalo. John Perrotin, Canada. Ward Pierce, 751 7th Street, Buffalo. Zygmunt Ziggy Plokarski, 185 Sweet Avenue, Buffalo. Royal Linen Supply Company, 200 Terrace Street, Buffalo. Store Robbery, 1255 Jefferson Avenue, Buffalo. Stephen Wojciechowski, 145 Bates Avenue, Buffalo. Stephen Zhokowski, 68 A Street, 1315 Broadway Street, 95 St. Joseph Avenue, Buffalo. The Blue Ribbon Gang. Dunlop Plant, 3115 River Road, Tonawanda. Ferdinand Fechter, 984 East Delavan Street, Buffalo. Gang Headquarters, 92 Franklin Street, Sloan. Michael George, 214 Maryland Street, Buffalo. Stanley Gonkonks, 104 Gibson Street, Buffalo. Edward Shakoviak, 64 Sobieski Street, 58 Sobieski Street, Buffalo. Stephen Shakoviak, 119 Hirschbeck Street, 116 Fay Street, Buffalo. Peacock Inn, 554 Washington Street, Buffalo. Stephen Pilarski, 87 Lathrop Street, Buffalo. Max Rybarczyk, 250 Wilson Street, Buffalo. St. Stanislaus Church, 123 Townsend Street, Buffalo. Buffalo's Malls. Beulah Baird, Amiantis Apartments, Buffalo. George Biddle, 180 Pratt Street, 236 Adams Street, Buffalo. Elsie Pieri DiCarlo, 274 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. Bernice Frank, 143 Wohlers Avenue, Buffalo. Helen Groblewski, 49 Harmonia Street, Buffalo. Blanche Shakoviak, 16 Fay Street, 174 May Street, Buffalo. Hoyler's Jewelries, 313 Genesee Street, Buffalo. Clara Matskoviak, 16 Lopere Street, Buffalo. Albion State Training School, Albion. Carmela Magadino, 5118 Dana Drive, Lewiston. Bessie Perry, Canada. Margaret Whitmore, Baltimore. Apartment 821. Amiantis Apartments, 18th and Rhode Island Streets, Buffalo. Charles Arthur Floyd, Adam Ricchetti, Juanita Baird, Rose Baird, not in Buffalo. The $93,000 question. Bank of Buffalo, Main and North Division Streets, Buffalo. Marion Carson Gould, 230 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. City Hall, 92 Franklin Street, Buffalo. Levy Jewelers, 483 Main Street, Buffalo. Manufacturers and Traders Trust Company, Main and Swan Streets, Buffalo. Wire Wheel Corporation, 1700 Elmwood Avenue, Buffalo. The Millionaire Kid, Bernice Frank, 979 Main Street, Buffalo. Gang Hideout, 31 Best Street, Buffalo. Marquine Hotel, 979 Main and Utica Streets, Buffalo. Ethel Mason, 629 Fillmore Avenue, Buffalo. Stanley Prisbill, 46 Hirschbeck Street, Buffalo. Agnes Renault, Delwood Apartments, Prospect and Georgia Streets, Buffalo. Ted Rogatsky, 856 Broadway Street, Buffalo. William Siner, 170 Kosciuszko Street, Buffalo. Bob-Haired Beauty, George Biddle, 236 Adams Street, Buffalo. Rufus Eller, 566 Elm Street, Buffalo. Hoyler Jewelers, 313 Genesee Street, Buffalo. August Hoyler, 61 Pershing Avenue, Buffalo. Stella Matzkowska, Cleveland, 180 South Division Street, Buffalo. Home in Paynesville, Ohio. Frank Minnick, 47 East Mohawk Street, 217 East Eagle Street, Buffalo. Home in Virginia. Norwood Cars, 121 Norwood Avenue, Buffalo. Catherine Patterson, 180 South Division Street, Buffalo. Orchard Inn, Orchard Park and Fisher Road, West Seneca. The Mafia, Part 1. The Barrel Murder. Giuseppe Di Primo, New York City. Garibaldi Garden, Sicily. Benedetto Madonia, 47 Trenton Avenue, Buffalo. Body found at 11th Street and Avenue D, New York. Giuseppe Clutch Morello, 362 East 116th Street, New York. Sergeant Joseph Petrosino, New York, Sicily. Early Mafia Families. John J. Barbara, 270 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. Gaetano Copadicaso, 234 Myrtle Avenue, Buffalo. Julius Caputo, 341 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Not home. William E. Castellani, 240 North Division Street, Buffalo. Sam Coppola, 77 Dante Place, Buffalo. Frank De Fusto, 419 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. Giuseppe Di Carlo Sr., 274 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. Joe Di Carlo Jr., 166 Front Avenue, 274 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. 7310 Gray Avenue, Miami. Sam Di Carlo, 274 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. 5363 La Gorse Drive, Miami. Di Carlo's Buffalo Italian Importing Company, 161 Court Street, Buffalo. Peter Gelelli, 68 Dante Place, Buffalo. Hamlin Terrace Nursing Home, 1014 Delaware Avenue, Buffalo. Little Harlem Restaurant, 496 Michigan Avenue, Buffalo. Anthony Lombardo, 270 Swan Street, Buffalo. Angelo Palmieri, 556/8 Portage Road, Niagara Falls. 295 Jersey Street, 284 7th Street, Buffalo. Palmieri Saloon, 211 Court Street, Buffalo. Joe Patitucci, 132 Main Street, Buffalo. Anthony Perna, 246 Massachusetts Avenue, Buffalo. Joseph Pieri, 359 Busty Avenue, Buffalo. Salvatore Pieri, 359 Busty Avenue, Buffalo. Edward J. Pospischal, 98 Halsted Street, Cheektowaga. Ritz Restaurant, 387 Washington Street, Buffalo. Joseph Rufino, 341 Niagara Street, 944 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Stella Restaurant, The Terrace, Buffalo. John Tronalone, 838 Prospect Avenue, 797th Street, Buffalo. 8090 Hawthorne Avenue, Miami. The Magadino Family. Camellia Linen Supply, 460 East Delavan Street, Buffalo. Camellia Linen Supply Laundry, 1782 Fillmore Avenue, Buffalo. Capital Coffee Shop, 1302 Niagara Street, Niagara Falls. Falls Bottling Works, 831 Linwood Avenue, Niagara Falls. Michael Farella, 829 19th Street, 1190 Haberley Avenue, Niagara Falls. FBI, current, 1 FBI Plaza, Buffalo. FBI, old, 68 Court Street, Buffalo. Guarino y Magadino Bakery, 1811 Ferry Street, Niagara Falls. Nicholas Longo, 1653 Whitney Avenue, Niagara Falls. Lorelei Club, Fort Erie, Ontario. Peter Mack, 1744 100th Street, Niagara Falls. Antonio Magadino, 2404 South Avenue, Lower, 1528 Whitney Avenue, Niagara Falls. Gaspare Magadino, 1653 Whitney Avenue, 1649 Whitney Avenue, 740 17th Street, Niagara Falls. Peter A. Magadino, 1653 Whitney Avenue, 1123 22nd Street, Niagara Falls. Peter J. Magadino, cousin, 2404 South Avenue, 3038 Orleans Avenue, 2494 Independence Avenue, Niagara Falls, 1029 Carter Road, Grand Island. Stefano Magadino, 1101 East Falls Street, 1653 Whitney Avenue, Niagara Falls, Buffalo. 5118 Dana Drive, Lewiston. Stefano Magadino, handed arrest warrant at 2806 Ferry Avenue, Niagara Falls. Magadino Funeral Home, 1710 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Magadino Memorial Chapel, 1338 Niagara Street, Niagara Falls. Magadino Summer Home, 3588 Lower Mountain Road, Cambria. Magadino and Urso Funeral Chapel, 1010 South Avenue, Niagara Falls. Dominic Mantell, 415 16th Street, 532 17th Street, Niagara Falls. 3538 Sherwood Avenue, 902 Dana Drive, Lewiston. Mantell's Carousel of Flowers, 1310 Niagara Street, Niagara Falls. Gino Monaco, 6831 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Mount St. Mary's Hospital, 5300 Military Road, Lewiston. Niagara Falls Medical Center, 621 10th Street, Niagara Falls. Niagara Sundry Shop, 1216 Niagara Street, Niagara Falls. Benjamin Nicoletti Jr., 2654 North Avenue, Niagara Falls. Benjamin Nicoletti Sr., 2719 Independence Avenue, 5903 Buffalo Avenue, Niagara Falls. 35 Fort Gray Drive, 455 Cayuga Street, 1002 Hewitt Avenue, Lewiston. Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, 27th and Independence Avenue, Niagara Falls. Al Pacini, 109 Dorchester Road, Buffalo. Pacini, Neri, and Runfola, 1006 Morgan Building, Buffalo. Pasquale Passero, 2895 Lewiston Road, Niagara Falls. Dr. Victor Pelicano, 760 Main Street, Niagara Falls. Pine Bowl Bowling Alleys, 9594 Niagara Falls Boulevard, was Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Power City Distributing Company, 200 9th Street, 1113 LaSalle Avenue, Niagara Falls. Sam Pugliese, 177 61st Street, Niagara Falls. Sam Rangatore, 614 Hyde Park Boulevard, 610 31st Street, Niagara Falls. Agustine Rizzo, 257 Whitmer Road, North Tonawanda. Round the Clock Restaurant, 829 Main Street, Niagara Falls. Joseph Runfola, 1131 Niagara Street, Buffalo. 463 Woodland Drive, Tonawanda. Angelo F. Scalzo, 608-14 Niagara Building, 43 Fall Street, Niagara Falls. St. Joseph's Cemetery, 3806 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. St. Joseph's Church, 14th and Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Louis Tavano, 5308 Elm Drive, Lewiston, 1625 South Avenue, Niagara Falls. U.S. District Court, current, 2 Niagara Square, Buffalo. U.S. District Court, old, 68 Court Street, Buffalo. The Magadino Relatives. Charles Distribution Corporation, 1115 11th Street, Niagara Falls. Angeline and James V. LaDuca, 1653 Whitney Avenue, Niagara Falls, 5114 Dana Drive, Lewiston. Arcangela and Nicholas Longo, 1651 Whitney Avenue, Niagara Falls. Peter and Francis Magadino, 1103 22nd Street, 2404 Woodlawn Avenue, Niagara Falls. Peter J. Magadino, 2494 Independence Avenue, Niagara Falls. Magadino Funeral Home, 1710 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Charles A. Montana, 25 Kemp Road, Cheektowaga. Francis Montana, Magadino, 278 Bain Street, Buffalo. Josephine and Charles A. Montana, 5124 Dana Drive, Lewiston. Pandoro Exterminators, 351 Fox Street, 1216 Genesee Street, Buffalo. Richford Hotel, 210 Delaware Avenue, Buffalo. Arcangela and Vincent Scrow, 5130 Dana Drive, Lewiston. The Crime Family. American Dry Cleaners, 341 First Street, Niagara Falls. Salvatore Benito, 49 Antoinette Drive, Depew. CNC Market, 515 Busty Avenue, Buffalo. Steve Canarozzo, 29 Danforth Place, 87 Mariner, Buffalo. Roy Carlisi, 20 Anderson Place, Lower. 107 Pennsylvania Avenue, 230 Prospect Avenue, 138 Depew Avenue, Buffalo. 64 Smallwood Drive, 1693 Orchard Park Drive, 510 Center Road, West Seneca, 865 North French Road, Tonawanda. Carlisi Clam Business, 290 Trenton Avenue, Buffalo. Carlisi Restaurant, 97 Mortimer Street, Buffalo. Charles Casaro, 200 Busty Avenue, 793 Busty Avenue, Buffalo. Angelo Chambrone, 1950 Cutterback Street, Niagara Falls. Dominic D'Agostino, 2226 Ontario Avenue, Niagara Falls. James Delmont, 257 Hudson Street, Buffalo. Joseph Fino, 873 Worthland Avenue, Buffalo. 3404 McKinley Parkway, Blasdell. 266 Pellman Place, West Seneca. Nick Fino, 280 Carlton Street, Buffalo. Salvatore Frangiamore, 471 7th Street, 334 7th Street, Buffalo. Thomas Gascon, 216 Ross Street, Buffalo. Sam Grana, 1211 East Falls Street, Niagara Falls. Herman's Garage, 409 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Laurel Hotel, 436 First Street, Niagara Falls. Madison Taxi, 516 Rhode Island Street, Buffalo. George Moranto, 1730 Elmwood Avenue, 635 21st Street, Niagara Falls. Rosario Moscato, 202 Dewey Avenue, Buffalo. Panaro, 15 Ladner Street, Buffalo. Panaro's Restaurant, 319 Hampshire, Buffalo. Peace Bridge Motel and Bowling Alleys, 4th Street and Porter Avenue, Buffalo. Anthony Perna, 246 Massachusetts Avenue, 720 7th Street, Buffalo. Perna Funeral Home, 1306 Hertel Avenue, Buffalo. Joseph Pieri Sr., 41 Massachusetts Avenue, Buffalo. Salvatore Pieri, 22 17th Street, 596 West Avenue, 3 Massachusetts Avenue, 370 West Ferry Avenue. Nicholas Rizzo, 69 Livingston Street, Buffalo. Salvatore Rizzo, 412 Vermont Street, 12 Brayton Street, Buffalo. Joseph Sanfilippo, 101 15th Street, Buffalo. Daniel Sansanese Sr., 208 Lexington Avenue, 414 Porter Avenue, 489 Norwood Avenue, Buffalo. Edward Shelia, 362 Rhode Island Street, Buffalo. Stanley Seneca, 145 16th Street, 234 Georgia Street, Buffalo. John Simone, 530 20th Street, Niagara Falls. Joe Todaro Sr., 95 Joseph Street, Tonawanda. Herman Weinstein, 352 Lincoln Parkway, Buffalo. Appalachian, November 14, 1957. Dominic D'Agostino, 2226 Ontario Avenue, Niagara Falls. Sam Lagatuta, 555 Lafayette Avenue, 94 Parkdale Avenue, 170 Lovering Street, Buffalo. Kidnapping cousins: Bill Bonanno, New York. Joseph Bonanno, Brooklyn. Sam DeCalvacante, New Jersey. Gaspar Di Gregorio, New York. Gaspare Magadino, killed in Brooklyn. Peter J. Magadino Malt Shop, 482 19th Street, Niagara Falls. Stefano Magadino, 1653 Whitney Avenue, Niagara Falls. Magadino Farmhouse, 3588 Lower Mountain Road, Cambria. Joe Masseria, New York. Colaskiro, New York. The Montana Affair. Angelo Acquisto, 216 Front Street, Buffalo. Buffalo Airport, Genesee Street, Cheektowaga. Buffalo Beverage Corporation, 1040 Sycamore Street, Buffalo. Buffalo Taxi Service and Sightseeing Company, Incorporated, 218 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Empire State Brewing Corporation, 301 West Henley Street, Olean. Frontier Liquor Corporation, 381 Niagara Street, Buffalo. John C. Montana, Arlington Hotel, 138 Exchange Street, 175 North Street, 228 Busty Avenue, 495 Paderewski Drive, 340 Starin Avenue, Buffalo. Montana Motors, 369 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Montana World Travel Service, Incorporated, 367 Niagara Street, Buffalo. New York Central Terminal, 495 Paderewski Drive, Buffalo. Andy Chandra, 211 Court Street, Buffalo. Statler Hotel, Niagara Square, Buffalo. Frederick Van Dyke, The Stuyvesant, Buffalo. Van Dyke Taxi, 125 Erie Street, Central Terminal Building, Buffalo. Bookies and Gamblers, the major players. Matt Billeteri, 712 Richmond Avenue, Buffalo. Blue Banner Social Club, 858 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. Mike Bona, 285 Pennsylvania Avenue, Buffalo. Angelo Bonito, 716 Lafayette Avenue, Buffalo. Salvatore Bonito, 49 Antoinette Drive, Depew. Bridge Coffee Shop, Zacharias Barber Shop, Ontario Avenue, Niagara Falls. Brundo's Music Store, 1907 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Coffee Joe's, 1816 Niagara Street, Niagara Falls. Connecticut Hall, 372 Connecticut Street, Buffalo. Del Mar Grill, 919 North Avenue, Niagara Falls. Don DeCarlo, 52 Days Park, Buffalo. Jack H. Ehrenreich, 432 Michigan Avenue, Buffalo. Fino Bookie Room, 19 Allen Street, Buffalo. 5 Star Athletic Club, 644 19th Street, Niagara Falls. Gaming Room, 1932 Main Street, 3rd floor, Niagara Falls. Gaming Room, 1803 and a half Main Street, Niagara Falls. Gaming Room, 245 Elmwood Avenue, 6th floor, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 469 Broadway, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 196 East Ferry Street, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 294 William Street, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 364 William Street, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 365 Military Road, 2nd floor, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 1268 West Avenue, 1st floor, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 1546 South Park Avenue, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 60 Days Park, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 196 Prospect Avenue, rear apartment, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 47 Lovering Avenue, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 249 South Elmwood Avenue, Buffalo. Gaming Room, 444 Hudson Street, Buffalo. Gaming Room, Friars Lounge, 110 Genesee Street, Buffalo. Holy Cross Church, Maryland and 7th Streets, Buffalo. Samuel Izzo, 216 Ellicott Street, Batavia. Samuel Izzo, killed at 242 7th Street, Buffalo. Norman Joseph, 919 Ontario Avenue, Niagara Falls, 50 Garlow Road, Lewiston. Laconia Social Club, 1427 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Lenny's Cleaners, Colvin Eggert Plaza, Tonawanda. Little White House, 5877 Main Street, Upper Williamsville. Frank Lotempio, killed at Maryland and 7th Streets, Buffalo. Nicholas Morrow, 61 Kenwood Road, Kenmore, 161 Washington Highway, Amherst. Gaetano Micheli, 410 Massachusetts Avenue, Buffalo. Nary's Social Club, 314 West Ferry Avenue, 1st floor, rear, Buffalo. Oh Boys Social and Athletic Club, 714 West Market Street, Niagara Falls. Oliver Street Social Club, 383 Oliver Street, North Tonawanda. Alfred Panepinto, 1523 Pine Street, 630 17th Street, Niagara Falls. 1 Thorpe Street, Batavia. Pastime Pool Room, 1116 East Falls Street, Niagara Falls. Salvatore J. Pieri, 596 West Avenue, Buffalo. Nick Ronaldo, 380 Rhode Island Avenue, Buffalo. Rizzo's Cataract Barbershop, 2024 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Savoy Club, 2024 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Benny Spano, 858 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. Toy Shop, 11 North Division Street, Buffalo. Turner Social and Athletic Association, 416 Chicago Street, Buffalo. Louis Viale, 111 Pearl Street, Buffalo. James Vona, 55 Walter Avenue, Tonawanda. Leonard Welch, 1213 Maple Avenue, Niagara Falls. Whirlpool Club, 237 24th Street, Niagara Falls. The Whirlpool Club. Whirlpool Club, 237 24th Street, Niagara Falls. The Mafia, Part 2. The Business of Funerals. John Bazzano, Pittsburgh. John Bazzano, killed in Brooklyn. Salvatore Constantino, 1012 East Falls Street, Niagara Falls. Sam DiCarlo, 133 7th Street, Buffalo. The Imperial Hotel, northwest corner of Falls and 2nd Streets, Niagara Falls. Magadino Funeral Home, Incorporated, 1710 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Paul Palmieri, 1538 Whitney Avenue, 1727 Walnut Avenue, Niagara Falls. 455 Passaic Avenue, Passaic, New Jersey. Palmieri and Agello, 1710 Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Panepinto and Palmieri Funeral Home, 496 19th Street, Niagara Falls. Lupo the Wolf. Delaware Texaco Service Station, 453 Delaware Avenue, Buffalo. Darlene Gran, 51 Essex Street, Buffalo. Joseph Spano and Sons Funeral Home, 470 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Fred Mogavero, 40 Cortland Avenue, Tonawanda. Pat Nadarelli, 85 Plymouth Street, 20 Manchester Place, 60 Manchester Place, Buffalo. Peace Bridge Texaco Service Station, 7th and Porter Streets, Buffalo. Fred Randaccio, 934 Niagara Street, 157 Auburn Avenue, 181 Rhode Island Street, Upper, 562 Richmond Avenue, Buffalo. Randaccio Office, 200 West Tupper Street, Buffalo. Salvatore P. Rizzo, 412 Vermont Street, 12 Brayton Street, Buffalo. Hide in Plain Sight. Buffalo City Hall, Niagara Square, Buffalo. Charles Cacci, 82 10th Street, Buffalo. Salvatore Cacci, 166 7th Street, Buffalo. Vincent Cacci, 71 Tioga Street, Buffalo. Pasquale Calabrese, 28 North Jessala Drive, North Tonawanda. Stephen Chino, 45 Chatham Avenue, Buffalo. Danielle Domino, 355 University Avenue, Town of Tonawanda. Thomas Leonard, 57 Lardner Court, 366 Woodstock Avenue, Tonawanda. Fred Magavero, 96 Cottage Street, Buffalo. Sal Martoche, 74 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Victor Randaccio, 157 Auburn Street, 282 Sterling Avenue, Buffalo. Senate Grill, 181 Rhode Island Street, Buffalo. A Gangster, a Hit, and a Rembrandt. Thomas Amadeo, 60 Virgil Street, Buffalo. James V. Arcadi, 26 Ripley Place, Buffalo. Albert M. Billeteri, Jr., 23 Commonwealth Avenue, Buffalo. Albert M. Billeteri, Jr., body found on Arrow Drive, Cheektowaga. Blue Banner Social Club, 374 Connecticut Street, Buffalo. Charles Carlo, 278 Hampshire Street, Buffalo. Gennarino Fasolino, 399 Jersey Street, Buffalo. House of Tasha Antique Shop, 168 Elmwood Avenue, Buffalo. Richard M. Mancuso, 31 Longleat Drive, Amherst. Faustino Novino, 48 Granger Place, Buffalo. John C. Sacco, Jr., 519 Inwood Place, 245 Bedward Avenue, Buffalo. John A. Sartori, 349 Longmeadow Drive, Amherst. Sting Operation, 168 Elmwood Avenue, Buffalo. Valaki and His Sweetheart. Gate of Heaven Cemetery, 500 Riverdale Avenue, Lewiston. Marie K. Jackson, 3026 Panama Street, Niagara Falls. Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, 2703 Independence Avenue, Niagara Falls. Deadly Nights. The Union, the Murder, and the Informant. John Camilleri, 542 Richmond Avenue, Buffalo, 584 Cornwall Avenue, Tonawanda. Joe Fino, 462 Seneca Street, 873 Northland Avenue, Buffalo, 236 Pellman Place, West Seneca. Nick Fino, 1921 Abbott Road, Lackawanna, 224 Pellman Place, West Seneca. Ron Fino, 32 Rolling Hills Drive, Orchard Park. Laborers Local 210, 481 Franklin Street, Buffalo. Nick Ronaldo, 380 Rhode Island Street, Buffalo. Roseland Restaurant, 490 Rhode Island Street, Buffalo. William Sciolino, 381 Cornwall Avenue, 403 Somerville Avenue, Tonawanda. William Sciolino, killed in a lot at Main Street at Ferry Avenue, Buffalo. Vin James Builders, 472 Connecticut Street, 428 Connecticut Street, Buffalo. Mysterious Murders. John J. Barbara, 27 Penfield Street, Buffalo. John J. Barbara, killed at 272 Niagara and corner of Carolina Street, Buffalo. Salvatore Calea, 957th Street, 27 Dante Place, 957th Street, 179 Auburn Avenue, Buffalo. Vincenzo Calea, 38 Evans Street, 258 Terrace Street, 27 Dante Place, 309 Potomac Avenue, Buffalo. Vincenzo and Salvatore Calea, killed at 372 Connecticut Street, Buffalo. Calea Saloon, 78 Dante Place and 38 Evans Street, Buffalo. Calea Saloon, 367 Connecticut Street, Buffalo. Caruso's Restaurant, 93 West Chippewa Street, Buffalo. Chippewa Inn, Philip Manor, 85 West Chippewa Street, Buffalo. Joseph Chicatello, 83 Dante Place, Buffalo. Joseph Chicatello, killed at Virginia and Niagara Streets, Buffalo. Patsy Colino, 309 15th Street, Niagara Falls. Columbus Hospital, 300 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Pasquale Corda, 1501 Walnut Street, Erie, Pennsylvania, 174 South Elmwood Avenue, Buffalo. Giuseppe Di Benedetto, 418 Front Avenue, Buffalo. Giuseppe Di Benedetto, killed at 116 Dante Place, Buffalo. James N. Di Stefano, 170 7th Street, Buffalo. James M. Di Stefano, found on Pinehurst, Cheektowaga. Anthony Falcone, 245 Main Street, 345 Main Street, Niagara Falls. Francis Falcone, 205 Main Street, Niagara Falls. Francis Falcone, killed at Old Church Road, Walmore. Santo Falzone, 1242 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Santo Falzone, killed at 168 Georgia Street, Buffalo. Salvatore Frangipani, 18th and Pine Avenue, Niagara Falls. Frontier Hotel, 981 Niagara Street, Buffalo. John Gambino, 537th Street, Buffalo. John Gambino, killed at Lower Terrace and Church Street, Buffalo. John Lombardo, killed at Busty and Virginia Streets, Buffalo. Luigi Lozzi, 68 Effner Street, Buffalo. Mayor William Lupton, 245 73rd Street, Niagara Falls. Joseph Mangus, 190 Effner Street, Buffalo. Philip Manor, Erie, Pennsylvania. Vincent Marinello, Jamestown Grill, 248 Allen Street, Buffalo. Vincent Marinello, 383 Hudson Street, 809 Amherst Street, Buffalo. Philip Mazzara, 203 Porter Avenue, Buffalo. Philip Mazzara, killed at Maryland near Cottage Street, Buffalo. Frank Moriale, 62 Clover Street, Cheektowaga. James Palladino, 29 Evans Street, Buffalo. Anthony Palomara, 860 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Anthony Palomara, killed at Fargo, southeast corner of Porter Avenue, Buffalo. Marcantonino Palomara, 860 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Anthony Palmisano, 501 Front Avenue, 232 Connecticut Street, Buffalo. Anthony Palmisano, killed on River Road near Grand Island Bridge, Tonawanda. Frank Polizzi, 174 7th Street, Buffalo. Frank Polizzi, killed at Carolina and 7th Streets, Buffalo. Angelo Puma, 981 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Peter Rizzo, 83 Dante Place, 70 Effner Street, Buffalo. Peter Rizzo, killed at 53 Front Street near Georgia Street, Buffalo. Joseph Ruffino, 944 Niagara Street, Buffalo. John Shabore, killed at 145 Carolina Street, Buffalo. Giuseppe Soscia, Effner Street, Buffalo. Giuseppe Soscia, killed on Meadow Place, Cheektowaga. Anthony Vasallo, 202 7th Street, Buffalo. Anthony Vasallo, killed at 544 7th Street, Buffalo. Marcello Ventrigo, 1131 Center Avenue and 2723 South Avenue, Niagara Falls. Marcello Ventrigo, gambling joint, 922 Ontario Avenue, Niagara Falls. Marcello Ventrigo, killed at 56th Street and Girard Avenue, Niagara Falls. A lesson from the mob. Joseph Albanese, 193 Trenton Avenue, Buffalo. Gino Albini, 181 15th Street, Buffalo. Gino Albini, found in car at Bradley and DeWitt Streets, Buffalo. Joseph Aleo, 144 7th Street, Buffalo. Allentown Grill, 256 Allen Street, Buffalo. Frank Aquino, 996 Main Street, Buffalo. Frank Aquino, found on Steelawana Avenue, Lackawanna. Fred Aquino, found on 2 Mile Creek Road, Tonawanda. John Barbara, 27 Penfield Street, Buffalo. John Barbara, killed at Saloon, 272 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Leo J. Bartolome, 2737 Independence Avenue, Niagara Falls. Richard R. Battaglia, 635 Loretta Street, Town of Tonawanda. Richard R. Battaglia, killed on Reynolds Alley, Buffalo. Brink's Armored Car Garage, 80 College Street, Buffalo. Frank C. Butita, 330 Vermont Street, Buffalo. Frank C. Butita, found in car on Malta Place between West Avenue and Maryland Street, Buffalo. Angelo Chambrone, 213 2nd Street, Niagara Falls. Angelo J. Chicatello, 769 7th Street, Buffalo. Belle Conley, Virginia Hotel, 996 Main Street, Buffalo. Frank D'Angelo, 161 Belmont Avenue, Tonawanda. Frank D'Angelo, killed at 1669 Hertel Avenue, Buffalo. Guido D'Antuano, 2217 Cutterback Avenue, 548 7th Avenue, Niagara Falls. Arthur DeLuca, 636 21st Street, Upper Apartment, Niagara Falls. Arthur DeLuca, found in car in Bagole Chevrolet parking lot, 27 Main Street, North Tonawanda. Emergency Hospital, 108 Pine Street, Buffalo. William Esposito, 577 Ward Road, North Tonawanda. William Esposito, found 77 North Fisher Road, West Seneca. Richard J. Felice, found in lot at 15th and Vermont Streets, Buffalo. Charles Garris, 85 Glenside Avenue, Tonawanda. Charles Garris, found in car at Sheridan Plaza, Tonawanda. Inner Circle, 26 Allen Street, Buffalo. Jamestown Grill, 248 Allen Street, Buffalo. Lafayette Hospital, 113 Lafayette Avenue, Buffalo. Alan Levine, found at Welker and East Ferry Streets, Buffalo. Alan Levine, killed at 1034 Lafayette Avenue, Buffalo. Dominic Malfricci, Cleveland. Dominic Malfricci, killed at 52 Whitney Place, Buffalo. Alfred Monaco, found on Carpenter Road, Evans. Anthony Palestine, 222 Effner Street, Buffalo. Palestine and Santangelo, found on William Street near Bowen Road in Lancaster. Anthony Perna, 246 Massachusetts Avenue, Buffalo. Peter Piccolo School of Hair Design, Wilson Building, 695-2711 Main Street, Buffalo. Peter Piccolo, 156 14th Street, Buffalo, 138 Lauralee Drive, Tonawanda. Peter Piccolo, killed at 124 Elmwood Avenue, Buffalo. Pascal Politano, 51 Days Park, 234 Prospect Avenue, Buffalo. Albert Pravite Gambling House, 502 19th Street, Niagara Falls. Robert Reingold, 217 Irving Terrace, Tonawanda, 1457 Hertel Avenue, Buffalo. Robert Reingold, found in car at Jocelyn Place near Austin Street, Buffalo. Carl Rizzo, 629 Busty Avenue, Buffalo. Carl Rizzo, found in parking lot at 578 Taunton Place, Buffalo. Joseph Sanfratello, 501 Crescent Avenue, Buffalo. Joseph Sanfratello, killed at 72 North Pearl Street, Buffalo. Pasquale Santangelo, Bosco's Hotel, 249 Trenton Avenue, 159 South Division Street, Buffalo. Vincent Santangelo, 736 Niagara Street, Buffalo. Joseph Santasiro, 487th Street, 25 Maiden Lane, Buffalo. Sculpture Room, Delaware and Chippewa Streets, 332 Elmwood Avenue, Buffalo. Stanley Seneca, 145 16th Street, Buffalo. Sid Berzon Jewelers, 320 Pearl Street, Buffalo. Nicholas C. Tirone, 222 Effner Street, Upper, Buffalo. This concludes Gangsters and Organized Crime in Buffalo by Michael F. Rizzo. Narrated by Danny Campbell. Copyright 2012 by Michael F. Rizzo. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Arcadia Publishing Incorporated and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.